Chapter 9, Part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 9, Part 5, Systematic Theology and Christian Ethics. Christian Ethics. The Christian is a person who not only relates his life to the spiritual realities of his environment for the sake of his own inner satisfaction, but who also necessarily lives in the world and in society with certain standards of conduct. He believes that certain ways of behavior are imperative, and he seeks to order his own life and to organize society in such a way as to promote the kind of life in which he believes. Christian ethics undertakes to set forth the principles which the Christian believes ought to guide human conduct. Probably this ethical aspect of Christianity is most important in the eyes of most men. Theological opinions are very generally regarded as matter of personal opinion, but moral convictions are esteemed to be of primary importance, and an individual or a church is generally judged on the basis of ethics rather than on the basis of theological beliefs. A study of the ethical content of Christianity is thus imperative if one is to understand its real nature. The historical evolution of Christian ethics. Just as it has been common to think of Christian doctrine as a thing authoritatively fixed once for all, persisting unchanged through the ages, so it has been customary to speak of Christian ethics as a divinely authorized system of conduct. The first task of the student should be to realize the significance of historical development in the realm of Christian conduct. In a vague way, the fact of historical change is realized by everyone. Paul's precepts concerning the behavior of women in public places are generally recognized to have been the reflection of local and temporal exigencies. Protestants regard some Catholic practices, like fasting, obedience to the ecclesiastical authorities, etc., as unwarranted developments in Christian history. But there is not yet an adequate understanding of the fact that Christian morality has had a historical development. Until this is fully realized, Christians will be more eager to conserve the customs of the past than aggressively to attack the evils of the present and the future. The ethical ideal of the primitive Christians. The lofty ideals of the New Testament Christians will always stand as an inspiration to later ages. But it is important for the student to realize the historical limitations of those ideals, as well as to appreciate their moral grandeur. The early Christians were looking for a speedy ending of this present evil age by the miraculous establishment of the kingdom of God. Their affections were therefore set upon a future which was not to be brought about by their own moral efforts. To be a Christian meant to be personally devoted to Christ, so as to win his approval in the great day of judgment. But it did not mean that Christians should undertake to transform the existing social order. This was expected to pass away in the great consummation. The New Testament thus lacks that interest in social evolution which is an essential of modern ethical thinking. This disregard for the present social order and the vivid expectation of the speedy coming of the heavenly kingdom meant that the standards of conduct must be found in that other world rather than in this. Consequently, men were concerned to ask what God requires of those who are to be citizens of the coming kingdom, rather than to ask what ought to be done to make this world a better place in which to live. It is true that the interpretation of the character of God given by Jesus and set forth by his disciples affirms that God is fundamentally concerned with humanitarian welfare. Thus, in actual content, the ethics of the New Testament demands the exercise of unselfish love toward one's fellow men. But these same fellow men are valued, not as citizens of this world, but as beings capable of entering into the future kingdom. Thus, the morality of the New Testament moves on a very simple plane of personal relationships, and does not involve any serious entanglement with the social and industrial problems of existing civilization. This dominant position of the eschatological hope makes it impossible to transfer literally to our own age the precepts of the New Testament. To do so would mean to ignore the moral problems due to modern social and industrial conditions. It is of especial importance that the student should learn to read the moral ideals of the New Testament in the light of the historical situation, in order to see the inadequacy of a conception of Christian ethics which would ascertain duty for today simply by asking what the New Testament teaches. The subordination of ethical to religious interests. This attitude on the part of the early Church meant that conduct must be judged in relation to religious interests. To be ready for the coming kingdom was more important than to attain any particular status in this world. The inevitable consequence of this point of view was to make ethics subordinate to theology. Indeed, it is only in modern times that Christian ethics as a separate realm of study has been differentiated from theology as a whole. The development of the Catholic conception of Christian ethics. The theological emphasis which placed the future world above the present, and which led men first to ask what was demanded in order to be eligible to the blessings of that future world, made inevitable the development of a system of authoritative control of human conduct. If ethics be defined as obedience to the will of God, the all-important question is to determine where that divine will is made known. So long as men disagree here, human error is vitiating conclusions. The possibility of mistake must be eliminated. Catholicism has undertaken to furnish an authoritative pronouncement of the divine will. The Church, as the divinely appointed agent of God, has the right to guide the inquiries of men and to decide what conclusions are in accord with God's revealed will. All merely natural reasoning must be subjected to the censorship of supernatural authority. All activities of men are to be controlled by the Church. The moral quality of an action is ultimately determined by its conformity or lack of conformity to the authority of the Church. Thus, church-controlled education is morally superior to secular education because it inculcates a willingness to conform to authority. An unbaptized man is morally bad because he has not submitted himself to the Church. Freedom of research, freedom in politics, freedom of religious thinking are all dangerous because these attitudes represent a fundamental failure to apply the standard of authority. Obviously, such a conception of ethics makes difficult, if not impossible, any wholesome criticism. Men trained under this system are taught to ask the question, what is officially authorized, rather than to inquire what an honest study of the facts yields. Catholic ethics is thus necessarily static and conventional. It seeks to meet moral questions by interpreting a predetermined program rather than by analysis of actual conditions. Logically, it would compel a return to medieval culture, when it was taken for granted that the Church should be supreme in authority over the thoughts and actions of men. The student ought to make himself acquainted with Catholic ethical ideals, for every pastor and social worker finds himself confronted with the powerful influence of the Catholic Church. In its fundamental distrust of merely natural or secular forces, Catholicism is intent on creating a kind of goodness which shall be ecclesiastically identified and approved, rather than a kind of goodness which shall lose itself in the social development of humanity as such. Ultimately, it is the other world of theological exposition, rather than the present world of historical development, which is to determine moral issues. It is true that by its elaborate casuistry, Catholicism attempts to meet the particular problems of changing life. But such casuistry is peculiarly liable to be misunderstood. In form, it too often seems to be a clever attempt to nullify the obvious meaning of authoritative pronouncements in order to give relief in some particular instance. If the highest good is defined as conformity to an authoritative standard, any nonconformity means moral laxity, however it be explained. It is only when a moral imperative can be found precisely in nonconformity itself that ethical integrity is possible in the act of departing from prescribed duties. For such an ethical interpretation, Catholicism makes no logical place. The ethics of Protestantism. From the ethical point of view, the fundamental distinction between Protestantism and Catholicism lies in the elimination of ecclesiastical authority by the former. This leaves the individual free from institutional domination. Protestantism, therefore, has attempted to find moral motives and sanctions in the Christian experience of the individual, rather than in the pronouncements of the Church. The abandonment of the confessional is a mark of this emancipation of the individual. Moral activity is represented as the consequence of being saved by the grace of God. The Christian, filled with gratitude for God's love toward him, voluntarily devotes his life to the fulfillment of the will of God. One should be familiar with the vital optimism of this conception of morality, as it is expressed in Luther's sermons and in his treatise concerning Christian liberty. Such an ethical ideal opened the way for the recognition of moral values in secular life. It enabled Luther to declare that the housemaid in the kitchen is engaged in as sacred a task as is the clergyman. It inspired Luther's famous Address to the German Nobility, in which those whose vocation was in the realm of political activity were summoned to an opportunity for Christian ministry. Protestantism thus is much better adapted than is Catholicism to appreciate and to inspire non-ecclesiastical moral endeavors, and it is in Protestant lands that secular culture has been permitted to develop without the necessity of submitting to ecclesiastical control. But Protestantism, like Catholicism, retained the fundamental conception of a morality directed by prescriptions from another world. The Reformation occurred before men had come to realize the possibilities of empirical inquiry. The deductive method was still dominant in all branches of learning. Ethics also was regarded as a deductive science. Even philosophical ethics was attempting to set forth the principles furnished a priori in the divinely established law of nature. Protestantism supplemented this law of nature by the revealed law found in Scripture. Thus the essential content of ethics was regarded as given from above. In principle, the Protestant Christian, like the Catholic, is taught to study a ready-made code rather than to analyze the actual conditions of life. The fact that every individual has the right of private interpretation gives an opportunity for flexibility not found in Catholicism, and in recent years Protestant ethics has been very active in seeking to understand the problems of our modern life, though it still generally professes to derive its principles from an authoritative source in Scripture. The defect of the traditional Protestant conception of ethics. We have come to realize the fact that human life is a historical growth, and that this growth involves changes in human culture. The moral code of the savage, with his simple life and his few interests, is totally inadequate to the complex problems of modern industrial and social life. The principles which secured justice in an age when every locality was virtually self-supporting and self-sufficient are hopelessly antiquated in an age when we are all dependent on transportation of goods and an intricate machinery of exchange of values. Moral principles, whether of the savage or of the modern man, must be derived from an appreciation of the actual moral needs engendered by conditions of life. Thus we are today more and more adopting the method of studying the facts of life as the means of determining what ought to be done. Now, Protestantism has continued to employ the deductive method. It has been assumed generally that a study of the Bible would adequately prepare one to live a moral life. But the Bible presents us with comparatively primitive conditions of industrial and social life. The principle of neighborliness is set forth as sufficient. And in small communities where men know one another, neighborliness is a reasonably efficient way in which to secure right relations of men to one another. But in the complex conditions of a great industrial civilization, a man may earnestly desire to be neighborly, and yet find himself helplessly confronting moral evils. The ethical conception of Protestantism, emphasizing as it does the appeal to an alien source of moral authority, fails to train men in that inductive study of conditions which is indispensable to the evolution of a morality suited to our modern life. Protestantism, like Catholicism, is still primarily concerned with conventional, ecclesiastically approved virtues. We are just awakening to the fact that moral leadership has been fast passing out of the hands of the Church, simply because, in an age of rapid and profound change in habits of life, the Church has behaved as if a code of ethics wrought out 2,000 years ago were entirely adequate to the demands of the present. The need for a new conception of Christian ethics. Since the same factors which occasion changes in theological thinking are operative in the realm of ethics as well, a reconstruction of ethical thinking is involved in theological reconstruction. The repudiation of the Catholic conception of the Church involved the radical revision of the idea of Christian morality which we find in Luther's treatment of the subject. But, as has been indicated in the section dealing with modern theology, we have today abandoned the ways of thinking which characterized early Protestantism. For modern men, God is to be discovered in the relations of the aspiring soul to immediate environment. He he is immanent in the movements of history. The dictates of the Catholic Church are no more authoritative than the summons of actual moral need as we meet it. We cannot define Christian ethics in terms of a church-controlled society. Neither can we regard Christian duty as identical with biblical precepts. We readily disregard Paul's instructions concerning the public activities of women because we hold judgments due to our modern appreciation of woman's place in social life. We are learning more and more to organize our Christian activities in relation to the actual moral demands of life, rather than in response to a pattern taken from an isolated portion of history. The most vigorous Christian activities of our day are building up their moral principles through actual experience. The Young Men's Christian Association, the modern Sunday School, the institutional church, the methods of modern evangelism, the fight against intemperance and against vice. These movements are all employing an empirical method of determining morality which should be extended to the entire field of Christian ethics. They are not looking for explicit direction from an alien source. They are rather concerned to understand and to utilize the moral forces latent in life today. God's will is found in the actual appeal of the facts rather than in a prescribed code. Just as modern religious thinking is learning to draw its inspiration from the world in which we live, so modern Christian ethics must learn to determine its content by a careful study of the problems which confront us, and an understanding of the resources with which we may attain moral results. Christian ethics should be defined as the determination of the duties of a modern Christian living in the modern world. To define it in terms of an ethical system belonging to another age is to fail to make Christianity completely ethical. Moral inefficiency due to confusion of ideals. Until one definitely asks himself whether his moral duty is to conform to a given code or to meet the needs of the situation, one has not reached a foundation for the consistent building of the moral structure. Is it our Christian duty to organize church activities and to engage in missionary enterprise with the purpose of creating as many churches as possible which shall reproduce the scriptural polity? Or is it our Christian duty to ask what kind of a church and how many churches are demanded by the religious needs of each community? Our criminally over-churched small towns, with their sectarian rivalries and their pitiful struggles for bare existence, are monuments of moral delinquency due to a failure to base duty on a study of the facts. The same moral failure is sure to follow any enterprise which is guided merely by an ethics of conformity. Our Christian activities today are in too many instances following the scribes rather than Jesus. Our treatises on Christian conduct are too generally using the scribal methods of exegesis of scriptural texts rather than the method employed by Jesus, by Paul, and by all great moral prophets, of determining duty by spiritual insight into the actual conditions confronting them. The method of the scribes is always cumbersome and clumsy. So long as we are pursuing the devious way of attempting to solve modern moral problems by a study of precepts addressed to other times and other occasions, we shall reap the harvest of moral confusion. Nothing is more imperatively demanded of the modern minister than an understanding of the inadequacy of the deductive method which we have inherited in our Christian ethics. Our religious instruction and our moral training must be brought into line with that method of ascertaining duty which is in accord both with the practice of Jesus and with the science of our day. The study of psychology and of sociology. In order to feel at home in the use of this empirical method of studying ethical problems, every minister should avail himself of the aid furnished by modern psychology and sociology. In these branches of human investigation he finds men first asking questions concerning the facts of human life, and then deriving their conclusions from the facts. For example, where the older dogmatic theology began with the doctrine of innate sinfulness, modern investigations ascertain as far as possible the concrete causes of behavior. It has been shown, for example, that minor physical defects, such as adenoids or poor eyesight or dull hearing, lead children to unwholesome mental attitudes and to wrong conduct. Manifestly, to allow these physical hindrances to receive no attention is to neglect our plain moral duty. To discover the specific reasons why people go wrong is a better preparation for dealing with their moral problems than is a detailed metaphysical or theological study of the nature of sin. To ascertain in detail just what it is in the experience of men that constitutes the motive to do right is better than to indulge in rhetorically vague appeals to conscience. To know the physical conditions of a wholesome spiritual life is an indispensable part of ethics. Here it should be remarked that most philosophical treatises on ethics are too metaphysical and abstract to furnish the needed aid. Philosophy, as well as theology, has been under the domination of the deductive method. The effort has been to establish some a priori principle from which to derive the content of ethics. From Kant's categorical imperative to the utilitarian greatest good of the greatest number, the ethical systems of the past century have attempted to unify and simplify ethics by subsuming all particular kinds of conduct under some one ultimate norm. Inspiring as is the conception of some great all-inclusive ideal, it nevertheless does not furnish one with the sort of insight which is developed by patient inquiry into the facts. The student should master some treatise which effectively employs the empirical method. The spirit of Christian ethics. Having come to understand that moral problems must be studied inductively, the student is freed from the blighting influence of the ideal of mere conformity. Ethics is a creative activity, not a mere reproduction and application of predetermined principles. The real power of Christian ethics is revealed only as moral activity is seen to be the way in which one joyously and heroically unites his activities with those of the loving God whose presence one has been able to realize in one's inner life. The creative identification of one's will with the purpose of God, and the conviction that the will of God is most truly found in those attitudes and ministrations of love which Jesus exemplified, and which his truest followers have always put foremost, these are the essentials of Christian ethics. One who believes in the possibility of this cooperation with the divine purposes is stimulated to an optimistic idealism with surprising possibilities. One is not daunted by seemingly insuperable difficulties. One feels the divine call and knows that the divine strength is available in every heroic undertaking. While one prays that the kingdom of God may come, one also rejoices in the opportunity to have a share in bringing in the better day. Let one recall the courage with which devout Christians have undertaken appalling tasks. Think of the magnitude of the missionary enterprise, of the untiring evangelism which never despairs of even the desperately sinful, of the insistence of Christians in the face of social distinctions that all men have equal rights to spiritual opportunities, of the fight against intemperance, impurity, and demoralizing luxury. Christianity enables those who bear heavy burdens to feel the aid of a divine yokefellow. It brings to the man who faces tasks too large for his strength the consciousness of God's slowly moving but wonderful plans. It lifts one's thinking and one's aspirations above the petty level of utilitarian plans, and gives to life at its best a grandeur and a significance which suggest divine possibilities. Men who are conscious of longing for the coming of the kingdom of God will pray and strive to live in the spirit of the kingdom, and will thus experience the presence and power of God in their lives. It is the creative power of such religiously inspired morality that distinguished the early Christians from the mere conformists of their day, and that made them the founders of a growing religion of power. The New Testament, rightly understood, is the charter of the religion of the Spirit, and should stimulate modern Christians to a forward-looking creative spirit of active fellowship to Jesus in relation to the problems of our day. The development of Christian character. The most important and significant moral task of Christianity is the creation of a moral purpose, leading men to transcend the convenient utilitarian standards which excuse easygoing conduct, and to face the question of a right relationship to God, from whom the inner life of man cannot be concealed. In Christian experience one learns the joy and strength which comes from fellowship with Jesus in the identification of self with the holy purpose of the loving God. It is difficult to overestimate the moral significance of this experience of communion with the living God. It makes possible self-sacrifice for the sake of the goods of the kingdom of God. It brings into life the reinforcement of a spiritual friendship with God. It inspires men to dare to hope for large things and to attempt seemingly hopeless tasks. We are constantly aware of moral opportunities which must be neglected because the spiritual life of men is too poor to undertake the necessary toil and sacrifice. The most important task of Christian ethics is to set forth the reality and the moral power of such an experience of God through discipleship to Jesus. The technique of secular investigation may be used to ascertain our moral problems, but the spiritual dynamic for high moral undertakings almost inevitably is derived from Christian lives. The reality of this moral power is best seen in those who have been sublimely conscious of the ethical dynamic found in their experience. What gave to Jesus his unwavering moral courage? How does Paul seek to give moral strength to his own life and to the activities of those to whom he wrote? Read in Augustine's Confessions the repeated emphasis on the divine source of his own moral triumphs. Let St. Francis of Assisi, Luther, John Wesley, and Tolstoy testify concerning the source of their moral strength. In this religious inspiration of moral endeavor, Christianity makes its indispensable contribution to ethics. To fail to understand this is to fail to touch the heart of Christian ethics. Back of all discussions of particular moral problems should lie the appreciation of the inner resources of a Christian, who looks upon his tasks as contributions to be made to the accomplishment of the divine will on earth, and as activities in which profound communion with the righteous God is attained. Christian ethics is primarily concerned with the Christian attitude toward life as the practical outgrowth of the experience of Christian faith. Christianity and social ethics. While the interpretation of moral character in relation to the Christian experience belongs naturally in the department of theology, the analysis of social problems must be undertaken by one who is familiar with the social sciences. This necessary division of labor is not as widely recognized as it should be. We are still under the influence of the medieval conception of the authority and ability of the Church to dictate political and social conditions. It is of the utmost importance that the student should come to think of social institutions as natural developments. In every race and in every condition of human life there is some kind of family life, some form of group government, some current way of educating each new generation, some socially approved methods of conducting industrial life. To speak of the Christian family, for example, as if Christianity were responsible for creating family life, means to emphasize precisely such technical regulations as are prominent in Catholicism, and to fail to take due account of the light which historical and social science may throw on the problems in this realm. The political welfare of the modern world involves the refusal to allow the Church to dictate in the realm of government. Our modern governments are secular and natural, rather than Christian. This means that in the field of social problems, Christianity must employ the same method of determining what is desirable that is used by secular agencies. If the result of an open-minded inquiry shows that the highest good demands a reversal of previous doctrines, Christian ethics should be foremost in declaring the moral duty of a change. For example, Christianity is rapidly reversing the judgment of former generations concerning the vocations of women. It is doing this not because of any better understanding of biblical precepts, not because of any technical claim to a Christian solution of the problems due to the emancipation of women, but because Christian people, recognizing the facts of our social development, desire to approve what is manifestly good. The contribution of Christian ethics in this realm must be largely that of keen sympathy for human welfare developed by the Christian faith, with its affirmation of the holy purpose of God to establish his kingdom, and its insistence on Christian love toward men as the only defensible attitude in the sight of God. From Christianity will therefore come a powerful impulse toward generous justice in social relations, and toward subjecting the material forces of the world to the promotion of human spiritual welfare. But the precise ways in which justice and spirituality are to be secured must be determined by experiment and investigation. The social order is to be Christianized, not in the sense that every aspect of human life shall be technically related to the Church, but rather in the sense that men who direct society shall possess the spirit of service and of religious aspiration which find their clearest expression and inspiration in the Christian ideal of life. End of Chapter 9, Part 5.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Smith. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 10. Introduction. What is the scope of practical theology? Practical theology is the science which studies the activities that result from the institutionalizing of religion, specifically of Christianity. Christianity is not an institution, but a way of life, a faith. This faith becomes institutional in the activity of preaching, whence the science of homiletics, in the organized ministry to personal religious needs, whence the science of pastoral care, in an organized community, the church, with a definite constitution, whence the science of ecclesiastical polity, in the organized church with an elaborate system of practical activities, whence the science of church administration, in a technique of worship for the development of religious feeling, whence the science of liturgics, in a system of educational development, whence the science of religious education, and in all these interests extended beyond the borders of the immediate Christian community, whence the science of missions. The word practical, as applied to this body of studies, is fitting enough. The word theology is, of course, entirely inappropriate, but comes down traditionally from the use of the word to cover the whole system of studies connected with religion. It is the sense, indeed, in which it is used in the title of this volume. No one has yet succeeded in finding a better term to cover this comprehensive field. Part 1. Homiletics. Definition and scope. Homiletics is the formulation of the laws of effective pulpit discourse. It is a science, while preaching is an art. The two cannot be divorced. Homiletics does not impose its rules upon the preacher, but the effective preacher furnishes the data for the homiletician, whose business it is to observe the principles that actually obtain in successful preaching. The popular preacher, who is fond of declaring that he never studied homiletics, that he breaks all the rules of the schools, is a valuable piece of laboratory material. He is like the poet who sings metrically without understanding prosody, like the artist who paints effectively without studying anatomy and design, like the singer who charms us although he has not learned the niceties of technique. The probability is that he has some glaring faults which could be removed by the comparative study of other effective preachers. It is the humble task of homiletics not to tell the master of assemblies how to do his work, but to note the elements of effectiveness in different masters with a view to determining what constitutes the power of the pulpit over the hearts of men. The study evidently involves a knowledge of theology, of exegesis, of literary and historical criticism, of the history of the pulpit, of the movements of modern thought, and of general and social psychology. The modern conception of the sermon. Change from the idea of derivation of doctrine from Scripture. This conception of the sermon depends upon the conception of religion. When the dominant idea was that of a plan of salvation authoritatively contained in the Bible, and to be found implicitly or explicitly in every part of the Bible, and the business of the pulpit was to expound a text of Scripture with reference to its bearing upon some element of redemptive doctrine. The procedure of the sermon was therefore determined by its function. First of all, the exact meaning of the text must be set forth. Then the doctrine to be derived from the text must be stated and defended. Then the practical application of the doctrine must be made. But when religion is freed from intellectualism and becomes a matter of attitude, motive, experience, faith in a God not of the dead but of the living, the sermon makes a different appeal. It finds its authority in experience, in conscience, in the eternal yea, which is man's affirmation of the truth which finds him. The sermons of Phillips Brooks should be read for this quality. The trend away from apologetic preaching. The modern sermon, therefore, is not apologetic. The preacher does not think of himself as set for the defense of the faith, but for the stimulation of faith. The aim of the sermon is to secure not the agreement of the hearer with the views of the preacher, but an honest consideration unbiased by prejudice and selfishness, of the religious problem involved in the discourse. For example, the modern sermon is not concerned to explain and defend a certain theory of biblical inspiration, which is after all a piece of dialectics, but rather to make the Scriptures a motive power in human life. The one might result in an acceptance of the infallibility of the Bible, the other would lead to a recognition of its availability. Preaching from experience. The true preacher can be known by this, that he deals out to the people his life passed through the fire of thought. The last phrase is important and expresses that which distinguishes the sermon from exhortation. The preacher is a man of religious experience who has drunk deep of the wells of religious inspiration. He knows the modern world in which he lives. He talks to the people persuasively of those religious and moral certitudes which he knows will illumine the personal and social problems of their lives. The place of the Bible in modern preaching. The historical study of the Bible, the modern view of the Bible, as presented in the chapters of this book dealing with the study of the Old and New Testaments, involves a change in its pulpit use. It can no longer be regarded as a storehouse of texts. It must be used as a literature, the product of definite social situations, and must be used in accordance with the canons of literary quotation. Regarding any biblical statement, we must always ask two questions. What did the writer mean? And what was the situation which made such meaning significant? Then we may consider its contribution to our own needs. The wise minister will therefore be regularly engaged in some phase of Bible study, which he will pursue scientifically with the aid of the best literature that he can secure. The Bible as a literature of power. As soon as one ceases to think of the Bible as a repository of redemptive facts and appreciates its significance as a revelation of spiritual experience, its value for the sermon is transformed. We look now not for a text from which to deduce a theme, but for a contact with the human heart in its need or in its power. Here is the whole gamut of religious experience, from the ecstasy of rapt fellowship with God to the cry of skepticism and despair, from the sober consideration of prudent principles of conduct to the splendid self-sacrifice of heroic devotion. And here is the experience of Jesus, in whom by faith we see God. On the basis of such an appreciation of the biblical literature, the minister prepares his sermon. He does not have to hunt for a text. His biblical study is constantly furnishing him with great suggestions. Of course, he keeps these recorded as they occur, for the best thoughts have wings and must be caught as they fly. The enlarged opportunity of expository preaching. The superficial acceptance of the new view of the Bible has led some preachers to a diminished use of it. But the historical approach gives opportunity for a more vital and more interesting expository preaching. The wonderful life of that Oriental past, with its essential humanness and its many points of contact with our own day, affords admirable opportunity for the illustration of moral attitudes toward life. In recent years there have been some notable exhibitions of the finest kind of exposition in the pulpit. Witness the work of George Adam Smith and C.R. Brown, and the interest of the Short Course series. The cultivation of the social imagination by the presentation of the way in which religious men met the problems of other days is excellent education for the modern man. The place of the text. Early Christian preaching was entirely expository. The text was a considerable unit of Scripture. But the development of doctrinal preaching led to the selection of the single verse or phrase from which the all-important doctrine was to be deduced. Thus the sermon came to have its authority from its derivation from the Bible. If the preacher desired to preach upon a theme which was not treated in the Bible, he had to find a text which by some homiletic ingenuity he could accommodate to his purpose. The modern pulpit is less rigid in its devotion to the text, Most ministers who desire to speak upon a subject which is not treated in the Scripture are honest enough not to pretend that it is treated there. The omission of the text on such occasions is a sign of respect for the Bible. It may be hoped that this freedom will do away with the foolishness of accommodated texts. Doctrinal preaching. Doctrine and experience. Doctrine in religion is suffering the usual fate of the deposed autocrat with none so poor to do him reverence. In the determination to be freed from creeds that were imposed from without, men have declared that they will have none of them, but that would be intellectual anarchy. The only way to escape from doctrine is to give up thinking, for doctrine is nothing but formulated experience. All men have their doctrines: economic, social, political, legal, medical, pedagogical. As soon as we say that we believe in a minimum wage for women, we have laid down a doctrine. The objection to the creed is that it formulates doctrine once and for all, as if human experience were complete. Not only is human experience changing with changing conditions, but the contribution which the past furnishes to the experience of today is itself modified by our new interpretations of the past. What men need, therefore, is doctrine that will formulate the meaning of life as the thinking of the past, and the deepest religious insight of the present enables us to understand it. Christian doctrine and modern thought. Faith and science apprehend truth differently, but not independently. Each of them contributes to experience. Faith which does not take account of the facts of life is a will-o'-the-wisp, and his doctrines are foolishness. The minister must therefore be a scholar. His knowledge of human history and literature, of the physical and social sciences, of philosophy and psychology, will give him the intellectual equipment that will enable him to distinguish between the things that we can know and the things that we may believe. Guarded thus from intellectual presumption, faith goes forth upon its daring course, and the preacher confidently but humbly tells the people what he believes about God, Christ, providence, regeneration, prayer, spiritual communion, human worth and destiny, and the other supreme themes of human interest. The minister must guard himself most carefully at this point. He is the one speaker who may proceed without interruption and close without rejoinder. Let him cultivate the art of self-criticism. Let him be sure that he distinguishes between what he knows and what he believes. Then he may speak with freedom and with power. Practical character of the doctrinal sermon. The preacher does not very much impart information. He communicates the teachings of religious experience. Of course, these are founded upon knowledge, and one's religious convictions must constantly be brought to the test of the severest intellectual criticism. But the preacher is not a theological lecturer. As a teacher in classes and conferences, he seeks clear thinking. As a preacher, he is not so much concerned with correct thinking as with religious attitude. His purpose is not that his hearers' conception of the person of Christ shall be the same as his own, but that the spiritual lordship of Jesus shall be significant to them. He is not seeking an agreement upon a theory of prayer, but a common appreciation of the value of prayer. He is trying to make truth plain, but his chief purpose is to make it vital. He can generally test his success in this endeavor by estimating the practical effect of the sermon upon himself. He preaches best to others, who preaches first of all to himself. Ethical preaching. The new ethical emphasis. The object of doctrinal preaching not only goes beyond intellectual comprehension to an experience of the doctrine, but generally farther still to some activity which is the result of the experience. The habit of mind of our age connects religion with duty. Those who desire to connect religion with creed feel themselves to be opposing the trend of the times, albeit they may deplore the condition. But even such always preach that faith without works is dead. The essentially practical character of the Bible has been rediscovered, and Christianity is more and more preached today as a way of life. The new social emphasis. The latest response of the pulpit is to the awakened social consciousness of our time. The ethics of the pulpit have been individualistic. To be sure, in temperance work, in political and missionary utterances, preachers have often struck the social note, as they did a generation ago in the conflict with slavery. But the larger social problems involved in the complicated economic and industrial conditions of today have rather dismayed the minister. Some have rushed in and made themselves ridiculous. Most preachers have decided that social reform was none of their business. A few great voices have really spoken with prophetic power. The modern ministry is trying to find itself in this new, difficult situation. There are three elements in the congregation: those whose ethical outlook is still entirely individualistic and who can only connect religion with personal duty; those whose controlling social passion demands a social gospel; and the great mass who are just awakening to a sense of social responsibility and who find unexpected vitality in a preaching that strikes the note of faith in the salvation of human society. Rauschenbusch has done this most effectively in his two books, which are really sermons, though not homiletic in form: Christianity and the Social Crisis, and Christianizing the Social Order. Religion and morality in modern preaching. The leading preachers of today recognize the danger that the larger ethical and social interest may become a substitute for religion, that the gospel may thus become a program instead of a revelation. They are therefore seeking the social dynamic in a reaffirmation of the great religious certitudes. Thus preachers are inspired by the recognition of the unity of the religious and social passion in the Hebrew prophets. They are putting new emphasis on the idea of the kingdom of God as at once a religious and a social concept. They are reinterpreting the coming age of the New Testament in terms of the modern world. This may be seen in the preaching of Clifford, Horton, Ingram, Coffin, and Gordon. Evangelistic preaching. The evangelist the least responsive to the modern spirit. Evangelistic preaching is that form of pulpit appeal which is designed to induce persons who are not controlled by religious motives to desire and decide to become so. The problem then is the awakening of the desire and its stimulation to the point of decision. To what motive shall the immediate appeal be made? Manifestly, the strong primal motives of fear and self-regard form the easiest avenues of approach. Historically, the hell and heaven motives have been splendidly efficient, and the opportunity of giving adhesion to a plan of salvation has afforded the necessary initial act which has launched the penitent upon a new current of experience. That notable results of ethical achievement and spiritual regeneration are obtainable by this process, the history of evangelicalism abundantly attests. But on the other hand, the danger of a dependence upon a magical salvation provided and not achieved, concerned with the future life and not with the present, has been all too pitifully evident. But our modern perplexity is of another kind. The eternal truths underlying the ideas of heaven and hell, and underlying the conception of substitutionary atonement, are profoundly real to the thoughtful mind, but superficially these ideas are not acceptable to modern men. The preaching of the fire of hell may obscure rather than vivify the fact of retribution. The commercial presentation of the atonement may not help men to appreciate the passion of God. The reinterpretation of these appeals to fundamental motives is the need of today, but the popular evangelist still pursues the easier method. To be sure, the majority of men do not live altogether in the modern world, and they may still respond to the old appeals, but the condition is fraught with peril, some significant trends. there are not wanting evidences of better things. Some of our most flamboyant evangelism connects itself definitely with social righteousness, e.g., cleaning up the town. Evangelistic campaigns sometimes eliminate the saloons. The evangelism of the Men and Religion Forward movement was largely free from the crass theologizing of the past and struck a definite social note. The great Sunday school world is getting away from the idea of evangelizing children and is seeking their spiritual awakening in culture. Wise ministers without any campaigns are presenting worthy motives to the religious life, and men and women are responding. And most significant of all, the great student movement throughout the world has given up the old appeal entirely and is presenting Christianity as Jesus' way to be followed in humble and joyous fellowship with God. Beecher and Bushnell did that in their day. Drummond did it. Dawson, Jefferson, Ingram, Mott are so preaching today. The problem of content. We need a vital evangelistic message, and we shall get it by making all preaching evangelistic. The great social motive must become supreme, and the pulpit must summon men to come with penitent hearts and clean hands, because such are needed in the great crusade. After all, it is but a modernizing of the splendid appeal, "Repent, because the kingdom of God is coming near." The form of the modern sermon. The modification of the traditional form. The traditional form of text, proposition, proof, application belonged to the conception of the sermon as a derivation of doctrine from the Bible and the application of it to life. With the changed conception there follows change in form. There need be no text. The text may be a great spiritual utterance with a literary rather than a logical relation to the theme of the sermon. There may be no proposition to be defended, and so the logical homiletic steps of proof, first, secondly, thirdly, may be unnecessary. And the whole sermon may be application. It is not surprising, therefore, that one finds much greater variety in modern preaching than would have been possible in a former day. There is a tendency to approximate the ordinary forms of public speech. It is a reproach to say that a man has a pulpit tone or manner. He does not wish to be called a sermonizer. He finds his inspiration not in the scholastic preachers, but in the prophets of righteousness. He speaks as man to man in the way of genuine eloquence. Phillips Brooks is the most conspicuous example of this. The continuance of traditional forms. And yet, the sermon has still a form of its own and is likely to retain it. The Bible is the only book for the pulpit. The sermon still begins with some great word from that treasure house of spiritual experience, and it is still vital with scripture reference and illustration. The sermon is not quite like other speech. We listen to lectures from men who are capable of giving us information or of entertaining us. We listen to speeches from advocates of a cause. But only in the sermon do we let a man open his heart to us and summon us to righteousness and faith. A certain hereditary character will therefore always give form to the sermon. In the hands of the skilled preacher this will not be obtrusive. With the less able, the conventional form will naturally be more evident. Van Dyck is an especially good example of a preacher who uses largely the conventional form, yet in such a way that his sermon seems genuine speech. Spurgeon, with his wonderful spontaneity, does not read well because of his stilted homiletic form. The new homiletics. Declining emphasis of old distinctions. It is evident that the task of homiletics is a new one. The division of sermons into textual, topical, narrative, special, is no longer significant. Indeed, few preachers have a clear understanding of what was involved in the distinction between topical and textual. Practically, a sermon either starts from a text which stirs the preacher's imagination and gives him a theme which he develops, or it starts from some other germinal thought for which he may seek an appropriate text at any time in the preparation of the sermon. There is no vital difference between the two. If the divisions of the sermon should be derived from the text, that is quite an incidental matter. Expository preaching has still a certain distinctness. It involves interesting problems of historical interpretation, social imagination, and rhetorical unity. More work ought to be done in the training of good expository preachers. The message of the preacher. Formerly, exegetics and theology furnished a man his message, while homiletics gave him his method of presentation. But if the message is to come from a preacher's experience, the most fundamental homiletic problem is not one of manner, but of matter. The most frequent failure of the pulpit has been, not in that a man has spoken badly, but in that he has had nothing to say. It is the duty of homiletics to study the content of the messages that are stirring the souls of men. The place of formal homiletics. The ministry is par excellence the speaking profession. Lawyers and politicians speak a great deal, but, except on important occasions, do not deliver carefully prepared discourses. There is little attention to form in the argument addressed to a court, or in much of parliamentary debating, but the necessity which is upon the preacher to deliver regularly 2 discourses every week upon the same general theme, within the limited space of about 30 minutes, and with a certain emotional quality, constitutes a demand for severe study of form. Thus the ordinary training in rhetoric and elocution must be extended to a careful study of the methods of religious discourse. The preacher must learn the principles of the oral style of the pulpit, which is at once dignified, earnest, and vivacious. The psychology of preaching. After the acquisition of correct habits of speech, the problem of effective preaching is fundamentally one of psychology. The interaction of a religious leader and the hearers of his speech takes us to the psychology of mood, apperception, emotion, suggestibility, the psychology of the social consciousness, and, in the case of more intense religious appeal, to the psychology of the crowd. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Smith. Practical Theology, Part 2. Church Polity. Definition and Scope. Ecclesiology is the historic name for the science which treats of the organization of the church. It was concerned with the problems of the origin of church government and its historical development, and with all that pertained to the institutional administration of the church. Among more elaborately organized bodies, the subject of church law was of great importance. In the modern church, with its greatly enlarged interests and functions, and its numerous more or less extra-ecclesiastical societies, 2 distinct lines of administrative interest emerge. 1. The ecclesiastical interest. This has to do with the question of the orders of the clergy, the permanent constitution of the church, the various courts and assemblies in which authority is vested, and the legislation which these courts and assemblies impose. Here also is included the consideration of the conditions necessary to church membership and the rules governing the administration of the sacraments. 2. The practical interest. The important administrative problems of the modern church as they arise practically in church work are, for the most part, non-ecclesiastical and are concerned with economic efficiency, adaptation to changing conditions, and the training and employment of many types of expert leaders. These 2 interests are so manifestly different that there is a convenience in treating them as separate subjects in practical theology. The term ecclesiology may well be dropped, and the traditional term church polity, or church polity and law, employed for the first of these, and the more practical term church administration for the second. The historic place of church polity. The church, almost from the beginning, has been dominated by the idea that its form of government is of divine origin and of the very essence of revealed religion. It has been commonly supposed that the New Testament presents a consistent scheme of ecclesiastical organization intended to be the standard for all time. This has been variously interpreted as autocratic, aristocratic, representative, democratic, as consisting of 3 orders, bishops, presbyters, and deacons, or of only 2 orders, the 2 terms bishop and presbyter pertaining to the same office. Similar differences have obtained regarding the theory of the sacraments. The problems here involved are evidently exegetical and historical, according as the questions of New Testament language and ecclesiastical procedure are concerned. The treatment of the subject has been essentially apologetic, for the organization of the given church was to be proved historically correct. Inasmuch as these questions have been very prominent in church consciousness, the subject of church polity has been of great importance. This importance is still retained in those sections of the church which regard themselves as alone following the form of divinely ordained organization. The modern view of church polity. In the light of modern New Testament research, church polity undergoes a transformation such as does systematic theology. As we no longer form a system of Christian thinking from New Testament proof texts, so neither can we form a system of church government in that way. As the question whether our theological thinking is efficient cannot wait for the last word of textual, historical, and literary criticism, so neither can the question of the definite constitution of the church. If we cannot draw up an authoritative New Testament creed as a basis for church membership, so neither can we designate authoritative forms. But, on the other hand, as our modern theology is inspired by the great Christian experiences of the creative personalities of its early days, the New Testament thus being of highest value for our Christian thinking, so is our church organization given historical dignity and high religious value from the New Testament examples. And the historic forms of church initiation and sacramental observances have a like significance. That is to say, the same shifts from external authority to approved religious value have occurred here as everywhere else. Antiquity and tradition become not regulative but meaningful. The economic value of church polity. The significance of various church polities. Church polity to the modern man becomes a study in efficiency, due regard being given to the value for efficiency of emotional attitudes toward time-honored and religiously significant procedure. Christendom is composed of great historic churches, each of them with an organized life, whose forms are dear to its members and of definite religious worth to them. On the other hand, the churches are cumbered with constitutional conditions and requirements that are irksome to large numbers of religiously minded people. The modern study of church polity, therefore, is concerned with estimating the economic values of systems which the historic process has bequeathed to us. Denominational organization. The minister of each denomination will need to understand in detail the specific organization of his body. In the more highly organized bodies that are under episcopal and presbyterial control, this involves a knowledge of the organic law of the church, its officers, courts, modes of procedure, and of the constitution of the various boards by which the denominational interests are carried on. In the less highly organized bodies, the subject for study would be the city, district, state, and national organizations whose constitutions and interrelations are being constantly more clearly defined, and in connection with these, the boards and societies to which is committed the larger denominational work. Each body has its problems of denominational policy, which are under discussion in the denominational press and at the various conventions and assemblies, and which may well constitute subjects for a scholarly investigation in practical theology. The trend toward democratization. Rigid as church polities are supposed to be, they are all yielding to the modern spirit. There is an unmistakable trend in the more highly organized churches toward the determining of policy and procedure by the membership. The democratic churches, which have developed extra-ecclesiastical societies, whose government has been more virtually oligarchical, are taking possession of those societies and bringing them under popular control. Laymen are becoming more and more significant in the government of all churches. Positions which until recently could have been held only by ministers are now held by men who regard ordination for themselves as undesirable. With the expanding influence of the church into society, ordination itself is becoming to some degree a question of ecclesiastical convenience. The basis of church membership is being made more and more a question of personal conscience and less of ecclesiastical conformity. The trend toward organized efficiency. The commercial word efficiency is coming into larger ecclesiastical use. On any theory of the New Testament, only a small part of modern church life can there find its regulative constitution. The ever-widening work of the church is constantly being carried on under the influence of economic considerations. Those churches that regard themselves as pure democracies are developing a denominational officialism for the conduct of missionary endeavors which has the efficiency value of episcopacy, and within the local church work is so organized under committees and boards that the ruling eldership largely obtains. The study of these tendencies and of their meaning for social progress constitutes the new and important task of church polity. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Smith. Part 3. Church Administration. Definition and Scope. As already indicated, this title might seem to be synonymous with church polity, but if the latter term be kept for the study of historical forms of church organization and their significance in the changing conditions of today, we may conveniently discuss under church administration the problems of the organization of modern church life. With the enlarging activities in the church, the development of distinct types of churches, the relation of churches to the welfare and reformative movements of the time, and the emphasis on the expressive aspect of religion, this subject has attained great importance. The efficiency of the minister today is to no small extent a question of administrative ability. Church types. The complexity of church administration arises from the fact that the social conditions of our day have inevitably produced different types of churches. We no longer have simply large and small churches, those of cultured people and those of the less educated, all of which may be virtually of the same type, calling for exactly the same kind of administration. But we have very marked diversities of condition which demand new organization and activity. The family church. The traditional American church still continues in the towns, in the small cities, and in the suburbs of large cities. While it has some new and very pressing religious responsibilities in the direction of relating itself to the social progress of our times, its administrative problems are relatively simple, having to do with efficient systems of finance, the organization of the membership in significant activities, and the newer opportunities of religious education largely conceived. The downtown church. The crowding of metropolitan sections has resulted in the recession of the well-to-do classes into exclusive residence districts and into suburbs. The great church, which at one time included the ablest people of the city, becomes stranded in a boarding-house district. The gravest administrative problems immediately arise. The population is larger than ever. The religious need is greater than ever. The necessity of expert leadership is enhanced. Money must be raised in excess of what the ordinary congregations can supply. Teachers and workers of a higher grade than the neighborhood can furnish are required. And the contest with cheap amusement and among a population in which no family ties contribute to church allegiance, the advertising and follow-up methods of business life become imperative. The pastor, while endeavoring to keep a study, must also have an office. He must have an assistant, a secretary, a stenographer, filing cabinets, card catalogs, etc. The administration of such a church becomes a serious and complicated problem. The institutional church. The downtown church usually finds that it has opportunity and necessity to make larger appeal to its parish than the conventional church ordinarily undertakes. The problem of evil amusement must be met by the provision for healthful recreation, athletic, social, dramatic. The natural gathering of young people into groups and societies can be very well supervised by the church. Industrial classes, vocational classes, and various other educational opportunities may be provided. The church may even become an employment agency, a bank, a boarding house registry. It may do anything for the welfare of the community. Such highly developed churches have been rather infelicitously called institutional. It is manifest that the administrative problems of such organizations are increasingly complex. Large funds have to be raised. Many experts have to be employed. Considerable inventiveness and initiative are necessary to keep it in the current of the community life. The Union Church. There are numerous conditions in which Protestantism finds itself unable to maintain its life in its present divided state. Sometimes in the downtown district, more often in the sparsely settled suburbs, quite generally in the new community, it is simply impossible that there should be 4 or 5 denominational churches. The necessities of the case result in a return to the parish church, in which denominational affiliations are either minimized or abandoned, and in which the conditions of membership are the broad spiritual requirements of common Christianity. The problems of organization here arise from the peculiar necessity of adapting the church to its local situation. The rural church. It has been a question whether the country church could survive. The movement of the children of former church members to the cities, the tenancy of farms by foreigners, the emphasis of denominationalism in the face of lessening numbers, have been serious causes of the decline of the country church. But there are encouraging signs that the country church has a great future. With the development of social interests in the farming communities, a new type of church, much the same as the institutional church of the cities, has a great opportunity to contribute to the enlargement of life, intellectual, aesthetic, recreational, as well as specifically moral and religious. If the economic handicaps of denominationalism can be overcome, there are possibilities of the development of a vigorous church life under spiritual leadership. If this is to be done, it is evident that men of unusual strength must devote themselves to the pastoral management of such churches, that they must have a peculiar training which will fit them to understand thoroughly the problems of the communities which they serve. Interesting suggestions are being made regarding a possible alliance between the theological seminary and the agricultural school in the training of the country minister. Specialism in the ministry. It is evident that whatever interest may still attach to the significance of the orders of the ministry, the actual conditions of modern church life compel attention to the different types of ministry. Of these, there are at least 4: the preacher, the teacher, the pastor, and the administrator. One of the most difficult problems before us today lies in this necessity of specialism. The preaching ministry. The question as to whether the preaching function of the ministry may be maintained never arises in the presence of a real preacher. He dominates the situation. He is the minister, and whoever else may be included in the leadership of the church are his assistants. It not infrequently happens that the orator has less fitness for the other functions of the ministry, and inefficiency may therefore result. The teaching ministry. The developing educational work of the church demands peculiar specialism entirely different from that of the preacher. A most significant administrative question today is whether the church will be willing to put its ministry of teaching on a par with that of preaching. In many cases, the educational leader is not ordained. the pastoral ministry. For many reasons, the preacher should be the pastor, and yet this becomes increasingly difficult in large churches. The service of the pastoral ministry calls for peculiar gifts and abilities, and it cannot be satisfactorily discharged by the ordinary assistant minister. Sometimes by sheer force of pastoral goodness an indifferent preacher sustains his work, but there is a possibility of specialism with a significant place for the real pastor. The administrative ministry. The large and elaborately organized churches always have various assistants in administrative capacities. An important question is whether there is place for a man, not necessarily ordained, who by special training in the executive phases of church life shall be able to take the leadership of the church in its great modern developments. Church architecture. The enlargement of functions with the graded educational work of the church is requiring a new type of building. Our churchly feelings are stirred by the traditional forms of ecclesiastical architecture, the Gothic holding the first place. But the churchly structure is to be an auditorium, and connected with it must be opportunities for the religious exercises of many different groups, together with numerous separated classrooms, and in addition society rooms, club rooms, kitchen and dining room, lecture room, and perhaps gymnasium, bowling alley, and even swimming pool. These problems are particularly acute where the needs of the community call for a diversified work, and where the funds available do not permit of an elaborate building. As function must always determine form in every structure, it is evident that new and most interesting problems confront the church architect. There is necessity here for some cooperation between the practical leaders of the church and the schools of architecture. The latter have made scarcely any attempt to understand the needs of the modern church. The organization of churches. The Constitution. Whether the constitution of the local church is provided for it by a larger body or is the product of its own independent requirements, it will have little relation to the New Testament beyond a very few central points, for the reason that the modern church is concerned with so many matters that did not affect the primitive church. The Constitution, therefore, or the bylaws of the church rules, must develop in accordance with the demands of efficiency. Group organizations. The important practical questions regarding subordinate organizations within the church are 1. By what authority they shall be organized, 2. To what extent they shall be supervised, 3. What relation they shall have to other agencies of a similar character, so that the whole work of the church may be correlated without gaps and without overlapping. Important developments of modern times have been the sex and age differentiations within the church. The official positions, the direction of missionary activity, the provision of financial support have been for the most part in the hands of the adult men. Women's organizations were formed to secure specific interests or service from women, and later came specific organizations to give young people a larger opportunity. It has finally become necessary to secure a larger place in activity for the adult men who are rather left out of account in the multiplying societies. Numerous men's organizations have therefore of late come into being. Financial methods. The church has become a very complicated financial organization. As endowments are few, the large budgets must be raised entirely by voluntary contribution. People may have the benefit of an expensive plant and large ministries, and yet decide for themselves whether they will pay anything for the privilege. A vigorous church may have a dozen treasuries, each needing to be constantly supplied. Carelessness at any point means disaster. No church does good work whose finances are mismanaged. A marked sign of religious vitality is the willingness of people to give in large sums and constantly to the enterprises in which they believe. Great importance, therefore, attaches to the orderly management of the securing and dispersing of funds. Usually money for the current expenses of the church, regarded as a definite indebtedness, is kept distinct in fact and in thought from the missionary and philanthropic contributions regarded as benevolence. But the greatest efficiency requires that every member of the church and congregation shall be a contributor to both of these. Regularity is also of prime importance, and the system of weekly giving is becoming more and more common. Able businessmen should have these matters in charge, the pastor being relieved of all specific responsibility. Subordinate societies should be subject to some supervision as to their financial affairs. The plan of having a single treasury with which all the societies bank their funds is receiving thoughtful consideration. The organization of parochial work. Efficiency in religious work depends upon adequate skilled oversight and large voluntary activity. The church is best conceived as an organization of the religious people of the community for the largest service to the community. It is organized friendliness, the organization being necessary because of the number of friends and the number to be befriended. Various methods are in operation for the division of the church membership, for mutual acquaintance and help, and for the visitation of the unchurched. This is peculiarly the work of the pastor, and one of his largest opportunities will be in seeing that every member has some helpful duty assigned to him, and that every possibility of helpfulness is adequately grasped. Interdenominational relations. The parish. In the days of a single-state church, the limits of jurisdiction and responsibility for each local church were readily defined upon a geographical basis. Everyone within that area was in the parish of the pastor. Within a given denomination, the territory is still roughly divided into parishes, and each church is supposed to be responsible for the denominational interests within its more or less uncertainly defined jurisdiction. Some very acute intra-denominational problems are here involved, and in many cases much energy is wasted through competition among churches of the same name. Some method of more definite parochial division is greatly needed within most of the religious bodies. The problem is much more acute, however, when from 4 to 20 denominations are operating within the same territory. In communities where there are enough members of each body to sustain a vigorous church, there is no particular difficulty, except that no single church feels the proper responsibility for the great mass of the unchurched. Where the population is not sufficient to sustain all the bodies, the condition is often unsatisfactory and sometimes deplorable. Movements of comity, cooperation, and union are thus very much to the fore. Interdenominational comity. Although rivalry and competition among Christian bodies unhappily still continue, it is being generally realized that the religious situation of today calls at least for certain agreements and divisions of labor. No church should start an outstation where it will rival a similar undertaking of another body. In the establishment of new churches, the religious needs of the district should be considered in a broad way. The organization of the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America is a hopeful movement toward a more effective organization of the Protestant forces and the elimination of useless and harmful competition. A local council of this federation ought to be organized in every community. The reports of the Federal Council and of its commissions ought to be in the library of every church and the subject of its earnest study. Interdenominational cooperation. There are many respects in which actual cooperation can take place, and the Federal Council is the best agency for projecting and conducting plans to this end. The unchurched population may be definitely canvassed and divided among the churches. Effort may be made to bring all the children of the community to the Sunday school. A community house may be established for recreative purposes, or affiliation with the Christian associations may secure the same results. Evangelistic campaigns may be conducted. Indeed, unlimited endeavors for community betterment may be undertaken in this way. We are only at the beginning of the possibilities of church cooperation. The newly awakened interest in religious education, concerning which there is so little opportunity for difference of opinion, and in which denominations markedly diverse may unite, is particularly favorable for this larger cooperation. Church unity. The Christian church is about equally divided between those who look for the organic union of Christian bodies as the only possible ideal toward which to strive, and those who regard the division of the church into a few great denominations as the most reasonable and effective method of promoting the religious interests. probably a great deal of energy is being employed in talk about unity by those who are not willing to make the slightest sacrifice of personal opinion or attitude in order to secure it. Some very interesting attempts are actually being made in small suburbs and in rural districts to have a single Protestant church connected with no denomination, in which the largest liberty shall be permitted in the matter of religious opinion. Probably we have not yet reached a point where anything more can be said than that each community must endeavor to meet its own problem in the most economical and effective way. If there are a few ultra-denominationalists, a union of the churches would probably do more harm than good, and it is a question whether the failures have not been as significant as the successes. Some special phases of this problem will be more properly discussed in connection with missions. The Church and the Community. The Church and other social institutions. Many churches do not yet recognize that a great deal of work which was once entirely under ecclesiastical control is now more properly undertaken by other agencies. The state is constantly assuming responsibility for larger and larger areas of social interests, and of those social activities which must still be undertaken by private organizations, many appeal to a wider constituency than that of the religious community. All earnest citizens are interested in kindergartens, hospitals, playgrounds, the prevention of crime, the extinction of tuberculosis, child welfare, etc. The Church must not feel jealous of these goodly endeavors outside of its own communion, but must rather encourage its members to enter into all of them, inspiring them with its own religious fervor and motive. It will often be desirable for the Church to hand over activities in which it has been greatly interested, because a larger number of persons may thus be secured to engage in them. Relation to philanthropy and moral education. While there are many social activities into which the Church can enter only through its individual members, there are others in which it may have a part organically. This is particularly the case as regards the charities and juvenile protective agencies. On account of the personal character of the relations involved in these endeavors, each church may well undertake, in connection with the city or community organization, certain specific responsibilities, such as the care and comfort of particular families or of particular children. This is an extension of its pastoral office which it should eagerly seek to make. In this way the philanthropies may be furthered. At the same time the Church may secure the educational opportunity of sending its own trained workers, clerical and lay, and more the latter, into genuinely social endeavors. In order to promote this social interest, the survey ought to be in every church library, as far as possible in every home. Relation to political and reform movements. Great care is needed in relating the Church as an organization to movements which involve specific political and social theories. The Church is for all the people, and there are religious people in all the political parties and on both sides of many social issues. Yet the Church may lose its moral leadership by being too timorous. If some religious people think that the state has no right to regulate the labor of women and children, and the hygienic conditions under which workmen shall be employed, the Church is not obliged to hold itself silent in deference to their wishes. We can have no social progress until we share the prophetic passion for social justice. Perhaps there is no more difficult problem before the preacher and teacher of today than the tactful yet courageous appeal to have the Church take its place in social reform. End of Chapter 10, Part 3.
Chapter 10, Part 4 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 10, Part 4. Literature. The beautiful spirit, as well as the keen analysis of the books of Professor Rauschenbusch, make them valuable to the minister and for adult classes in the Church. Read also W. H. Roberts' Laws Relating to Religious Corporations. It is important for the Church to understand its legal status. This work presents the status of the various states as to incorporation, management, etc. It is brought down only to 1896. Washington Gladden, the Christian pastor and the working church, while concerned principally with the typical city church, deals with manifold forms of organization for religious efficiency. In Parish Problems, Dr. Gladden has discussed particularly the church and its relation to its social opportunities. George Hodges and John Reichert, in The Administration of an Institutional Church, give a detailed account of the operation of St. George's Parish, New York. The book is very suggestive in respect to varied forms of church activity. W. H. Wilson, The Church of the Open Country, is the best book dealing with the problems and opportunities of the rural church. Mead, Modern Methods of Church Work, is the storehouse of valuable suggestions to the minister. Here are brought together the plans and projects that have been successful in various churches. Forms of advertising and for various invitations are given, so that the busy minister may find many matters worked out for him. J. F. Cohen, New Life in the Old Prayer Meeting on the Single Phase of Church Activity, is full of good suggestion. William B. Patterson, Modern Church Brotherhood, deals with the character and opportunity of men's organizations, which have been prolific of recent years. H. F. Cope, The Efficient Layman, is another treatment of the men's activities in the church. 4. Pastoral care. Definition. The division of practical theology relating to the personal and private, as distinguished from the organizational and public work of the ministry, has been traditionally known as poimenics. It inevitably included the matters of parish visitation, and even of the relief of the poor, which we should now more naturally treat under the organization of the church. The subject may be confined to the personal relations of the minister, with the families and members of the church community, and with the individuals outside of the church community, who may be won to the religious life. As Dr. Jefferson has pointed out in his stimulating work, The Minister as Shepherd, it is this important phrase of ministerial duty which gives such great significance to the title pastor. He rightly holds that it is the most significant of all names which are applied to the professional leader of the church. 2. The cure of souls. The traditions of the pastoral office. The ancient phrase, the cure of souls, appearing in English at least as early as the 14th century, referred, of course, to the charge or care of the parishioners who were committed to ministerial oversight. As the magistrate had the care of the temporal interests, so the priests were committed to the spiritual interests of the people. As a result of the pastoral charge given by Christ to the apostles, by Paul to the Ephesian elders, and elaborated in the so-called pastoral letters, it was the inevitable expectation of the church that her ministries would be the shepherds of the spiritual flock. The people needed moral and religious guidance, admonition, discipline, comfort, encouragement. The pastor was appointed that he might minister to these needs. In literature, from the Canterbury Tales to the Deserted Village, wherever the good minister was portrayed, it was the faithful shepherd, true, wise, self-sacrificing, sometimes severe, always fearless, who led men to righteousness and peace. Two great treatises of the 17th century, The Country Parson by George Herbert and The Reformed Pastor by Richard Baxter, present the ideal of the pastoral office in the Protestant churches, and these two works, so nobly and tenderly written, coming out of the ripe experience of their saintly authors, will always remain classics upon this subject. Here the pastor is the teacher who must instruct the unlearned. He is the spiritual guide who must counsel and admonish the erring. He is the religious comforter who must bring the consolations of religion to the sick and dying. He is messenger of salvation who must seek out to the lost and bring them to repentance and faith. The pastoral office in the modern world. The foregoing statement of functions may seem at first to relate to an outgrown office. Our educated and democratic people are little inclined to brook domination, and usually regard themselves as quite as well qualified to determine matters of duty as the minister. Many people feel that they will be glad to welcome their pastor at any time as a social visitor, but have no desire for a pastoral call. Jefferson has made a very keen analysis of the problem in its modern phases, and out of the experience of his busy metropolitan ministry, most earnestly contends that the pastoral office is needed even more today than it was in the past. The minister is priest. The modern minister is still in a certain sense a priest. With all changes that have taken place in his own and in the public estimation of his office, it is still true that he is set apart to hold mediatorial position between God and man, not of course in the sense that he is the secret of approach to the divine which is withheld from the laity, but that it is peculiarly his business to help men to know God and to serve as the interpreter of God to men. It is for him to take in special manner upon himself the responsibility for the spiritual welfare of the people. However successful he may be as preacher and minister, teacher, lecturer, promoter of worthy enterprises, there remains the personal relation to the people who are in need of comfort and spiritual help, which it is his peculiar function to mediate. The minister, after all, is not quite the same as other men. He may give up the distinctive ecclesiastical garb and many of the traditional trappings of his office, but the very fact that he officiates on the significant occasions of life, at marriage, where he pronounces the blessing of the church upon man and wife, at baptism, whether an infant or confessor, where he performs the ceremony of initiation into the church membership, at the burying of the dead, where he speaks the faith and hope of the church in the life to come. All this gives him a certain sacerdotal character even in the least ecclesiastical communions. Moreover, however carefully any semblance of this confession be avoided, the pastor is, in the nature of the case, very often the expert counselor in matters of conscience. Sophisticated people may insist they have no need of a priest, but the human heart has not changed, and many people still have the need of the personal help which the appointed religious leader may afford. The old phrase, the consolations of religion, from which we have revolted a little in our rightful insistence upon an aggressive Christianity, stood, nevertheless, for a fundamental human need. A great many people ought to be comforted, and most of them will welcome the effort if it be wisely and graciously bestowed. The pressure of modern life has only made the common burdens more grievous to be borne. It is for the pastor to administer the consolation. The consensus of opinion of the most efficient ministers of today is that more emphasis must be put upon the pastoral function. They insist that preaching is vitalized by contrast with the people and their personal interests and needs, and that no organization of visitation can take the place of the presence of the minister in the home. Of course, this raises the serious problem of how practically to secure such personal relation with every member of the parish without the waste of time involved in mere social calling and perfunctory visiting. The pastor as friend. This is the title of an excellent chapter in Gladden's The Christian Pastor and the Working Church, in which he discusses the subject of pastoral care. He lays emphasis upon the essential friendship of the pastoral relation. It is a most important conception, for it saves the office from the professional sacerdotalism which it robs of its finest character. When the pastoral office is at its best, the minister is present in every time of need as a valued friend. The people want him because they love him. He makes their joys sweeter and their sorrows easier to bear. At the bedside of the sick, in the house of mourning, in the family that is waiting for the prodigal to return, in conversation with the perplexed and with the erring, he is the strong and wise friend, ever ready and ever able to help. One of the supreme qualities of the minister is his capacity for loving people, and that includes liking them. Other men may deal with cases. He deals with persons. He is willing to pay the price in which the tax upon his sympathy of a wide extensive friendship. He is the friend of those who are rich in friendships, and also of those who are so poor of friends that they are lonely. End of chapter 10, part 4.
Chapter 10, part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith, Chapter 10, Part 5, Practical Theology. 5. Liturgics. 1. Definition. The subject of liturgies may be variously considered. A broad study may be made of the origin, history, and significance of religious ceremonial. This would involve the study of primitive ritual and of the part which it played in the development of social control, an aspect of the subject of liturgies which belongs to the history of religion. Again, the various religious rites and ceremonies may be analyzed with reference to the ideas which they embody and to the emotional states which they are calculated to express or to produce. The psychology of religion would treat of liturgies in this aspect. Christian liturgies as a significant historical growth with origins in Judaism and in paganism, and an intimate connection with the development of doctrine. In this phase, it belongs in the field of church history. But in addition to these, the subject is of high importance in modern religious expression, including a consideration of the type of liturgy to be employed, the technique of the performance of ritual, and the study of the values to be secured by its employment. It is this aspect of the subject which properly belongs to practical theology, and with it may well be included the subject of hymnology. 2. The psychology of liturgics. The full treatment of this subject, as noted above, belongs to the psychology of religion. Certain aspects must be noted, however, for their bearing on practical problems. Psychological principles involved in the employment of liturgy. Historically, ritual probably had two purposes. In the first place, it was directed toward the God. The divine favor was to be secured or the divine displeasure averted by certain established ceremonials which it was necessary to perform according to a recognized technique in order that they might be efficacious. As a magic, the proper performance of the ritual compelled the god to comply with the wishes of the worshipper. In a refined form, this has come down through the stages of religious development, in the conception that fitting worship is well pleasing to God. This idea is preserved in the expression divine service. But ritual had always another purpose. When impressively performed, it was found to have an effect upon the worshipers. It aroused emotions that were felt to be congruous with the exercises of worship. The ritual was therefore elaborated with reference to the production of this effect. This too came down through the stages of religious development, issuing in Christianity, in the gorgeous ceremonial of the Mass, and in the numerous less elaborate liturgical services. An interesting manifestation of the same tendency in our own time is the development of the revival music, which melts the heterogeneous elements of a crowd into a unity. Manifestly, in modern ethical religion, there can be no idea of influencing God by means of ceremonial, though there may well be the belief that worship is pleasing to him as manifesting a right attitude on the part of his people. But the dominant purpose of worship must be the production of certain moods and emotional reactions which we recognize as religious, such as the contemplative, the restful, the hopeful, the trusting, the aspirational, the ecstatic. And in an ethical religion, these moods and emotions are not ends in themselves, but are designed to facilitate desirable conduct and desirable attitudes toward life and its problems. Evidently, then, the modern test of a ritual must be pragmatic, just as we have found it to be the case with an ecclesiastical polity. In the nature of the case, other things being equal, antiquity, tradition, and the rich associations of the past will tend to enhance the emotional effect of a ceremonial. So far, prescription must ever remain an inherent virtue of a liturgical form. But if the rationalizing process has emasculated of its value the idea which the symbol conveyed, its antiquity may go for nothing. It may lose all its power to stir emotion, or it may even become obnoxious. Thus the Mass, so profoundly significant to the Roman Catholic, has wholly lost any power to stimulate religious emotion in the ordinary Protestant, or changing taste may so alter the attitude of the worshipper that rites which formerly seemed deeply significant may appear to be trivial. Liturgical exercises that were once productive of reverence may become tiresome. To some persons the solemn chant is dull and tedious. To others the lively gospel song is irreverent and painful. The modern problem of worship. A most important problem which has received very little consideration is the effect of the church service upon the occupants of the pews. We can no longer think of the service as something demanded by God to which the worshipper is therefore compelled to submit. We must think of it as an exercise designed entirely to help the worshipper in securing the right religious attitude towards God, life, and duty. We must consider then the presuppositions with which our worshipper enters the church. The psychology of apperception is important here. We must estimate his attitude toward each element of the worship. We must consider what may check the rising tide of emotion and what may carry it on to the full. We must analyze our ceremonial as to its impressive and expressive character, with a view to a certain balance between these elements. We must see whether the various emotions of reverence, contrition, aspiration, joy are called forth in natural order. The psychology of attention and of interest will be of the greatest significance in studying our problem. The technique of the administration of worship is of great importance. Given the proper elements and the most effective rites, are the ministrants qualified to carry them through? Here personality counts for a great deal. But there's a certain freedom, attitude, inner appreciation, sense of harmony, even quality of voice, accuracy of enunciation, power of interpretation, which are vital to success. As regards the ministry of song, apart from the selection of fitting music, there is again the question of personality in the singer, and there is a fitness of the rendition of the music to the circumstances of worship. Thus anything in the nature of display is immediately destructive of the mood of worship, so that the music most admirable from the standpoint of artistic technique may be utterly objectionable for the purpose of educing religious feeling in the congregation. 3. Prevailing liturgical forms. Liturgy is prescribed by rubric. In many churches the matter of liturgy is altogether prescribed, and the business of the ministers to become thoroughly acquainted with the rites, ceremonies, forms, vestments, and ministrations. He will naturally seek to know the history of the ritual of which he is the ministrant, and will wish to understand the interpretation of the various symbols and forms which the best modern thinking of his own church affords. In all bodies which have traditional liturgies there are those who dogmatically insist upon the retention of the historical meaning of the various elements. But in all these bodies there are also thoughtful men who appreciate the new world in which we are living, and who, while reverently and affectionately maintaining the old forms, find larger meaning in them in accordance with modern needs. It is idle to modernize one's theology if one does not also modernize the interpretation of his liturgy. The ministrant of the prescribed liturgy will also be concerned to study the effect of the various elements upon his congregation. General psychological principles will be helpful, but on the basis of these he ought to make as careful a practical study as he may of the actual results secured in the experience of the worshipers. He should attempt to analyze his own reactions to the service and those of the various types of persons who are in attendance. Again, the technique of ministration will be most important here, and even where the prescriptions of the church are very definite, there is often large opportunity for individuality of expression. Liturgies conventionally employed. It is usual to differentiate between the liturgical and the non-liturgical churches. There is a convenience in the distinction, but it must be recognized that it is only one of degree. All churches employ ritual. What is known as the order of worship in the most unconventional ecclesiastical bodies is yet quite definitely conventional, while the forms employed in the administration of the ordinances and in the marriage and funeral services are definitely set by custom. Even such simple services as the prayer meeting and the young people's meeting have an almost unvarying order, which practically amounts to ritual. It must be kept in mind that the recitation of the Lord's Prayer, the responsive reading of the Psalter, the singing of the doxology, and indeed of all congregational hymns and bowing in prayer, the collection of the offerings of the people, the reading of the Scripture, the sermon itself, and the benediction are as definitely liturgical forms as the prayers which are printed in prayer books. It is not then a question whether a church should employ a liturgy, but rather what liturgical forms may be most satisfactorily used for a particular congregation. Patterson in Public Worship has discussed the various elements most helpfully from the standpoint of the congregational churches. The most serious criticism to be offered of the conventional church service is that it is so little congregational. The significant emphasis which the Reformed churches put upon the sermon has thrown that element into such prominence that the minister is thought of and often called the preacher, and the congregation is thought of and often called the audience, while the general name for the room in which public worship is held is the auditorium. An able preacher recently wrote an article with the title, "As to Preliminaries." He meant everything that happened before he began to preach. The congregation is still allowed to sing 2 or 3 hymns, omitting the 3rd verse, but the minister prays, offers the confession, and reads the Scripture, besides preaching the sermon, and the choir takes the larger part of the music to itself. There is needed an emphasis on congregational worship. Eclectic liturgies. This need has given rise to various endeavors to enrich the service. Some have stigmatized this effort as an addition of liturgical frills. Others have said that the minister and the choir were the only persons interested in the enrichment. Of course, a generation that has been trained to think of a church service as consisting of a sermon with some opening exercises will not easily appreciate the elements of worship. The problem before the modern minister is to use such liturgical forms as shall actually promote in his people the mood of worship. He must study his own congregation. He must experiment. He must particularly study the technique of ministration. He has the right to feel that all the liturgical riches of the ages are open to his use. They belong to no section of Christianity but to the church universal. To employ the general confession in a church of Puritan ancestry is not to add a liturgical frill, nor is it to negate the protest of the Puritans. It is simply to realize that some things which some found hurtful to true worship at a certain stage of the progress of the church have regained their usefulness in the day when ecclesiastical conflict is abated. The minister should be very familiar with the Book of Common Prayer and with the Book of Common Worship of the Presbyterian Church. The Psalter lends itself peculiarly to the valuable congregational practice of antiphonal chanting or reading, but for this purpose it must be properly edited. We are under no obligation to use psalms in their entirety when portions of them will better suit our liturgical needs. Various attempts have been made to edit a church book of responsive readings, but a thoroughly satisfactory arrangement still remains to be made. One difficulty which confronts the modern minister is the fact that the worship of the church has been developed upon the basis of the individualistic religion of the salvation of the soul, almost the only social element in it referring to the evangelization of mankind. How shall he pray for the great social needs so apparent in our day? Evidently, we need a new devotional literature inspired by the social passion. Rauschenbusch has made a most beautiful endeavor in this field in his For God and the People, Prayers of the Social Awakening. 4. Hymnology, the history of the hymns. Music, chant, song have always been an important element of worship. Musical rhythm is one of the most potent means of exciting emotion. Elemental feelings are stirred by accented music of the drumbeat quality, and the dirge with its moan-like character has ever produced sadness and depression. The developed musical sense responds emotionally and in characteristic fashion to the various types of music. The wedding of words and music, when each is interpretative of the other, naturally heightens the emotional quality of the exercise. Christianity inherited the Psalms from the Jewish church, and doubtless took over the simple chants in which they were rendered. But while appreciating these noble expressions of religion, the new faith desired more definite ascription of praise and expression of faith, aspiration, hope, joy. It is thought that there are fragments of Christian song in the New Testament. Very early appeared in the Gloria in Excelsis, the Gloria Patri, the Ter Sanctus, the Benedicite, the Te Deum, together with the nativity songs in the Gospel of Luke. Then followed the noble hymns of the Greek and Latin churches, of which the latter are especially fine. Then the wonderful and extensive German hymnody. Then the French, English, and Scottish psalmody. Then from the middle of the 17th century the great development of English hymnody. Duffield has two scholarly works, Latin hymns and English hymns. The monumental Dictionary of Hymnology by Julian is the best treatment of the whole subject, while Breed, the the history and use of hymns and hymn tunes is an accurate and interesting popular treatment. See bibliography at close of this section. The survival of the fittest. It would be rash to endeavor to estimate the number of Christian hymns that have been written. Charles Wesley wrote over 6,000. Fanny Crosby over 3,000. Probably not far less than 250,000 hymns have actually been written and sung in Europe and America. But Benson has written an excellent and appreciative little book on the 32 best hymns. A vast number were forgotten in their own generation. The same process that preserves the best painting, sculpture, poetry, drama, has saved the best hymns from dying with the mass that were not worth saving. If commercial considerations, denominational pride, and fortuitous interest could be eliminated from the consideration of the subject, the conclusion would be that it is doubtful whether there are more than 400 hymns in English that are worthy to be kept for the use of the Christian church. Most hymn books are far too large. Breed, Benson, Pratt, and Dickinson have suggestive discussions on this point. See bibliography at the close of this section. Modern hymns. The lyric is naturally very personal. The finest Christian hymns breathe the aspiration of the individual soul for communion with God, for cleansing, for salvation, for the blessedness of the life beyond. To be sure, the singer realizes his representative capacity. He is also singing for his brethren, but the values expressed are predominantly pietistic. Where shall we find hymns to express our social passion and hope? It is manifestly not easy to put sociology into lyric form, and of course that would be the last thing to be desired. Hymnology always fails when it becomes hortatory and propagandist. But what the great missionary hymns have done for the passion of evangelism, hymns of the social awakening ought to do for the passion of social justice and love. A new collection entitled Hymns of the Kingdom has sought to bring together the best that are available of these lyrics. It is clear that the singer who will voice our new hopes and prayers will have a mission. The Gospel Songs. The very effective religious work of Moody and that of Bliss and Sankey produced the Gospel Songs. They have a certain likeness to the popular songs of the stage and of the street, which are so extraordinarily interesting and so transitory. They caught the ear of the people. The music was easy, requiring no effort. There was generally some simple and obvious imagery which appealed to some common sentiment. The connection of the gospel songs with the significant evangelistic work of Moody, from which so many thousands of persons drew their deepened religious interests, naturally gave to them a peculiar sanctity. But they wore out. It was necessary to find new ones to take their places. The evangelists who followed in the wake of Moody had each his own singer who wrote and published gospel songs. The business became exceedingly lucrative. The commercial motive, which hitherto had had little to do with hymnody, became very prominent. Today we are flooded with song books filled with cheap, sentimental, often irreverent, and generally undesirable hymns. Whether considered from devotional, the poetic, or the musical point of view, they are sung in evening services, in Sunday schools, in young people's meetings, in church prayer meetings, the great and noble hymns being confined to the Sunday morning service. The result is that the hymns which ought to be the permanent religious possession of the people, are not learned and are not known. Perhaps the gospel songs have their place. Breed gives a very fair general estimate of their value. Probably the church would be the gainer today if a score of the better gospel songs were to be retained and all the rest forgotten. Present tendencies and needs. The last decade has seen a decided improvement in church hymnals. Most of them are still too large. The hymn book is not the place for the documents of the history of hymnology. We should gain by the elimination of every hymn that is not a distinctly noble religious lyric. Some of the best evangelistic hymns, carefully selected, are now printed in the best hymnals, and that is well. There is still room for a larger number of hymns of the social awakening. Above all, we need to begin singing the best hymns in childhood and youth, and we need to use our great choruses and conventions and evangelistic meetings for leading the people into the singing of noble words, set to worthy music, that shall exalt religion in their lives and open the springs of the deeper religious emotions. End of chapter 10, part 5. Chapter 10, Part 6 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 10, Part 6. Practical Theology. 6. Missions. 1. Definition and scope. It would be difficult to draw a line of distinction clearly between organized efforts for social betterment and that specialized activity comprehended under the term missions. So far as the former are directly undertaken by the church, they are likely to be intimately connected with activities that are more definitely recognized as missionary. Wherever the church is the chief socializing agency of the community, it will be under obligation to engage in many forms of social endeavor, which in more developed communities are undertaken by other voluntary organizations or by the state. In foreign lands, for example, the missionary enterprise embraces all forms of philanthropy and education, including even industrial training, hospital, dispensary, and medical care, even sometimes the organization of industry. The missionary is concerned not merely with the religious propaganda, but with an extension of all the social and spiritual values which in its best expression Christianity represents. If Christianity may be understood in that broad sense, we may define this branch of practical theology as a study of the conduct of the propagation of Christianity through external initiative in communities and countries where Christianity does not exist, or where the local Christian forces are insufficient for self-sustenance and development. 2. Fields of missionary activity. The church as an institution of modern life has a definite economic basis. Of course, it is a religious community and not a building, but inevitably it must have a building, and this involves care and upkeep. To be effective, the church must have a professional ministry, which must be financially supported. The community to which the church immediately ministers would naturally provide the necessary funds for these expenses. Where for any reason this is impossible, a missionary field exists. Densely settled communities. In modern cities, the poor live closely packed together in certain sections, apart from the well-to-do. Whenever a family rises above the poverty line, the first idea is to flee from the crowded, dirty, unhelpful, uninteresting abodes of the poor and to seek residence in a better neighborhood. It is not expected that these densely populated districts will support their own schools, hospitals, fire stations. These are provided from the common funds in accordance with the needs, not in proportion to the taxes. The same principle adapted to the voluntary organization of the churches is involved in the mission church. The utter inability of the poor to maintain even an inexpensive religious organization, and the want of initiative in a shifting population alike demand that the church in a densely settled district shall be maintained from without. This may be done by means of endowment, as in the case of Trinity Parish in New York, or by the direct appropriations of a denomination, as in the case of the Labor Temple, supported in New York by the Presbyterians. The activities of such a church may be those already discussed in the consideration of the so-called institutional church. Foreign populations in America. The rapid immigration of peoples from all over the world into urban and rural districts in America has brought about a special religious need. In many cases, these people come from countries where the state-supported churches have given them little training in voluntary religious organization. They are thus ill adapted to form self-supporting religious congregations. In some places, the state churches were part of the old world authority, which the freedom-loving immigrant was glad to throw off in the new world. There exists, then, an actual antagonism to religion. Again, state religion, which may be very efficacious in holding children in the religious life, and which normally may keep them attached to the church in their mature years, has seldom manifested great power in winning those who have fallen away from religion. There are needed the fervor of the evangelistic appeal and the social attractions of a church adapted to the community situation. In the case of the Roman and Greek Catholic populations, there is the added obligation to missionary effort, in that the Protestant feels called upon to win these people from their superstitions to an evangelical faith which is related to the modern world. Naturally, there is no possibility of self-initiating nor of self-supporting religious effort in such conditions as these. The American church must provide a church home for the foreigner until he has reached the point where he is able and willing to carry it on for himself. Where the immigrant lives in the cities, the problem of missionary activity in his behalf is so complicated with that already discussed, as many foreigners are crowded in the poorer quarters. Sparsely settled communities. The United States, taken as a whole, is still one of the most thinly populated regions of the civilized world. Small towns many miles apart, with farmhouses at considerable distances from one another, are to be found all over the country. Moreover, there is a constant effort to get away to more remote places. The history of the United States has been a history of the pioneer pressing into new regions. Cheap land has ever been the lure that has called him from the more settled parts of the country. While there is a sense in which there is no longer a frontier, yet in a very true sense there are many frontiers. Every city has its far-flung line of newly opened suburbs. All the western states have large sections of newly opened land. What of the pioneer's religion? One of the glorious chapters of American history is the story of how the pioneer work took his religion with him. Without waiting for any missionary organization, he often opened a Sunday school and set up his altar in the log house as one of the first social institutions of the new community. But this was not always the case, nor when it was the case was it adequate. The building of a church and the support of the minister are tasks too heavy for the new community, struggling to get on its feet. A most natural field of fraternal effort has always been found in the frontier towns, in the country villages, in the new suburbs, in the mining camps and logging camps, and wherever the people were too few or too feeble to initiate and support their own religious organization. The Indians and the Negroes. The segregated condition of the Indians on the reservations has been an appeal to Christian churches to make these wards of the nation also wards of the church. Christian schools and churches have been established by the various denominations, therefore, among most of the tribes. As the Indian comes into our American life, it will still be the desire of the Christian churches to help him to share in our highest religious values. The emancipation of the slaves suddenly opened to the churches of the North an opportunity which they felt called upon to meet. Education had not been permitted to the Negroes, and they had for the most part conducted their own religious services with a strange combination of Christian conceptions and African practices. The medicine man had become the pastor. It was felt that these liberated children must be given the Christian education and guidance which would enable them to become self-directing. Unhappily, the bitterness growing out of the sectional strife prevented proper cooperation between the northern and southern whites, which alone would have made such a missionary work thoroughly effective. There is still need for many readjustments in this direction, but the fact remains that the 10 millions of Negroes in the North and South greatly need the sympathetic help of the white churches, and they constitute a proper field for missionary activity. Latin, Greek, and Oriental Christian populations. There are those who consider the non-Protestant forms of Christianity better adapted to the peoples among which they exist than our more rationalized Protestantism. Probably the majority of Protestants who are interested in missions at all are profoundly convinced that the religions of Latin America and of the Christian populations of the Turkish and Russian empires are utterly unsatisfactory from the ethical, social, and spiritual points of view. A great system of Christian schools has been established in the Turkish Empire, and an enlarging educational and evangelistic endeavor is being prosecuted in Cuba, Mexico, South America, and in Italy itself. These missionary efforts do not always aim at proselytism, but very often, as particularly among the Oriental Christians, the endeavor is to vitalize the old faith and to bring the people to an appreciation of the nobler Christian values, even though they still remain within their ancient communions. Non-Christian communities. Christianity began as a great proclamation of hope to a pagan world. The enthusiasm of propagandism continued until all Europe was nominally Christianized. When the New World was discovered, and when the Far East came into the ken of the church, the old enthusiasm was revived in the Jesuit movement, and later that of the Moravians. The modern missionary enterprise belongs especially to the 19th century. The church awoke to a sense of responsibility for the souls of men which were believed to be lost. The idea of securing salvation for the heathen world captured the imagination of the church and called forth heroic missionaries. The actual work of the missionaries revealed deeper needs. It was found that a fundamental educational enterprise must be undertaken. The pitiable lack of the simplest medical care opened the way for a great ministry of healing. Thus schools and hospitals were established in lands where nothing of the kind had ever existed. A new missionary motive developed, that of sharing with less fortunate peoples the blessings of the Christian civilization as well as the Christian faith and hope. In the last generation a further movement has taken place. The world commercially has become practically one. The missionary is not the sole representative of the civilized peoples. There is also the trader, the mechanic, the engineer, often the man of science, and, unhappily, always the soldiers sent with aggressive intent. The Christian church no longer looks upon a heathen world perishing in ignorance of the gospel, but upon a non-Christian world exposed to all the influences of our commerce and diplomacy, with accompaniments of vice, chicanery, fraud, tyranny. It is not a question as to whether the non-Christian world shall have any contact with the Christian world, but whether it shall have contact with its best as well as with its bad, its indifferent and its worst. The great modern missionary enthusiasm is to help the peoples of the earth to come to their best with the sympathetic help of the churches of Christian lands. 3. Forms of missionary organization. The various denominations have different means of carrying on these wide activities. Those that are more centrally organized carry them on by means of boards which are responsible to the central authority, but which exercise large independence on account of the diversity of the work to be done. The less centrally organized bodies have special societies for the different phases of missionary activity. City mission societies or boards. The missionary problems of a large city are so definite that there is almost always a local organization charged with the responsibility of studying those problems and of providing a means of carrying out an adequate missionary policy within the metropolitan area. There is generally an executive officer, the superintendent of city missions, who promotes the collection of money from the churches and the operation of the missions in his territory. Sometimes churches are entirely supported in needy districts. Sometimes grants are made to assist a semi-independent church. Sometimes new enterprises, churches, or Sunday schools are initiated by the city mission organization. The theory of the organization is that there shall be no community without a church, and no church without adequate means to carry on its work effectively. State mission societies, conventions, or boards. The next territorial division above the city depends upon the form of church organization. It may be a diocese, the synod, the conference, the convention, or any of these may or may not be coterminous with the state. However, there is usually a society or board which is responsible for missionary activity within some such large territory. The great cities within its area would generally be exempt from its operation, having their own metropolitan organization. But the extension and sustenance of the church in the smaller cities and towns, in the country places, and in the new communities will be its concern. The money will be raised within the territory. State diocese, or whatever its name, there will be an executive officer whose duty will be the superintendence of these activities. The theory here again is that there shall not be any community without a church, nor any church without the means to carry on its work efficiently. National or home mission societies or boards. Certain denominations are unified throughout the entire country. Several have still the two main divisions that were brought about by the slavery controversy. The Episcopal and Congregational churches, the Disciples, and many smaller denominations are national. Their home missionary work is therefore coterminous with the United States. The Methodists have a northern and southern denomination, the former regarding its jurisdiction as practically national, although to a great extent limiting its southern activities to Negro work. The latter belonging definitely to the southern states and concerned with church extension and sustenance in that section. The Presbyterians have a somewhat similar condition. The Baptists are one denomination, but have a northern and a southern convention, whose territories slightly overlap. The Northern Convention does not undertake missionary work in the South except among the Negroes. While these various differences exist, there is always a denominational society or board concerned with the entire missionary activity of the denomination in the home land. There are usually several executive secretaries, and the denominational territory is generally divided into large divisions for the purposes of the collection of money, the missionary education and stimulus of the churches, and the supervision of the missionary activities. Foreign mission societies are boards. Almost every denomination is actively engaged in the foreign mission enterprise. Several denominations exist as such only by reason of their missionary interests, these great activities having created the denominational consciousness. Even among the centrally governed bodies, the missionary undertakings are the supreme object of the denominational organization. The active direction of missions may be entrusted to the highest officials of the church. There may be a special board appointed or elected for the purpose, or there may be foreign mission societies which have been developed in and through which the denomination expresses itself. Whatever the form of organization, it is generally at least two phases. One is concerned with the missionary education and stimulus of the churches in America, the raising of the great income necessary for the enterprise, the selection of the young men and women who are to be missionaries, and to some extent the supervision of their training. The other is concerned with the actual operation of the mission in foreign lands. This involves a study of the conditions in the various countries, the appointment of the men and women to the various stations, the decisions as to the kind of work to be done, the amount of equipment to be provided, the buildings to be erected, etc., the arrangement of furloughs, the care of missionaries who may be ill or who may need to return home. In short, It is a complicated business enterprise requiring great skill for its economical and efficient prosecution. 4. Principles and problems of modern missions. Theological. It is becoming increasingly clear, especially in the foreign mission field itself, that it is a vain task to endeavor to reproduce for peoples of traditions differing from our own the religious forms, doctrinal statements, and ecclesiastical names which belong to our special religious heritage. We no longer think of salvation as dependent upon the acceptance of certain redemptive facts. We are concerned with the religious experience of faith, dependence, and love toward the God of righteousness and love whom we know in Jesus, an experience which shall function ethically in human relations. What may such an experience be for a Chinese disciple of Confucius, for a Japanese Buddhist, for a Hindu, for a Muslim, for a Congo fetish worshiper? Evidently, these questions are to be answered in the light of the most careful and sympathetic study of the particular people, with an appreciation of the best in morals and religion that they have produced, and with the broad realization that our Western Christianity is a specialized type, and is not an unchangeable norm for all peoples and times. The great simplification which the modern theological point of view brings to the missionary is ably discussed by McIntosh in an article entitled "The New Christianity and World Conversion," American Journal of Theology, 18, July and October 1914, pages 337 to 354 and 553 to 570. Sociological. Our Christianity partakes of the genius of our Western democratic social organization, unless indeed it still belongs to the aristocratic organization of feudalism. How far is it adapted to the social organization of another people? Is the church, whether it be Episcopal, Presbyterian, or Congregational in its government, a natural form of social organization for Africans, for Hindus, for Chinese? Is the community life of the American missionary family a helpful example in those different lands? Is the American boarding school system or the day school, whether or not coeducational, the best means of educating all people? What shall be our attitude in the face of such a practice as polygamy? Shall a man put away his wives, save one as a condition of entering the church? How shall we meet such social conditions as foot binding, now to be sure scarcely a problem, the marriage of children without their own consent, the veneration of ancestors, which is regarded as filial piety, the worship of the emperor, which is regarded as patriotism, the festival, which is a pageantry expressive of race life, and which may yet have undesirable elements? Evidently, there is a mass of problems requiring the most tactful and scientific consideration. We cannot pull up a race by the roots. We cannot separate it from its social heritage. We do not want to produce slavish imitations of our foreign customs. The people must continue in their own social process with the new urge, motive, and hope of the essential Christian spirit. Educational. Missionary work both at home and abroad has been increasingly educational. The missionary found very soon that he must concern himself with the youth. Elementary schools are to be found in practically all missions. Secondary schools of good grade have followed wherever possible, and a number of good colleges afford advanced educational opportunities under Christian auspices. An insistent missionary problem is that of the adaptation of educational procedure to the experience and needs of the various peoples. We are only beginning to learn this principle in our own education. Just as we formerly supposed that religion was religion, so we also thought that education was education. Each would have been expressed in terms of a certain content. People were to be saved by accepting our theology and to be educated by learning what we had learned. Thus today the Sunday school literature, which is prepared for Americans, is translated and used, with its Western illustrations and suggestions, all over the world. American hymns are translated regardless of the applicability of the symbols and imagery to other people. The tunes are carried over without considering whether they accord with the musical genius of other peoples. Education is a process of progressive socialization. It must take account of the habitat, the inheritance, the social conditions of a people. What is the best education for an Indian on a Western reservation? For the Negro boys and girls of the South? For the Japanese in a Christian academy? For a low-caste Hindu in a village of India? For the native pastors who are to lead their people in the various lands? These questions cannot be answered offhand by the simplest transference of the corresponding grade of an American school. Education must have relation to social experience. These matters are being seriously considered by modern students of missions. They were much discussed in the Edinburgh Conference, and further investigations are being made which will doubtless result in large improvement. The education of the missionary himself is a most interesting problem. Out of the Edinburgh Conference, which gave great attention to the matter, have come some marked reorganizations of curriculum in the theological seminaries. Historical, psychological, sociological, pedagogical, and linguistic studies must be included in the missionary preparation. Above all, there must be an understanding of the modern world in which the missionary church and community is to live its life. The divinity schools will most naturally continue to give this preparation, especially those that are connected with universities. The training of women for home and foreign missionary service has been undertaken by special training schools, and these are developing their standards in a very satisfactory manner. Ecclesiastical. A common impulse has led all denominations to undertake the various forms of missionary work. For the most part, there has been little zeal of denominational propaganda, but rather the larger desire for the extension of the Christian faith. In home and city missions, where there was a definite possibility of the establishment of churches that would become self-supporting and in time contributory, the element of rivalry and competition inevitably obtruded itself. In missions that were not likely to add to the denominational vigor and prestige, this was not so marked. But in any case, serious overlapping inevitably developed, while great gaps existed where no Christian work was carried on at all. Long before the problem of denominational comity arose at home, the foreign missionaries themselves felt its imperative necessity, and they have been constantly in advance of the home church in furthering this needed reform. Among the great foreign missionary boards, the world has been fairly divided, with the purpose that a given denomination shall, as far as possible, be given full responsibility for a given territory. Some difficult problems arise in regard to ecclesiastical procedure. Manifestly, if one denomination is in sole possession of a certain region, it ought to receive members of other denominations into full membership in its churches. This matter is still to be worked out. Comedy has proceeded more slowly at home than abroad. The wretched rivalry of home mission churches in small places and in frontier districts has come to be recognized as a shame to Christianity. The economic waste, the inefficiency, the unchristian spirit which has resulted from this often bitter competition are becoming clear. In a few cities, interdenominational councils have been appointed, with the responsibility of deciding where there is room for new churches, and of apportioning the new territory fairly among the denominations. There are always, however, certain intense sectarians who refuse to abide by such decisions. Much still remains to be done in this direction. Beyond comity is cooperation. At this point, again, the foreign field is in the lead. In several localities, notably in western China, an interdenominational university has been started. When one denomination is unable to send out missionary applicants, other boards are sending them out without asking them to change their denominational affiliations. If the foreign missionaries were left to themselves, there would probably soon be an end of real denominationalism altogether. The matter is more difficult at home, where vested interests are at stake, but progress is being made. The leading divinity schools are becoming interdenominational or undenominational. Certain forms of missionary work are supported by several boards in cooperation. Evangelistic activities, which are essentially missionary in their character, are generally interconfessional. The problem in its practical phases is vital and ever more insistent. One of the greatest of all foreign missionary problems is that which has come to be called technically devolution. That is, the transfer of ecclesiastical control from the mission board in America and its representative missionary to the native church itself. An interesting study on this subject has been made by Fleming in a doctor's thesis, University of Chicago, on missionary devolution in India. The Japanese church has already asserted its independence. Fundamentally, this is more than a mere matter of administrative control. It involves the question whether there is any sort of propriety in transplanting Western denominationalism to foreign lands. If one believes that a certain form of church polity and ritual has been divinely ordained to be observed everywhere and at all times, manifestly there is nothing to do but to impose it upon all converts. To those who do not find a hard and fast ecclesiasticism in the New Testament, but rather a glorious way of life taking upon itself certain convenient external forms, there will be no impropriety in allowing Japanese, Chinese, or Indian genius to find for itself the vehicles through which the Spirit of Jesus may express itself and institutionalize itself in those lands. End of chapter 10, part 6. Chapter 10, Part 7 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 10, Part 7, Practical Theology. 7. Religious Education. 1. Definition and Scope. Under the title Catechetics, practical theology has always concerned itself with the problems of the religious education of the young. As that name implies, it has been a study of the means by which the fundamental doctrines of the church and the social duties of its members might be made clear to children. The principal method employed until recent times was the catechism, with illustrations, explanatory sermons, etc. It has always been regarded as the duty of the pastor to supervise the religious training of the children of his parish, and personally to prepare them for church membership. The development of the Sunday school somewhat enlarged the task of practical theology, but until lately the educational work of the church has not been a matter of very serious theological consideration. In the curriculum of the theological seminary of 20 years ago, a few lectures on the pastor's relation to the Sunday school covered all that was done in this field. It is now coming to be recognized that religious education is to be so broadly conceived that it will cover a very large part of the function of the church. Fonts in the educational ideal in the ministry very definitely presents this consideration as fundamental to the effective modern church. Religious education, considered as a science, is a study of the developing moral religious experience in order to determine the principles of its healthiest growth and the methods, materials, and activities by which that growth may be furthered. While a theoretical difference does exist between morality and religion, practically they cannot be separated. 2. The history of religious education. This is a vast field. It must suffice simply to indicate the ground to be covered. Primitive religious education. There is little education, properly so called, among primitive peoples. There is rather a training in the technique of living, which is acquired by imitation. At puberty, however, among many peoples, elaborate and significant initiation ceremonies, generally of a religious character, take place. There is often some body of instruction given to the youth by the elders. Sometimes the secrets of the tribe are then revealed. Recent scholars have called attention to the significant parallel between these practices and the confirmation ritual or the conversion experience at the period of early adolescence in Christian churches. Ames has discussed the subject in The Psychology of Religious Experience, Boston, Houghton Mifflin Company, 1910. Hebrew religious education. The Hebrew elementary school system probably arose shortly before or shortly after the time of Christ. There were no schools of the prophets in early Israel. Religion was a training developed by the sacrifices, festivals, and customs, and later by the synagogue service and with its prayers, scriptures, and instruction. The Hebrew life at its best was deeply religious, and the child grew into it as his inheritance. Greek and Roman religious education. The developed education of the Greek and Roman youth was intimately connected with religion. It is the individualism of Christianity that has made its religious education so different from that of other peoples. When religion is the national possession, every youth comes into an appreciation of its significance, just as he acquires patriotism and the moral standards of his group. We have much to learn from an understanding of this acquisition of moral and religious ideals by means of the social inheritance. Early Christian education. There is very little reference to education in the New Testament. Education being so largely a discipline in the communal life, the disciples took for granted that the children of Christians would grow up in the practice of the Christian life. The catechumenate was established especially for the instruction of the heathen before their reception into the church. Later it became customary for children to receive catechetical instruction before their confirmation. The details of this matter have never been thoroughly studied. Religious education in the Middle Ages. The church councils constantly laid emphasis upon the duty of pastors to catechize. There was evidently great laxity on the part of the priesthood. Religion was largely participation in the festivals and ceremonials of the common religious life. The most notable education, which was not without its religious character, was that of chivalry. Here the child entered on a system of discipline which was not acquired from books but from the activities of life. He learned how to live and to behave as a page. In due time the youth learned the duties of a squire. At last, with the most solemn and impressive religious ceremonial, he took the vows of knighthood. Our modern book education, so little related to life, and bereft of pageantry and ceremonial, has much to learn from the extraordinary effectiveness with which the ideals of knighthood were so often achieved in that rude age. Monroe has a brief discussion of this discipline. In a less degree, a similar life training was effected by the trade apprenticeships, and in the homes, both high and low, by the teaching given the girls in the performance of housewifely duties. Humanism and its effect on religious education. Humanism, with its appreciation of learning, brought about the change from discipline to instruction. The youth must learn the things that could be known, especially the classic literature, and in religion he must know the Bible and the Creed. To be sure, there was great emphasis upon the exercises of religion, but there was far more upon the material. That emphasis characterizes the schools of Germany and of Great Britain to this day, and persists in many of the American churches. Its fundamental methods were the memorizing of Scripture and of catechism, and the explanation of these in terms of duties, moral and religious. The educational error is in exalting the significance of material above the needs of the developing human personality. The Sunday School. The great development of religious education arose from the voluntary efforts of the laity to give religious instruction to neglected children. While the clergy in England, and especially in America, were supposed to catechize all the children in their parishes, there were, in fact, large numbers who received no religious instruction at all. Many sporadic efforts were made during the 18th century to meet this neglect. The one which attained public recognition, and therefore permanence, was that of Mr. Robert Raikes, of Gloucester, who established schools on Sundays for poor children who could not go to school on weekdays. He provided that they should be taught to read in order that they might be able to read the Bible and the Catechism, the chief purpose of reading, according to practically all school authorities in the 18th century. The name Sunday School was given to this new institution, and it soon spread over all England and Wales, but not so readily in Scotland, where religious training was better administered. It was imported into America and attained great vogue. National organizations were formed for its propagation. At last, an international organization and a World Sunday School Convention organized all the forces of the Protestant world in a united work. The modern religious educational emphasis. While the Sunday School, in its extensive effort, went into every community in Great Britain and America and spread over the whole world, its work for the most part was and is still very superficial. The Sunday School teacher is generally entirely untrained. Sunday School literature has until recently been far below the standards of the public school. Sunday School work has been enthusiastic and inspirational, but not educational. During the last quarter of a century in England and America, expert educators have given much attention to the matter of religious education, earnestly advocating reforms and improvements. In 1903, the Religious Education Association was formed for the purpose of uniting all persons interested in the subject in a common endeavor to further religion by educational means in home, school, church, community, and in all human life. The International Sunday School Association has been hospitable to the newer ideals and has invited the cooperation of religious educators and given them place on its boards and committees. It has completely revised its curriculum, presenting a graded course of study from the kindergarten to the adult classes. This has been accepted and issued in text pamphlet form by the leading denominational publishing houses. Other systems of graded curricula have been developed, most notably the Constructive Studies published by the University of Chicago Press, the Completely Graded Series published by Scribner, and the new graded system announced by the Unitarian Board. The problem of moral and religious education in the public schools has received earnest attention during recent years. The great controversy over sectarian education in England produced the Moral Education League, which developed a series of textbooks in the field. Sadler's 2-volume Moral Instruction and Training in Schools is a conspectus of what is being attempted in this direction all over the world. The proceedings of the National Education Association and of the Religious Education Association contain numerous papers presenting the various points of view of education in America. Numerous very interesting experiments, notably that at Gary, have recently come into operation. These will need most careful observation and criticism. A valuable beginning of such evaluation has been made in the reports published in Religious Education, February 1916. 3. Data of religious education. General psychology. Religious education is concerned with a process in consciousness. Religion is a complex of attitudes, dispositions, habits, ideals. It is concerned with reactions of thought, of feeling, of conduct. It has to do with imagination, memory, association. Education in religion can only be understood as consciousness in all these aspects is understood. The science of consciousness is psychology, which therefore must be fundamental in the study and practice of religious education. Genetic psychology. The human personality, conceived as a psychophysical organism, is in process of development. From birth to maturity, there are interrelated changes, physical and psychical, which determine the nature of the organism at any period of its growth. Education cannot deal with memory, imagination, reasoning, but with these functions of consciousness as they operate at any given stage of development. The science of the developing consciousness is genetic psychology, which thus becomes of high importance to the religious educator. Social psychology. Education is also a social process. Indeed, it cannot be defined apart from the use of social terms. Thus, the special phase of psychology, which is concerned with the study of the social nature of consciousness and the interpretation of reciprocal personal relations, is contributory to education. Anthropology. All subjects today are studied genetically. Every phase of our religious experience has its history and is illuminated by an understanding of its genesis and development. A knowledge of the life, culture, and education of primitive man and of the less developed races is of great value for the appreciation of modern problems. The fact that the correspondences between primitive and child life have been greatly overstated does not lessen the importance of the contribution of anthropology to education. The psychology of religion. As religious education is concerned with the development of the moral religious life, it is obvious that it must understand the nature of the experience which it seeks to promote. The psychology of religion studies and interprets that experience, thus furnishing the religious educator with the means of understanding his task and estimating his results. This is also a new science, and so dependent is religious education upon the progress of the psychology of religion that the two can scarcely be separated in practical study. This science holds so large a relation to the whole field of practical theology that it has seemed wise to give it a brief separate treatment, with some discussion of its literature. See below pages 663 and following. General education. Education is a unitary process. Religious education is not a distinct undertaking which can be separated from so-called secular education. Every educational process has its ethical and religious influence. Whether we work in church or in school, we deal with the same human instincts, dispositions, capacities, emotions, ideas, activities. Religious education is only a special emphasis. If it is to be broad and wise, it must keep close to the principles and methods which education in general has worked out. Education has made great advances in recent years. It has 100 experts where religious education has 1. The younger branch of the science does well, therefore, to learn very humbly from the elder. 4. Theories or religious education. There is a theory of religious education held by not a few persons who are not themselves religious, which may be called prophylactic. A writer on the subject actually stated that he would wish to have his own child brought up in the strictest type of Calvinism till he was about 11 years of age, after which he would gradually let him get rid of it. A lady who does not regard the church as useful to herself allowed her children to engage in all its activities, and frankly stated that it seemed to be about the best thing for them until they reached 15 years of age. These views would seem to indicate that religion is a lower stage of culture through which the child must pass on his way to that of the super-religious man. The culture epochs theory. The only theory of religious education which has actually gained a name is that which has come over from the field of general education and is founded on the recapitulation theory. As biology was supposed to have proved that the individual recapitulated, in the prenatal stage, the history of his whole line of ancestors, so by an interesting analogy, it was assumed that in his postnatal stage, he passed through the various periods of culture through which the race has passed. Born an animal, he developed into a savage, this stage roughly comprising the period of childhood, thence into a barbarian at adolescence, and so gradually into a civilized man. This being the case, it was positively advantageous that he should live a genuinely savage and barbarian life, lest, like a tadpole deprived of his tail, he should be cut off from his natural development. This theory is worked out in great completeness and with much interest in G. Stanley Jaw's Adolescence, New York, Appleton, 1904. The theory has largely lost its vogue in recent years, as both the biologist and anthropologist have denied its basis. At the best, it would be a very unsafe guide by which to organize a system of education. The preparation theory. The process of religious education has very often been regarded as the means by which the immature person was prepared for mature life. Spencer has given us a great definition of education as preparation for complete living. It would be idle to deny that there is a large element of truth in this view, but it does not sufficiently take account of the most important fact, that living itself is the only preparation for larger living. The boy is best prepared to be a man by being a complete boy. The danger of the preparation theory is that it may degenerate into a cold storage theory. For example, because later childhood is supposed to be a time of peculiar ability in memorizing, it has often been insisted that advantage should be taken of this fact to store the mind with material that would be useful later on. W. W. Smith, in his book Religious Education, Milwaukee, Young Churchman Company, 1909, defends this view. It has been carried by some to such an extreme that abstract theological definitions, expressed in elaborate formulas, have been committed to memory by children, who are expected to retain them till some future time when they would become useful. This is to offend against the soundest principles of pedagogy. There can be no value in learning anything that does not have some point of contact with experience, and nothing can be more unfortunate than to associate religion with meaningless abstractions. The progressively socialized personality. The aim of religious education can be stated only in terms of socialized personality. That means becoming at home in the universe with the Father God, at home in the world with the brother man, and contributing one's best to the ongoing process. This is to be genetically conceived. At every stage of life there is a certain normal possibility of this socialization. It begins with the babe's relation to its mother, as yet unrealized, extends through the naturally enlarging groups of home, companions, school, community, and finds its goals in the completely socialized spirit of Jesus. A true religious education would always seek to know what would be the helpful and significant experience in this socializing process at any period of life, and would strive to secure such limited experience, assured that so the best advance was being made toward the goal. 5. Institutions of religious education. Dewey, in Moral Principles Underlying Education, has shown that the definition of education as the symmetrical development of all the powers of the individual is defective because each of the terms needs to be defined. The individual does not develop by himself, but always in relation to social situations. Education is therefore to be conceived as a social process. Moral religious education particularly so. It is in the creation of social situations conducive to ethical and religious development that the process of such education consists. There are at least 4 institutions which are concerned with this task. The home. Altogether, the most important religious institution is the home. In the early years of childhood are formed the dispositions, prejudices, and attitudes which are so largely determinative through life. The home is able to provide a natural community within which its various members shall live that corporate life which is genuinely social. Yet the home is for the most part little conscious of its responsibility and even of the real nature of its task. The problem of the education of parents is one that must be vigorously faced. After the wide discussion regarding the teaching of sex hygiene in the schools, many educators have come to the conclusion that the proper method is to teach the parents how to teach their children. And the principle that is made so evident in startling fashion in this subject is equally true in many others. The most progressive churches are seriously undertaking classes for parents in the health of childhood, the psychology of childhood, the problems of religious and moral nurture. The school. Historically, the school has always been regarded as an institution particularly concerned with moral and religious education. Its close relationship with the church, which existed until very recently in America, and which still continues in many countries, made possible a correlated religious education through weekdays and Sundays. The complicated process by which this has become impossible in America is familiar, and it is quite useless as well as unwise to make any attempt to return to our former condition. Our schools are inevitably secularized. That is to say, they cannot give specifically religious instruction, nor can they make use of the Bible, even to the extent of reading limited portions of it. However, the real responsibility of the school for moral training is only obscured by a discussion of the permissibility of the use of the Bible by the teacher. Our definition of religious education indicates the direction in which the school must function in the development of the child. If the studies are so organized as to permit an enlargement and enrichment of the social experience, if the school is a community where the social life of the teacher and pupils and of children together is so carried on that actual social values are realized, then the school is serving most effectively as an institution of moral education. The church. The one institution whose sole and specific aim is religious education is the church. All its organization, worship, instruction, social life, and altruistic developments are properly directed toward the development of the moral religious values in its membership and in those to whom its members may minister. And the church is strong in proportion as it recognizes its educational purpose and its social responsibility. This function of the church may be obscured under any of the following conditions: a. When the church exists as a religious institution, separate in thought and interest from the great world of modern life; b. When the idea obtains that the principal business of the church is to get people converted or committed to the Christian life, as if anything significant were accomplished by this one moment of decision; c. When the traditional routine of church life goes on without any careful study of the educational character of its various activities and their possible modification or improvement; d. When the necessity for financial self-maintenance absorbs the energies of its members, with the consequent temptation to resort to catchpenny, and therefore non-educational, means of raising money; e. When the altruistic motives lead the members to sporadic and unconsidered charities, without the establishment of genuine social relations. The church has some serious handicaps in its task. A. While it has a superlative opportunity in the fact that Sunday morning is still practically its own, yet even this great section of time is quite insufficient for adequate education. B. In spite of the fact in which the church has gloried that the last century has been conspicuous for the magnitude of its lay service, it is becoming increasingly evident that this service is lamentably incompetent. A trained lay leadership is a present problem of great moment. C. The church has traditions of a noble architecture which, however, was designed originally for the spectators of a dramatic pageant, and then was modified to suit the needs of the audience of a popular oration, and now must be adapted to the demands of a complicated educational institution. Few churches have the equipment that is necessary for the educational task. Some interesting experiments are being made in the direction of enlarging religious education by cooperation between the church and the public school. In North Dakota High School, students may receive credit for Bible study carried on in the Sunday school, examinations on the subject being set by the state authorities. A similar plan is in operation in Colorado and elsewhere. In the almost revolutionary plans of the schools of Gary, Indiana, the superintendent has offered to the churches any opportunities that they desire to take the children during school hours for study in the church buildings. Several denominations have put educational directors into that community to work out such plans of religious education. The results will depend largely upon the possibility of training religious teachers. The community. We are just beginning to realize that the community is a social institution with high educational value. Chicago's establishment of field houses is notable. The large educational values that arise out of properly organized play must be recognized, not only by the church and Christian associations, but by the municipalities and the rural communities, for the life of a people will never rise above the level of the moral quality of its amusements. When boys or girls run the streets, form gangs, and patronize harmful amusements, they are being educated downward by the community. It is important that the church should foster this movement and direct it rather than feel jealous of its influences. The church gains in its very loss whenever it inspires the people as a whole to take upon themselves some new educational function. The correlation of educational activities. The aroused sense of educational responsibility has resulted in the somewhat feverish anxiety of various institutions to equip themselves for the task without having any very clear idea of the division of the responsibility. As soon as we can see the possibilities a little more clearly, there will need to be some better definition of the functions of the various educational institutions than has been yet made, and some satisfactory correlation of their efforts. It may be possible to do this through the Religious Education Association, in whose journal these problems are constantly discussed. 6. The organization of religious education. Developments in the church. The acceptance of the Sunday school by the church in the beginning of the last century was the first educational development beyond the pastoral oversight of the young. This was followed by the establishment of many societies of young men and women for self-culture, culminating in the formation of the Young People's Society of Christian Endeavor. This, with its related denominational organizations, was properly intended for young people of about 18 to 25 years of age. Unfortunately, junior societies were formed for children and intermediate societies for boys and girls, each conducting prayer and testimony meetings in imitation of their elders. A much healthier development was the Knights of King Arthur for boys, the Queens of Avalon for girls, and other similar institutions founded on the modernized ideals of chivalry. The latest, and in many respects most satisfactory of all, are the Boy Scouts and the Campfire Girls. Besides these better-known organizations, there are a host of clubs, recreational, dramatic, musical, together with choir organizations, mission study circles, etc. Within the Sunday school itself have come the organized classes such as Baracus and Philatelus, which are essentially clubs with various recreational and other activities. Correlation of educational agencies in the local church. A very serious problem is the adjustment of these various organizations to one another and to the church life as a whole. Many of the interesting activities which formerly belonged to the Sunday school have been taken over by these specialized organizations, so that it may easily come to pass that the Sunday school will be merely a teaching institution, all the social activities being otherwise conducted. The attempts that have been made to conserve the significance of the biblical instruction by requiring a certain minimum of attendance in Sunday school for eligibility for the more interesting activities are not likely to enhance the intrinsic value of the instruction. Evidently, there is needed such a correlation of these good activities that there shall be no gaps, no overlapping, no useless organizations, no undue demand upon individuals either as leaders or as members, while the educational idea shall be dominant. The Sunday school would seem to be the basal organization, which can be enlarged and developed to include all others. Community organizations of religious education. The local denominational church is seldom competent to care for all the educational interests of its own people, and when a vigorous church is able to do so, this is frequently done at the cost of others who are unable to compete. It is becoming increasingly evident that many educational activities should be carried on by the whole Christian community rather than by the individual church. The Christian associations often serve as such cooperating agencies. The City Institute for Teacher Training, which has been developed in many places, most notably in Des Moines, Iowa, is a significant effort in this direction. Atherton has described this and discussed the principles involved in the City Institute for Religious Teachers. Chicago, the University of Chicago Press, 1915. The question has indeed arisen whether we may not in the near future need a city superintendent of religious education who would be an officer of experience and dignity comparable to the superintendent of schools. 7. Materials of religious education. The criteria of religious material. When Christian faith is defined in intellectualistic terms, religious material does not extend very much beyond the Bible, Christian doctrine, and the elements of worship. But when religion is thought of as progressive socialization, everything that tends to enrich social experience has moral religious value. There is a sense in which every sound discipline would mediate such enrichment. It is the same sense in which we speak of all life as religious. However, it would be more helpful to confine the term religious or ethical or social to such material as has some special wealth in the particular direction. The value of the Bible. All that has been written regarding the Bible as literature of power, as the inspirational record of religious experience, applies at this point, with a further provision that its value must be estimated with reference to the developing experience of the growing individual. Its wide range of literature contains material adapted to the interest and experience of every age of life. The Bible can no longer be the one material of religious instruction. We do not need a Bible school. But there is no danger that the Bible will lose its unique significance, its intrinsic worth, the hallowed associations of the centuries, and its integral place in our literature and thought make the Bible religious material of first value. Direct moral and religious instruction. When any material embodies the idea that is to be taught without specifically expressing it, the moral instruction is indirect. Can such instruction be given directly? Of course, the most effective instruction is connected with the actual occurrence of moral crises, as when the telling of a lie gives opportunity to discuss the social significance of lying, or when the sense of a need of God leads to instruction in prayer. A more difficult question is whether vital moral discussions can be aroused apart from the occurrence of the moral crisis. The futility of a vast amount of exhortation to be good is, of course, evident. 8. Methods of religious education. Religious pedagogy. When the problem of adequate religious material has been solved and this material has been organized into a graded system, there arises the problem of pedagogy. The same objection may be made to the term religious pedagogy as to religious education. Of course, there are no distinct pedagogical principles that belong to religion. Any satisfactory system of education seeks to secure from any material of instruction the fitting results in social efficiency. Yet because the religious reactions are so subtle, and because so much mistake has been made in seeking to get adult reactions from the immature persons, it is particularly important that the principles of teaching should be carefully studied with reference to their religious and moral implications. The education of religious feeling. Feeling is fundamental in religion and affords impulse to conduct. A full discussion of this subject would involve a consideration of worship as a phase of the psychology of religion. Of course, personal religion in the leaders of the church and sincerity in the conduct of religious exercises are essential to the cultivation of fine religious feeling. Yet the adequate stimulation of such feeling in younger or older people, or in groups of various ages, by means of the various liturgical elements as well as by spontaneous exercises, is scientifically a psychological problem and practically a problem of technique. Expressional activities. Religion has not been taught when religious ideas have been imparted, nor when religious feeling has been stirred, but only when religious conduct has resulted. The church is not so well equipped for this experimental task as for the intellectual and emotional phases of its work. Indeed, about the only opportunity that it has furnished its members for the active expression of religion has been for the few in carrying on its own life, including its educational work, and for the many, both old and young, in the giving of money. And this latter activity, with its extraordinary educational possibilities, has been for the most part sadly uneducational. The church has been so busy in getting the money for local and philanthropic and missionary needs that it has given little attention to the education of people in the giving of money. This again is a problem of graded education, having regard to the developing experience of children and young people. Beyond the giving of money there is the great field of the giving of service, and this in such a way as to establish genuine social relations with the persons served. Here's a very fine problem in practical social psychology, which needs much more careful study than it has received. 9. Special problems. The problems of religious education beyond those involved in the various phases of the subject already discussed are intimately connected with the problems of the psychology of religion. Indeed, they are often largely the educational aspects of these latter problems. Very fundamental is the question whether anything like an experimental approach to these problems is possible. Can we devise a technique by means of which we can measure the results of our educational experience in religion and morals? Some of the most pressing problems to be studied are the following. 1. Efficient religious education for the various stages of the developing life: young child, older child, boy, girl, young man, young woman, adult. 2. The place of the intellectual, the affective, and the conduct elements in religious development. 3. The development of moral and religious life in connection with the growth of sex consciousness. 4. The relation of religion and play. And 5. The preparation of the child for church membership. End of chapter 10, part 7. Chapter 10, Part 8 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 10, Part 8. Practical Theology. 8. The Psychology of Religion. 1. The relation of the psychology of religion to practical theology. Practical theology is concerned with the principles and methods by which religious life and work are developed, especially through the institution of the church. But religion is a human experience. It is a phase of human consciousness. Its principles and methods cannot be discussed without constant reference to psychological considerations. Our study of the sermon, evangelism, pastoral care, hymnology, and liturgies has again and again required reference to the psychology of religious experience. And the subject of religious education goes necessarily hand in hand with this science. In the university, the subject of the psychology of religion is naturally organized in the Department of Philosophy or of Psychology. In the divinity school, it may come to have an independent status, although there is not as yet any seminary with a chair so named. The intimate relation between the two fields of work has in more than one case put the psychology of religion with practical theology. Without laying undue emphasis upon this relation, a brief statement of the subject may be appropriate here. 2. The history of the science. This branch of study, strictly considered, is of very recent origin. Some articles in the American Journal of Psychology were early essays in this field. Such were Daniel's The New Life, a Study in Regeneration, 6, 1895, pages 61 through 103. Luba, Studies in the Psychology of Religious Phenomena, 7, 1896, pages 309 to 385. In 1899 appeared Starbuck's more comprehensive and elaborate work, The Psychology of Religion, New York, Scribner, 1899. This was mainly a study of the phenomena of conversion by means of the questionnaire. While it had of necessity the uncertainties involved in that method of investigation, it had an important part in awakening an interest in the possibilities of a critical study of religious experience. The following year appeared The Spiritual Life by Coe, New York, Revell, 1900. This book, though not based on numerous cases, discussed more critically and thoroughly the principles of conversion and of religious feeling, reaching conclusions very similar to those of Starbuck. In the same year in England, Granger published The Soul of the Christian, New York, Macmillan, 1900, a theoretical psychological study of conversion, visions and voices, love, ritual, prophecy, and theology. There followed in 1902 the really great and ingenious Gifford Lectures by William James on varieties of religious experience, New York, Longmans, Green and Company, 1902. Unlike his predecessors, James based his investigation on the biographies of many noted religious persons of the past, endeavoring from the standpoint of psychology to interpret those experiences that had been so often regarded as unique and inexplicable. James made much use of the theory of the subconscious, which has since been seriously questioned. In 1905, Davenport made a valuable contribution in Primitive Traits in Religious Revivals, New York, Macmillan, 1905. A keen study of those phenomena from the social as well as the psychological point of view. G. Stanley Hall, who had made wide investigations by the questionnaire method, founded in 1904 the Journal of Religious Psychology and Education, since 1912 the Journal of Religious Psychology, and has printed numerous essays in this field. The short-lived Zeitschrift für Religionspsychologie, published by Bristler and Halley, should also be noted. The work of Mérissier in France on the pathological phases of religious experience, of Delacroix and others on mysticism, of Flournoy on the psychology of inspiration, of Henry Bois on religious feeling, and Frommel on conversion made contributions to the science. Harold Bigby's practical observations of remarkable cases of conversion, which he has given us in Twice Born Men, New York, Revell, 1909. Other Sheep, New York, George H. Doran and Company, 1912. Souls in Action, New York, George H. Doran and Company, 1911, etc., are important data for the psychologist. Pratt's Psychology of Religious Belief, New York, Macmillan, 1905, was an attempt to explain scientifically the belief attitude. Ames's Psychology of Religious Experience, Boston, Houghton Mifflin Company, 1910, is the best statement of the social theory of the development of religion, while Stratton has criticized this view in The Psychology of the Religious Life, London, Allen, 1911. In Germany, the work in the psychology of religion has not been clearly differentiated from that in the history of religion and in the psychology of religion. The number of workers in the field of psychology of religion is rapidly increasing, and in the last few years a large amount of material has appeared in the form of articles in scientific journals as well as in books. 3. Definition and scope. In distinction from metaphysics, the psychology of religion does not concern itself with the objective truth of religious beliefs. It has nothing to do with ontology. It is not concerned to establish the objective validity of any faith or rite, or even of religion itself. These considerations belong to theology proper, or to metaphysics. Religion, as we actually find it, is a part of human experience. Beliefs, feelings, activities of religion, just because they appear as states of consciousness, lend themselves to scientific observation, classification, and explanation. Pratt gives the following description of the task of the religious psychologist. Having recollected his facts, the psychologist will proceed as other scientists proceed with their data. That is to say, he will work his facts and note the general relations between them, thus seeking a systematic and general description of the various facts in the religious consciousness. Whenever possible, he will explain these facts by subsuming them under the laws of general psychology. That is to say, he will proceed on the assumption that, for the purposes of science, religious facts are not different in kind from other psychic facts. Thus he will seek to build up a scientific view of the religious life, interpreting and explaining it by itself and by the known facts and laws of the human mind. Irving King makes the important suggestion that in the psychology of religion one must not take for granted the concepts of religionists and use them on the same level with psychological terms. Relation to the history of religion. Leuba distinguishes the psychology of religion from the history of religion on the ground that the former deals with the contents of consciousness, impulses, desires, representations, ideas, volitions, whereas the latter finds its data in the deeds of men and chiefly in the social resultants of the activities of individuals. The two, however, are very intimately related. Phylogenetic and ontogenetic problems. Many of the problems of the psychology of religion are anthropological, such as the origin of religion in the race, the rise of religious rites and ceremonies, the forms of beliefs, superstitions, etc., and even those that seem definitely individual, such as the rise of religious consciousness, the stages of religious development, the place of feeling, will, and ideas in religious consciousness, and such phenomena as conversion, sanctification, prayer, faith, revivals, worship, inspiration, prophecy, mysticism, all run back to anthropological considerations. While, however, this intimate relationship exists, the problems that are distinctly psychological are those which concern the religious consciousness as we know it. The Psychology of Religion, Journal of Religious Psychology, 5, page 386. 4. Methods. A consideration of the means by which the psychology of religion accumulates its facts is of prime importance, as upon this its validity depends. 4 methods may be distinguished as having been employed by investigators. The introspective method. This is the ordinary method in the science of mental life in general, which religious psychology may properly make use of. It may indeed be questioned whether a man to whom the religious experience is personally foreign, if such there be, is capable of making a proper estimate of the phenomena of religious consciousness. The best example of this method is Granger, The Soul of a Christian. The biographical method. This includes studies of biographies, autobiographies, letters, and other spontaneous expressions of religious persons. It has the value, of course, of widening the range of observation. James made use of this method in his Varieties of Religious Experience. The questionnaire method. This consists in collecting answers to definite questions from a large number of persons. Its value depends upon the skill with which the questions are framed with reference to securing the actual facts, the range of the investigation, the willingness and ability of the persons questioned to give adequate answers, and the skill of the investigator in the classification and interpretation of the answers. Its weakness is that the most suggestible persons usually answer the questions, that there is no means of checking the accuracy of the answers, and that very few persons are competent to give information regarding their own subjective life. An illustration of this method is Starbuck's Psychology of Religion. The comparative or objective method. The study of the relatively objective experiences of social religion furnished by history, anthropology, the sacred literature of various peoples, furnishes data of high scientific accuracy. This method is employed by Irving King in the development of religion and largely by Ames in his Psychology of Religious Experience. Other available methods. Besides the foregoing, which have commonly been employed, there are other possible methods of approaching the subject. The accurate and continued observation of a few individuals in their religious development should yield important results. The statistical method has to a certain extent been employed by all writers on the subject, but there is a large field before it in the study of the efficiency of the directed efforts toward religious development. How far the method of experimental psychology may be available is open to question. George E. Dawson has reported briefly an attempt in this direction in the Journal of Religious Psychology, Volume 2, 1913, pages 50 through 58. 5. Problems of psychology of religion. Definition of religion. The simple question, what is religion, is one of the most difficult and baffling to answer scientifically. The philosophy of religion has long been engaged upon a definition and has produced about 100 forms. Wright, in A Psychological Definition of Religion, American Journal of Theology, volume 16, 1912, page 385, suggests that these are of three types. 1. Those having the general qualities of Hoffding's conservation of values. 2. Those insisting on the supernatural agency. 3. Those giving chief importance to the feeling element. Evidently, there is another distinction from the standpoint of the psychologist, namely whether religion arises as the product of social organization or has an instinctive basis in the nature of man. Ames and King represent the former point of view, James, Coe, and Stratton the latter. The religious experience of childhood. On the basis of genetic psychology, we are to ask, what is the nature of the religious in child consciousness? What is the criterion of religious sentiment in the child? What relation does it hold to other phases of child life? Different answers to these questions are suggested by the authors above cited. Those who conceive of religion as a social phenomenon consider that it belongs almost wholly to adolescence, childhood religion being objective, external, ritualistic, imitative. Those who find an indistinctive basis for religion in the individual would credit children with the possibility of a genuine, if simple, religious experience. Much further study of individual children needs to be made. The religious experience of youth. The most definite contribution that the psychology of religion has made is its recognition of the character of adolescent religion. The studies in Starbuck and Coe, and also those of G. Stanley Hall, have shown that conversion is really a natural phenomenon of adolescence based on the growing and expanding of the personal self. Its connection with the rise of the sex consciousness is very interesting, as is also its relation to the initiation ceremonies at puberty among primitive peoples. Some have gone so far as to consider religion itself as an outgrowth of sex feeling. The religious experience of the youth is so largely conditioned by adult preconception and prescriptions that there is still much opportunity for the study of its normal character. Conversion. Distinction ought to be made between the religious awakening of youth, which at its best is probably a process of evaluation and idealization, and that more vital crisis which James describes as the unifying of the divided self. The latter is generally the result of a long tension which finally yields to the relaxation of peace. Sex and religion. The question of the differences in the religious experiences of boys and girls, and of men and women, is a very interesting and important one. Most of the discussions on the subject rather superficially state that the female is subjective, introspective, sentimental, concerned with religion as a matter of personal feeling and with reference to future bliss, while the male is objective, rational, concerned with religion as a matter of conduct in this present world. It is said that our hymns and our churches are feminine, and that therefore women greatly outnumber men in them. Perhaps all this is more true of the past than of the present, and much of it may belong to the hereditary treatment which women have received rather than to their psychological constitution. At all events, it is becoming increasingly difficult to consider women in the categories thus laid down. They insist upon intellectualizing their religion and demanding outlets of religious activity, and they are prominent in reform and in philanthropy. Hall, Starbuck, Hazlitt, and Co. have attempted to make these six distinctions in religious experience, but it is questionable whether we yet know very much about the matter. Most of the careful studies in adolescence have been made with boys. It is to be hoped that more will be done in the study of girls. Prayer. The psychology of religion has nothing to do with the objective efficacy of prayer, nor with the question of the reality of the being to whom prayer is addressed. This belongs to philosophy, not to psychology, and at last to faith, not to science. Psychologically, prayer is a resultant experience in attitude and in language of the awakened religious consciousness. It satisfies a psychological need. It has a definite subjective justification. The mental states of peace, exultation, and resolution which issue upon the exercise of prayer are due to the release of conscious tension. The demonstration of the Christian Scientist is, of course, psychologically of the same nature. Revivals. It is definitely recognized that there is a psychology of the crowd which is different from that of the individual. Such a book as Le Bon's The Crowd, London, Unwin, 1903, presents this fact with great clearness, though one is not obliged to accept his somewhat cynical view of democracy. The revival is a crowd phenomenon. Davenport's careful study of primitive traits in religious revivals, New York, Macmillan, 1905, indicates the essential character of these movements in that loss of normal inhibitions and that development of this sympathetic like-mindedness which explain many of the extraordinary results. So far from the feeling that these studies minimize the appreciation of the divine power in saving men, many earnest people think that they ought to enable us to understand the laws which are involved in such movements, so that we may conserve the good results and eliminate the dangers. On the basis of such conceptions, a healthy evangelism may well be developed. Worship. Feeling is predominant in primitive religion, and historically, worship developed as a means of securing effective results. The sacrifice, prayer, dance, feast, fasts, whatever may have been their supposedly objective value, derived their real significance from their manifestly subjective quality. The place of feeling in modern religion is an important question, and, in connection therewith, the part that symbolism and ritual ceremonies may play in stimulating it. While there are probably two types of mind, one type being aided by the introduction of outward symbols and ceremonies and the other hindered by it, it is equally true that no one is likely to be independent of the influence of concrete images and sense stimulations. One may be unaffected by the sacrament but powerfully stirred by religious music. Worship is significant to religion in four ways. 1. Consciousness is controlled and directed into religious paths. 2. There is a collective suggestibility. 3. The motor expressions of a feeling through ritual tend to a continuance of the emotion and may help toward making it of motor influence in conduct. And 4. The assumption of the bodily posture connected with any feeling tends to produce or to strengthen the feeling. This subject, together with the special significance of music, has been discussed in connection with the study of liturgies, inspiration, and prophecy. Faith believes in a revealing God. Psychology can only concern itself with the way in which the experience of that revelation appears in consciousness. The message which is received is usually a body of ideas suggested to the mind by the current state of affairs. It is, in other words, a subconscious inference from situations. It involves highly intellectual processes of judgment, imagination, and reasoning. Kaplan says, revelation is a sudden mysterious awareness of an inflow of thought, an inundation of spirit, an awakening of mind, seemingly from unaccountable subconscious sources, and therefore believed to be through supernatural agency. The prophet really delivered a rational message, although it may often have seemed to him to be other than his own. The vitally important matter for modern religion is that the rational character of the message shall be understood so that the modern recipient may realize his own responsibility of rational interpretation. An objective message from Deity must be obeyed without thought or question. The inspired message through a man must be evaluated in human experience. So may the psychology of religion help our faith. Mysticism. Mysticism as an experience subject to psychological investigation is a consciousness of immediate union with the infinite. The emotional element always predominates, and the fundamental quality of the emotionalism is love. Mystic experiences are of many kinds and are much dependent upon individual temperament. The absorption of the mind in one dominant idea and the excess of undifferentiated emotion which generally accompanies it may easily result in abnormality and mental disease. Yet all forms of religious experience contain some element of mysticism, and all the great saints have been mystics. In the practical religion that is so much desiderated by many for modern times, it is of great moment to inquire what place will be found for the mystic element that has characterized the supreme religious spirits of the past. Ethnic aspects of religious consciousness. The history of religion is concerned with the comparative study of the objective facts. The psychology of religion may undertake to discover the actual differences in the religious experience of persons of different races. Does the Japanese youth have an evaluated experience with reference to the sun god that is comparable with the religious awakening of the Christian youth? If not, does the difference lie in the intellectual content of the religion or in any ethnic quality of mind? Evidently, if missionary education is to be carried on scientifically, much remains to be done in this field. Conclusion. The foregoing are some of the more important problems which it is the task of the developing science of the psychology of religion to investigate. There are many others, for every phase of religion has its psychological aspect. As above indicated, the employment of the results of these studies in practical religious work is the task of religious education. End of chapter 10, part 8.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 11, Part 1 Christianity and Social Problems. The Social Evolution of Christianity. The development of the Hebrew religion. The Old Testament supplies materials for a history of the growth of the Hebrew people, its evolution from tribal conditions to its incorporation into the Roman Empire. These fragmentary documents are themselves composed of varied notices of the land, population, industries, domestic experiences, trade, art, customs, sentiments, laws, governments, wars, and treaties of Palestine and neighboring countries. They reflect the state of knowledge, the superstitions, the changing policies, the ceremonies, philosophies, and beliefs of the people at different periods. The ideas of God which came into expression are affected by all these experiences of persons of many degrees of ethical and spiritual ripeness. The later editors of the books sought to reduce the apparent inconsistencies more or less consciously, but many anomalies remain, fortunately for a better understanding of the real course of progress. Specialists in Hebrew literature and history must be consulted for the details. For our present purpose it must suffice to indicate a few results of the process. The conception of God which emerged out of the long struggle is central, the idea of the one almighty creator of heaven and earth, righteous himself and requiring righteousness in heart and conduct of all men, caring little for ceremonies, everything for justice, mercy, and humble piety, and demanding obedience to holy law in all relations of life, domestic, commercial, political. The narrow popular conceptions, the fiercely patriotic narrowness of certain parties, the materialistic and catastrophic expectations of the Messiah as avenger and restorer of Israel, modify and pollute these lofty conceptions, but do not altogether obliterate them. Here and there, visions of international moral and religious comity, and even of immortality, widen the horizon of thought. The message of Jesus. Jesus brought to consciousness the infinite worth of personality in communion with God the Father. Compared with the blessedness of fellowship with God, all other interests seem to him secondary, and might be postponed. The essentials are in the Beatitudes: mercy, peace, humility, purity of heart. Jesus was not ascetic, not indifferent to the hunger, the pain, and the joy of this life, but he insisted on the supreme and all-inclusive good, whatever else deserved consideration. He did not attempt to make laws, nor to organize a church or government. He promulgated no social program. Yet when his views of God, of friendship, of holiness, of virtue, of the boundless worth of a person are accepted, the seeds of social revolution and progress are planted. The primitive church. The early followers of Jesus huddled together for mutual protection, dreading the coming storm of persecution, and attracted also by the enthusiasm of devotion to the ascended Lord. They apparently misapprehended Jesus' words about a swiftly coming kingdom, and even pulled wires to make sure of prominent offices. They believed that the world without was soon to fall with a crash. Crowns and thrones, merchandise and art, far-seeing plans of improvement, were out of the question, too unimportant for them to consider. Most of the early Christians were of the petty trading class, if not wretched slaves. Few distinguished men of state or learning at first deigned to notice them. They lived in small circles of intimates. Their philanthropy was expressed in almsgiving, with a few simple rules to prevent abuses. It was not worth while to try to save the institutions of society, or to try to mend them. All would soon be consumed, and a new earth emerge out of the flames. We look in vain for any large constructive policy under such conditions. Yet the ferment of divine friendship was there, and the little congregation became the nurseries of sentiments which one day would dominate the policies of nations. Time passed. Knowledge enlarged with experience. The heavens did not depart as a scroll. The churches were welded together by the bishops into organized institutions. The authorities of the empire were compelled to pay attention to the new society, even when they persecuted it. Constantine and the Latin Church. The reign of Constantine marks a new epoch, the recognition of the Church by the government. The beginning of ecclesiastical influence and gradually grew naturally out of the ancient system. When the center of sovereignty was transferred to Constantinople, the bishop of the Eternal City stood alone in Italy as the representative of this ideal, and men of genius were ready to take advantage of the opportunity for the greater glory of God. As the legions turned from the north defeated, missionaries, by martyrdom, charity, learning, pomp, and mystery, carried the ancient culture to the Teutons, and Charlemagne tried to learn to write Latin and to establish a sort of university at his court. But native Teutonic culture was never extinguished. It entered with new factors into the movement of civilization, developed the free spirit of cities, and gradually a nation. kept on its own course in civil and criminal law, with Roman grafts on its rude, strong trunk of custom, created its own literature, finally broke with Roman control into the Humanist and Reformation movements, and aspired to supreme influence in the science and trade of mankind. Medieval thought. In this long and complicated process, the doctrines, the feelings, the ideals, the institutions which were called Christianity, were all modified. The Bible was quoted by all parties, but by none with the exact primitive meaning. Both Plato and Aristotle profoundly influenced the theologians, as is seen in Aquinas and Dante. They contributed political, economic, ethical, and even religious ideas too valuable to be lost. The Church, from its origin down, had leaders of sufficient learning and ability to discover and appreciate these classical elements, and to utilize them. They justified themselves for this borrowing process on various grounds, but the significant fact is that they borrowed without stint or scruple, and our Christianity is immensely richer for their studies. The Renaissance. When, with the Renaissance, the Greek literature was brought to Italy, the ecclesiastics went mad over profane and even unclean classics. The storm broke out again, and when it cleared, the classics at times almost displaced the Bible in Europe and America as the substantial material of academic culture. The assimilation of the ancient ideas is so complete that we read them into the simplest parables of Jesus and into the rabbinical metaphysics of Paul, often to the concealment of their real meaning. The critical operation of dissecting out the originals of our stocks of ethical and theological conceptions is not yet complete. Since all that is true emanates from the one Holy Spirit who dwelt in Jesus, we may enjoy our full heritage without anxiety about the human sources. All things are Christ's. Christ is God's. The Reformation. The Reformers helped to liberate human spirits from bondage to ecclesiastical absolutism, and to seek a direct and personal communion with God by a living faith. In matters pertaining to church and state, the Lutherans and the Calvinists parted company, the latter making a larger contribution to the activity of the church in the affairs of daily life. Neither entirely escaped from the delusion that religious orthodoxy can be enforced by political power. Neither quite attained confidence in the self-evidencing truth of religion as a personal experience. Instead of relying on a pope, they leaned on a book for a prop of infallibility. But devout men, whether Catholic, Lutheran, Calvinist, or sectarian, all possessed within themselves a life which proceeded immediately from God, and was not at the mercy of changes of creed or church. The assimilating power of Christianity. One of the distinctive features of Christianity is its power of assimilation without loss of its genius. Hinduism appropriates and swallows up in the gulf of nihilism all sorts of faiths. Christianity assimilates novel and diverse elements from Palestine, Greece, Rome, and the far Orient, yet without failing to assert uncompromisingly the holiness of the supreme God, the redemption which sinful men need, and the hope of personal immortality which gives value to time. Christianity as a contemporary system of beliefs, life, institutions. To the historical student, contemporary Christianity reveals many elements, some of them contradictory, which have come down to us from many sources. It would be easy to show that the doctrines of the churches of today are not in a single instance precisely those of the early Christians, that the various ceremonies and modes of administration which characterize multiplied sects could not all be those of the apostolic church. If we attempted literally to go back to Jesus in the sense of believing and teaching what can be found in his words, we should be poorer than we are. For evil and for good, every age, experience, system, debate, and organization of the past has left its precipitate in our institutions, convictions, customs, and modes of thinking. The problem is not to find and keep what was known to the primitive churches, but what is true, valuable, workable now. No one who really believes in Christ can ever fear that a new truth will contradict his fundamental ideals. No one who intelligently repeats the creed, "I believe in the Holy Ghost," can fear to trust him who is guide into all truth. No one should pretend, by legerdemain and juggling with words, to deduce his social science from biblical texts. He will do well to live in spiritual contact with lawgivers and prophets, with the apostles, and with Jesus most of all. But he wrongs these by asking them to describe, explain, and interpret the phenomena of all lands, peoples, and ages, so as to make investigation superfluous, and to give countenance to intellectual indolence. Religion is life in the realm of values, above the causal series whose unbroken iron chain belongs to the domain of the sciences, including history and all social sciences. There is sharp conflict the moment the seer assumes the role of statistician and statesman. Nothing is more pitiful than the solemn tricks some devout biblical students have played with the cryptic symbols of Daniel and the dream of Patmos, and the equally mistaken attempt to evolve from a spiritual maxim of Jesus a legal constitution for family, republic, or industrial system. Biblical exegesis cannot be substituted for social science. It is only fair to call attention to the fact that the conclusion here stated is entirely opposed to the position of many excellent writers who think that we can find in the words of Jesus an answer to all the social questions of our age. The revelation of God in the Bible was never intended to be a substitute for common sense, invention, and investigation according to the requirements of changing situations. The proof of this statement is found first of all in the utter failure of merely exegetical studies to throw light on any modern problem, save by furnishing fundamental ideals and religious inspiration. The businessman who selected his investments by reference to scripture texts would soon go bankrupt. The Canadian farmer who treated the descriptions of Palestinian agriculture in the Psalms as authority for his plowing and planting would perish with his children on the fertile prairie of the Northwest. The statesman who consulted the Pentateuch or the parables of the New Testament for direction in drawing up statutes of social legislation would never be returned to the legislature. He would probably be sent to a hospital for the mentally disturbed. The disappointments which have befallen those who have tried to foretell events by interpreting the Apocalypse are familiar to all students of church history. Principles of righteousness in morals and religion are Christian, even though they cannot be explicitly and verbally drawn from Old or New Testament. Finding a teaching good is a discovery of a revelation of the will of the Father, no matter how new. Unless Christ is dead, as his enemies claim, he is doing something now. He is not threshing out dry chaff, nor moving in a circle like a blind animal turning a wheel. He is the everlasting Creator. It is his Spirit which is guiding into new truth, and some day we shall realize that this is the final and only adequate explanation of those great and growing creations which we call science, art, and progress. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 11, Part 2. Contemporary Social Problems. Fundamental Scientific Discipline. The equipment essential to social leadership. There is no easy substitute for scientific toil. The traditional and conventional equipment of the college and theological seminary of the past has left men helpless in the presence of new situations in which Christian laymen find themselves in consequence of the industrial revolution of the last century and the problems it has brought. It may possibly be an open question with some preachers whether they should ever try to help the men of their congregations find the path of righteousness in this babel and labyrinth of conflicting interests. Perhaps many saintly men, while remaining quite innocent of the knowledge of the actual world, may inspire and comfort, and may have the gift of soothing with rhetorical and poetic charms. There is a literature of power and beauty which belongs to all times, because it has a universal value, and it is by no means to be underrated in these materialistic and mammon-serving times. Certainly no preacher who has missed the opportunity to study social science should pretend to instruct others when he is incompetent himself. There are others, however, who believe themselves called to give strong intellectual help to honest Christian men seeking to do justice in a new world where all ancient experience is inadequate, and to proclaim a judgment to come against the contemporary and impenitent workers of iniquity. Ministers of this type are also needed, and they should at least be tolerated by the orthodox. In a period of intellectual pitilessness and readjustment there is a good need of charitable judgment on both sides. It may prove to be necessary for the Church to provide for specialization in the ministry, for the Spirit grants a diversity of gifts. The artistic preacher has his function and his following, but he is likely to jumble statistics. The scientific temperament inclines to severe and exact reasoning on the basis of precise measurement of facts, and there are congregations which enjoy and profit by the kind of sermons which grow naturally out of such a method. In the good time coming, when Union churches will displace sectarian chapels, it may not be difficult to establish a new and modern itinerant system, lest one good custom should corrupt the world. In a well-trained orchestra the violin does not say to the violoncello, "I have no need of thee." In a truly Catholic church we ought to find devout mystics who dwell much alone and apart in protracted meditation, and who are able to make the invisible seem real. Let them dream their dreams, but not meddle with strikes. The musician who tries to make steel rails imperils his fellow workmen and loses the cunning of his delicate fingers. The knowledge which is required for this novel situation is that contained in the modern sciences on which our industrial technique, our administration of business and government, is based. Preparation for understanding the ethical difficulties and obligations of the modern man demands a study not only of the essential ideas of the civilizations of Greece, Rome, Palestine, and the Hanseatic cities, but of physics, chemistry, physiography, biology, preventive medicine, economics, politics, and sociology. A profound blunder has been committed by men who have been eager to master in a fortnight all the social problems, while they were still without training in social science. This is a rank quackery, and brings the speaker or writer into contempt, and it injures church and religion. The general social sciences, as economics, political science, jurisprudence, sociology, with statistics as a method of research which belongs to all, have for their first purpose a description of the phenomena of contemporary human association, and their explanation in terms of antecedents and causes. The special or practical social sciences have for their function the study of the improvement of methods of promoting human welfare by concerted volition guided by knowledge and urged by motives. The historical evolution of social ideals and institutions. Evolution of the race and its institutions. The popular conception which we have inherited from traditional theology is that of a series of disconnected, unrelated events nailed together by some constant supernatural, magical, unintelligible intervention. The modern scientific conception is that of an immanent, organic force working steadily and perpetually without a break and without interference, the idea of evolution. Theism has been held to by partisans of both views, but the modern scholar, whether theist or agnostic, habitually thinks in terms of evolution. The religious leader, who has followed only the traditional theological curriculum, cannot understand the modern man of scientific training, and cannot himself be understood by modern men. They live in different worlds of thought, they speak a different language. If a spiritual guide really desires to become intelligible to the men of our age, he cannot do better than to put himself through as thorough a course of study as possible in the fundamental principles of biology, psychology, the evolution of animals and man, early cultural history, anthropology, the evolution of morals and religion. The importance of historical knowledge. There is another scientific discipline which is necessary to attain a sane view of contemporary problems, the study of history, the history of institutions, and the history of reflective thought about institutions and experiences. Thus, there is a history of industry and commerce, of political organization and law, of art and literature, of domestic life, of religion and ecclesiastical forms. There is also a history of the theories of economics, politics, ethics, dogma, and ceremonies, of science, inventions, arts. The great advantage of the evolutionary conception is that it tends to produce a chastened hopefulness, prepares the mind for inevitable changes, and curbs immoderate haste and mob fury. Short views of social conditions paralyze effort, because the mind has no help from a survey of the long road upward which humanity has already traveled, and of the achievements of the human intellect and will in spite of innumerable blunders and crimes. On the other hand, a study of evolution steadies the mind and checks animal and savage impulse by revealing the power of habit and custom, the inertia of institutions once established, the necessity of making new adjustments, both external and internal, before a new system can be made to work. Take, for example, the questions which just now are so difficult to discuss with philosophic calm and clear vision, those relating to the control of industry and commerce. The passion which formerly made the discussion of theology and politics so spectacular has died down. The partisan instincts of mobs now concentrate upon the mastery of the instruments of production, land, machines, railways, telegraphs, banks. Never was self-possession and freedom from prejudice so necessary to avert a shipwreck. Never was it so difficult as now to be just to antagonists. The evolutionary concept may become general enough to help us past the rocks and shoals which now seem so ominous. The conservatives who now control society's capital and direct it are partly right in declaring that their services are useful and necessary, that the people have not yet developed that degree of intelligence, morality, loyalty, and skill in government which is necessary for the management of great industries through elected representatives on salary. But the conservatives often err in supposing that the capitalist manager system is ancient and eternal, for it is neither. It is recent in origin, is being rapidly transformed, is even now competing with both hand industries and public industries, and utopians see signs of its gradually going into the hands of receivers. A genuinely evolutionary view would modify much of the dogmatism which is far too prevalent in industrial disputes. The main aspects of the development of industry and commerce. It is impossible to interpret the religious life and thought of the Hebrew people and primitive Christians without a careful study of the stages of development. So it is equally impossible to understand the capitalist manager system of our age without keeping before our minds the antecedent forms of industry out of which our system has grown. The studies of Schmoller, Grundriss der allgemeinen Volkswirtschaftslehre, Leipzig, Duncker und Humboldt, 1900 to 1904. Bücher, Die Entstehung der Volkswirtschaft, 8th edition, Tübingen, Laup, 1910. Sombart, for example, Der moderne Kapitalismus, Leipzig, Duncker und Humboldt, 1902, English translation, The Quintessence of Capital, New York, E.P. Dutton and Company, 1915, and Sozialismus und soziale Bewegung im 19. Jahrhundert, Jena, Fischer, 1896, English translation, Socialism and the Social Movement, New York, Putnam, 1898. And other recent economists enable us to present this evolution in its essential features with a high degree of certainty and clearness. Thinking chiefly of European and American history, we are able to discover the following stages. A. Primitive industrial conditions. First on the horizon of our knowledge are the pastoral groups settling down to agriculture, each man cultivating the soil and producing only what his own household requires, with no excess product for the market. The individual householder belongs to a village community and later passes under the protection and control of a feudal landlord. Princes, bishops, and knights have large domains, but also live on what their estates, with contributions from vassals, can produce. All live near the edge of starvation, and in times of scarcity the mortality from famine and disease is high. Capital is small. The villagers are exposed to the exactions of nobles, with some protection from the village organization, and the struggles of classes begin in the resistance of peasants to exploitation by their social superiors. B. Medieval industry and trade. During the early medieval period, the rise of towns and cities offers a new starting point of industrial, political, and moral development. With improved methods of agriculture and stock breeding, with better roads and boats, the surplus product of the fields finds a local market in towns in exchange for the manufactured commodities made by the craftsmen. Only in articles of luxury, such as spices and jewels, is there trade with distant regions. Bulky articles cannot be transported far. Producers and consumers are personal acquaintances, and each man has his customers. Slowly, a few men of higher ability and enterprise accumulate capital, undertake larger contracts, employ money in exchange instead of barter. Population becomes more dense, division of labor is necessary, social classes are differentiated, conflicts arise over division of profits, use of markets, taxes and tributes, guild regulations. C. The downfall of feudalism. From the 15th to the 18th century, the middle-sized states and the modern great nations emerge under the royal houses, as in Germany, France, Spain, England. The feudal lords and the church are held responsible to kings. The supremacy of the papacy is weakened and falls. Capital funds are enlarged, and the concentration of wealth and trade in a few hands becomes more frequent and manifest. New trades arise to meet new wants. The Reformation transforms the political and spiritual direction of society. D. Modern industrial conditions. With the colonial policies following the discovery of sea routes to India and America, trade becomes worldwide. The village market widens into an intercontinental market. The vast new enterprises require great capital, larger numbers of workmen under one management, joint stock corporations with limited liability, division of labor, increased use of machinery. The invention of the steam engine still further calls for more compact population, larger masses of capital, more stringent regulation and discipline of labor. The industrial commander, whose energy and ability, rather than refinement and humanity, give him first place, becomes ascendant, while priests, scholars, and feudal nobility retreat into the background. The last word of the 18th century is freedom and individualism, and with free trade and free competition, the business man becomes a prince, capital becomes colossal, trade unions are fought to their death, legal protection is opposed tooth and claw, and monstrous cruelties, with the degradation of working people, at last shock and alarm the nations and awaken a social conscience. The reaction sets in about 1860, with an assertion of the moral duty of the state to all its citizens. Over against the huge corporations with their vast financial and political dominion rise the national federations of labor, the extension of the suffrage, the increased political power of the wage earners, and the international organization of socialism. We now live in the midst of a transformation more significant than the fall of the Roman Empire, the rise of modern nationalities, or the Reformation. We cannot yet see clearly for the smoke of the battle, our nearness to the contestants, and our personal participation in the passions of the conflict. The Church and modern industrialism. The Church itself, once mistress of empires, is stripped of all authority and is reduced to a voluntary association protected by the state. Its claim to infallibility is disowned. The problem is altogether new, and the revolution finds ecclesiastical leaders confused and unprepared. They go out with ancient bows and arrows to resist rapid-firing field pieces and titanic cannon. Their medieval commands are mocked alike by masters and men. The movement sweeps along as if the clergy did not exist. The echoes of ancient creeds sound hollow and faint in the roar of the contemporary struggle of interests. And yet the Church carries in its traditions and its heart the only principle which can assure the future of mankind, if only its prophets learn in time how to interpret and apply it to the problems of our own age. The need of historical perspective. There are radicals who still think in terms of magic and miracle, and who make their dupes believe that by some universal strike or other direct action the world will be made over in a few hours. They are like a band of Chinese pirates who stole a complicated and costly electric machine from a railway station in Kwangtung province and then did not know how to make it function. If the IWW could by some cataclysm take possession tomorrow of all the mines, mills, and railways of the country, would they be able to use them to advantage, or at all? Those whose mode of thought is evolutionary are convinced that democracy has come to stay, but that it has much to learn. That boys cannot do the work of men, nor crowds of turbulent Reds, trained to destroy machinery, be long trusted with its direction. It is true, the alternative is sometimes provoking. Paying a few Napoleons of finance fabulous sums for their as yet indispensable services, while submitting to their taunts that it is all their own private business, into which the public has no concern or right to intrude. The only possible mode of avoiding tragic conflict under these conditions of passion and prejudice, arrayed against passion and prejudice, is to cultivate the historic sense. The evolution of ideas and ideals. Not only industry and commerce, but all other activities of mankind are in this life current of evolution, and should be studied in the same spirit. There is a measure of truth in the economic interpretation of history, which finds in the modifications of the industrial organization the clue to changes in art, science, morals, religion, philosophy. But this interpretation is inadequate. Physical changes do affect thinking, but constant experience and common sense reveal the other side of reality. We men modify things by thinking and by action. The capitalistic system is a mode of belief, and if socialism ever dominates the world, it will be because men have thought upon it, imagined it, resolved to have it, and voted it. It is amusing to see the immense energy of the leaders of the materialistic school who teach fatalism and practice idealism with all their might. We must be content in this scant sketch barely to indicate various aspects of the evolution of man's spiritual life which are so amply and ably treated in competent works on the history of the evolution of the sciences, of the technical inventions and processes, of the fine arts, of ethics, of religion, of theology, and of philosophy. The domestic, educational, political, and professional institutions have passed through various stages, and each change in all departments of thought or action has set up profound changes in all directions. We have already touched upon the evolution of Christianity itself, of its ideas, teachings, organization, administration in the Church. This course of development ran parallel with that of art, politics, science, industry, law, and there has been constant interaction and reciprocal influence among all the movements of the human spirit. Culture history ought not to be conceived as an evolution outside the will of humanity, but as the very deed of humanity. Events do not happen, they are made, and made by the human will. Evolution of poor relief. Christianity is essentially charity in the deepest, finest, and most real meaning. The first organization of the churches provided for relief of the distressed, widows, and orphans, and this function of the churches has never been abandoned, though it has often been perverted. In the simple life of the small primitive congregations, the faithful brought their offerings of money or commodities and laid them before the bishops for distribution, and both men and women were appointed to assist the elders in the administration. The officers became more numerous and specialized with the growth of the church. In Greece and Italy, the churches took on the form of associations which were protected by law, and which, in addition to regular membership fees, had an established custom of offering gifts for the poor in connection with worship. To the love feasts the indigent were invited, and there satisfied their hunger. With the cessation of heathen persecutions, the recognition of Christianity as the state religion, the increase of war and poverty, the acquisition of estates and enormous incomes, the principles and methods of relief changed. Almsgiving was often impulsive and without method, and the largesses of bishops often encouraged mendicancy without preventing suffering. The causes of misery were too deep and powerful to be cured with doles, and the church had no policy of prevention. The belief in the merit of almsgiving without regard to its effects on the poor became popular. Hospices, hospitals, monasteries, and orders gradually took the place of the congregational and personal relief system of the early church. The road to the church door was the resort of beggars. Ignorance of medical science made the devotion of merciful Christians impotent to stay the pestilence, heal the leper, and restore reason to the insane. The history of medieval charity is a tragedy of errors, a record of superstition, but also a sublime revelation of consecration and mercy struggling in the dark. With the rise of commerce and free cities in the 12th century, and later the merchant class, rose in influence and gradually transferred the direction of relief from the clergy to the laity, this tendency being more marked in northern Europe. The Lutheran Reformation did not improve methods of relief. Wars and theological controversies paralyzed the hopeful beginning in the 16th century. The Calvinistic churches developed ecclesiastical and civil relief, while England, in 1601, established the first poor law, on the principle that the entire Christian nation ought to combine for the relief of its weakest member, and this principle is shaping the policies of all modern nations. The humanism of the 16th century and the illumination of the 18th century went beyond Lutheranism and Calvinism in demanding that religion should carry the torch of science to light the dark ways of struggling humanity. In modern times that regard for the lowly which once was limited to feeble little conventicles has become the accepted obligation of all the mightiest governments of the earth. The charity of churches and of voluntary associations is still precious and necessary, but in the main auxiliary to the institutions of the Commonwealth. The development of modern social political ideals. Gradually, since the Reformation, social politics has been differentiated from poor relief. Friendship and justice now aim rather to prevent misery than to palliate it, and to make men self-supporting rather than to cultivate helpless, whining parasites and beggars. Christianity, though it did not absolutely create something out of nothing, published and developed in the world finer and higher notions of the value of personality, the dignity of sonship in God, the reality of brotherhood in the human race. Local sympathy gained a cosmopolitan character. The physical world and the glory of empire would vanish in flame and earthquake, but God and the soul were imperishable. Such ideas as these, with a gospel of redemption and hope, took captive the rude but vigorous and conquering barbarians. Augustine gathered up in a great system of theology the ideas of Christianity, Neoplatonism, Origen, and Plotinus, and provided a philosophy for the Church. Arabian physicians of the Middle Ages became acquainted with the natural science of Aristotle and other Greek philosophers. The contacts of the Crusades and travels of Jewish merchants brought this learning to the scholars of Europe, and helped the tendency to study nature directly and not merely by tradition. And now Church and State seem to be seeking a way, not of suppressing each other, but of serving, through diverse methods, the welfare of mankind in the partnership of unifying ideals and scientific procedure. End of Chapter 11, Part 2.
Chapter 11, Part 3 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Danny Hogger. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith, Chapter 11, Part 3. Personal Preparation for Leadership and Social Service. Education in the Social Sciences. In the high school, if the studies of childhood and youth could be directed, with reference to large and effective cooperation for service of the community, they would certainly include some acquaintance with the French and German languages, in addition to English, as necessary tools of knowledge and vehicles of communication. The usual elementary subjects should include a great deal of nature study and familiarity with the pictured life of primitive peoples. In the secondary school, it is not too much to ask for an introduction in biology and the elements of personal, domestic, and industrial hygiene, the history of the United States and its political institutions, and the service rendered by the local and general governments. Books and articles in German and French should be read on these subjects, and interesting knowledge should be obtained by young persons through the languages. The well-trained teachers will be able to apply mathematics to simple statistical surveys of the neighborhood. Friendly activities, guided by experts, will keep alive social sympathies, and provision for practical expression of ethical convictions and emotion should be made in high school and church school for adolescents. The Bible should be studied as the record of a life process and as a stimulus to altruistic endeavor. In the college and university, in college the candidate for the ministry and for religious service should be kept in constant contact with social movements, both in his studies and in his activities. The development of character depends quite as much on habits of unselfish service as on the precepts of morality, the exhortations of the preacher, and habits of worship. Nothing is said here of mathematics and literature, the high value of which is assumed. The students which prepare most directly for social leadership are physiography, geography, history, statistics as a necessary tool of all sciences, a survey of the whole field of the social sciences, biology, psychology, economics, political science, general sociology, ethics, history of philosophy, logic, and a study of selected problems of social amelioration accompanied by wisely supervised participation in some forms of service. Such a course would establish habits of keen observation, induction, discovery of causes, forming of judgments, interest in general welfare. In the senior year of college and during the years of graduate study, the candidate for social leadership in the church should take up more specialized subjects. Church history, biblical study, pastoral duties, and religious education may be closely correlated with social science. In the study of theology and the Bible, the social motive and ideals will be made clear and potent. In the study of church history, the evolution of Christian life in relation to law, government, poor relief, social politics, slavery, domestic conduct, customs, education, etc., ought to find a large place, while time could be saved by passing over the study of dead controversies about creed and ceremonies. The problems of social surveys, statistical investigations, the amelioration of conditions in cities and rural neighborhoods, the care of immigrants, and social service in foreign fields should find a place. On the basis of previous studies of elementary economics, politics, the law of the fields of social politics, labor legislation, trade unionism, and socialism should receive attention. The most vital principles of poor relief and of the social treatment of the antisocial class should be familiar. Curriculum of Past Sciences. We here present a curriculum drawn up by Professor L.C. Marshall, with a schematic diagram of some of the courses actually offered and taught in several universities of large equipment. Many of the fundamental courses are given in well-equipped colleges or even in secondary schools. The accompanying diagram serves to outline in a broad way the organization of studies in preparation for philanthropic service. The first aim, see diagram, is to secure for the student a broad cultural foundation in the main divisions of human knowledge. Above this foundation is placed a broad survey of the social sciences. In these social science survey courses, the future businessman, the future social worker, the future civil servant, and the future teacher and investigator in the various social science departments will be led to appreciate the relationships of their future specialized tasks to the operations of the rest of organized society. Even after the social science survey has been completed, narrow specialization may not occur. The work of the third year consists of basic semi-cultural, semi-professional courses designed to give the student a clearer appreciation of the organization of modern society than was possible in the social science survey. The academic spirit, using this expression in the objectionable sense, by introducing a considerable amount of contact with actual conditions, by lectures on technical matters by outside experts, by instruction through the case method as far as it is at present possible, and by requiring that the equivalent of at least 3 months shall be spent in actual service. The final stage is the distinctly professional work, partly of undergraduate, partly of graduate grade, in which the student cultivates intensively his own special field. The student who has traversed these stages should go out with some idea of social needs, with some zeal of serving those needs, with some appreciation of the rights, the privileges, and the obligations of other members of society, and with which training should enable him to do his work efficiently. In the administration of the work of the School of Commerce and administration of the University of Chicago, the following features are significant. 1. The work is organized on the hypothesis that the technical or professional work should rest upon a broad foundation of work in biology, psychology, history, political economy, sociology, law, and government. Full preparation accordingly contemplates at least 1 year of graduate work over and above a properly selected undergraduate curriculum. 2. There is no general or machine curriculum in either the undergraduate or the graduate work in the school. Each student's course is a matter of personal adjustment and depends upon previous training, present aptitudes, and expected future occupation. 3. The equivalent of at least 3 months of field work must either precede or accompany the technical or professional work. At first sight, this scheme of courses seems to bewilder and discourage. More careful study and inquiry of competent instructors will make it clear that there is a progressive movement from the elementary and broadly fundamental studies to those which are special and professional, intended for advanced students who seek to fit themselves with some form of public service. The young student cannot make a wise selection without personal advice. The courses chosen should be carefully arranged in a series for each student, so that he will become a master of some branches while gaining a broad general view of the relationships of sciences and of life callings and relationships. Without very careful planning in advance, the young person may scatter his efforts, become an intellectual vagabond, and end by knowing no one subject thoroughly. All these academic studies should be driven home by visits of observation, carefully planned to discover methods of constructive work rather than the abnormal and pathological aspects of vice. Observation must be extended by actual practice in connection with well-organized societies for philanthropy and civic improvement, under trained and practical administrators. Teamwork among professors in the theological school would be promoted by keeping in the central office of the dean or president rather full syllabi of courses given, so as to economize the teaching force, avoid duplication, and discover neglected areas. The indications of a modern curriculum of social science given above will show how various specialists can best cooperate, and that without losing anything of independence or thought or method of investigation. End of Section 3. Recording by Danny Hogger, Fullerton, California. www.dannyhogger.com. Chapter 11, Part 4, of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Danny Hogger. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 11, Part 4, Analysis and Classification of Social Problems. Every thinker must classify social problems, because they are too numerous and bewildering for orderly discussion until they are grouped. But every thinker is likely to make his own arrangement. We may deal with this subject by means of two categories. 1. The social groups, and 2. The community interests. 1. The social groups. They are provisionally distinguished as follows: the family, the rural neighborhood, the urban community, the commonwealth, the nation, the international conventions, The church is the imperfect but actual and unique representative of the kingdom of God, which is not only an international but a universal community, having yet unrealized ideals but having also actual incorporation in this earth. The only part of the kingdom of God we know is what we see in the present world. Within all these communities we discover subgroups or classes having certain likenesses, needs, and interests, such as the abnormals, the defectives, the antisocial, all of them subsocial and in various degrees alienated from normal social relations and activities, and requiring from normal society special modes of treatment, each with its technique. The minister is not and cannot be a specialist in social science if he does his duty as a pastor. He will not be master of any particular department of public service. His youthful studies in this field must therefore be limited to the fundamental sciences, to the broad surveys, and to one or two fields of practice which will give him methods of observation and judgment. To secure this preparation, begun in the high school, we need not neglect the essential disciplines of the divinity school. In the best schools of theology, time is conserved by pruning off minute investigations of dead issues, which this age has no time to discuss. The training of social workers. But the minister is not the only Christian leader in whose education the Christian community is interested. If the church is to be counted on as a force and an assistant in the modern world, it must recognize the variety of gifts, talents, and professions through which the Spirit reveals God to man and builds up the kingdom. Romans chapter 12, 1 Corinthians chapter 12. We are providentially called to teach and train Christian young men and women who will be specialists in the fields of public service and private philanthropy, teachers, investigators, statisticians, settlement residents, playground and social center directors, physical directors, secretaries of the YMCA, organizers of mutual benefit associations, advocates of social legislation, secretaries for social welfare work, officers of prisons, reformatories, and institutions for defective and abnormal persons, etc. Starting from our economic system, which is now characterized by freedom of contract, legal and political equality, private property secured by law and moral beliefs, with capitalistic management dominant, we come to the wage-earning class of operatives, the industrial group, with its own needs, interests, ideals, aspirations, and demands. A rudimentary class seems to be emerging in the second crop of capitalist manager families, the leisure class, with its own ideals, attitudes, fashions, activities, and models of influence. 2. Community interest. Associated effort, when it is conscious and intelligent, is directed toward common ends. Clear thinking and effective action depend on a distinct and well-grounded notion of social aims and ideals. These common interests are revealed by the conduct and institutions of men. They manifest their inward desires by their outward deeds. The analysis of human motives has been made by every writer on ethics from Aristotle and Plato to our own time. The two most elementary interests we share with animals, because they are essential to the existence of human beings: hunger and reproductive impulses. Summer adds vanity and fear, which also are manifested by our humbler fellow creatures. All these primitive desires cling to all men, and cannot be totally extinguished by the most devout ascetic until senility or the paralysis of approaching death extinguishes the last flickering flame of exhausted nature. Hunger and love may be related, tamed, brought under legal, moral, and religious control, but they persist because without them the very race would soon disappear. In all social plans, these elemental forces must be reckoned with. Social regulation. In a state of society so clearly that no clear record has been left in document or on monument, men discovered that social life could not go on without some measure to secure order, safety of life and limb, and the possession of property. The evolution of government, of civil and criminal law, was caused by this necessity, which was even felt among the higher animals before humanity emerged. In our time, the recognition of these interests has given support to a vast and complex system of social control, direction, and regulation. Property. In order to support individual existence, to supply the needs of offspring, to add comforts and luxuries to necessities, to gratify vanity and desire for influence and distinction, men have combined to secure commodities. The acquisition of property is primarily the result of industry, of applying human wit and labor to the materials and forces of nature, but secondarily, property has been acquired by robbery and war, by cunning and fraud, by the mission of legal privilege and the exploitation of slaves, of women, of children, of ignorant men. The economic interest is at the root of all industries, trades, commerce, and finance, however complex these may become. Business has become an end for its own sake, the ultimate ends of life being forgotten in the eagerness of the pursuit, and thus wealth has in a measure lost connection with welfare, and the devotion to money has become idolatry. Culture interests. Culture interests are those which distinguish civilized men from the lower animals and from savage races. It is true that some law of beauty, goodness, and religion may be found in animals and in the lower races of mankind, for in the process of evolution there is no violent break with the past at any point. The spiritual not only arises from the natural, but gradually and imperceptibly out of the natural, as the flower out of the growing plant. But as distinctly characteristic and differentiated interests, art, science, morality, politics, and religion are achievements of the human spirit, and to these goods of civilization contributions have been made from the dawn of human consciousness. Here and there a man of genius has added something conspicuous and remarkable to these higher possessions, and the gift of his soul has become his monument. But inventions, languages, faiths, beautiful lines and forms, proverbs, folklore, moralities, legal conceptions, are far more the result of the universal activities of humble and nameless human beings than of distinguished and famous leaders. The desires for these higher satisfactions become motives to social effort. Men combine in many ways to secure them, as in musical societies, clubs, schools, museum associations, local and general governments. The measure in which these satisfactions are enjoyed, and the extent to which the people share in them, give us a standard of civilization, a test of progress. Statistics furnish us with a scientific method of applying the standard to the actual working of institutions and laws. Social problems. These are the questions which men put to practical reason and science in regard to the best methods of stimulating, harmonizing, and universalizing the satisfactions of the social interests. The desires are found in all human beings. The scientific method of attaining the satisfactions must be adapted to the peculiarities of each group in the nation, and therefore each stage of evolution, each discovery and invention, each increase of population offers a new problem for solution. The solution must take into account the particular needs of each group and its relationship to all others of the nation. Social technique. To increase, universalize, and harmonize these satisfactions in each group requires a method of methods. There is a best and wisest and most effective way. It is the business of social science and statesmanship to discover this way. It is knowable, but never altogether known. The causal forces which explain the present may be utilized by human intelligence and concerted action to promote socially desirable ends. Theoretical social science culminates in discovery of causes, practical social science in a foundation of knowledge for desirable achievements. So far as the technique has been mastered in a high degree, it is best known by a body of specialists or experts, but usually it cannot be effectively carried into life without the intelligent cooperation of a considerable body of laymen. Hence, the need of popular education in social science, for science simply means common knowledge made as comprehensive, reliable, and systematic as possible, which is precisely that knowledge which is most effective in action and conduct. End of Chapter 11, Part 4. Recording by Danny Hogger, Fullerton, California, www.dannyhogger.com.
Chapter 11, Part 5 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 11, Christianity and Social Problems, Part 5. Christianity in relation to social problems. It remains to indicate the service which the Christian churches, as bearers of Christian thought and ideals, can render in the work of stimulating, universalizing, and harmonizing these efforts of the collective will to promote human welfare. The ideals of the Church. Only think what the Christian religion signifies. God so loved the world, loved all the people. As Creator, Father, Providence, Redeemer, Friend, our God, as Jesus taught, lives for us. He gives us life and the will to live, creates appetites and desires and provides for their satisfaction, and all He creates is essentially good. The Divine Spirit is at the heart of all our arts, sciences, reformations, the very ferment in all the restless agitation for improvement. The demagogue is a mere caricature of the evolutionary ambitions which seethe in human history. The end is abundant, rich, varied, many-sided, harmonious life. It is this infinite, creative, active, divine life which came to noblest expression in Jesus, which is manifested in the development of the human spirit and all its institutions, laws, governments. The kingdom of God has a more splendid aim than that of the conventicle of pietists intent on saving their own souls, a larger scope than ecclesiastical intrigue and ambition. If we could only set before us all that is required for the perfection of personality, for the order and progress of the world, for the quickening of intellectual curiosity, for the finest expression of beauty, for grace and courtesy, for intellectual mastery of the knowable universe through the sciences, for harmony, friendship, and worship, all this would be found at home within the idea of the kingdom of God. International law has statesmanship, but it is petty and provincial when compared with the universal realm opened up to us by the vision of Jesus, Son of God. It is for this idea that the Church stands, if only it could realize its unique and sublime task, if only its leaders could appreciate their role in relation to business and philanthropy, to artists, explorers, scientists, statesmen, philosophers, poets. The Church and its ministry have yet to learn how all-inclusive their mission is, how all the nations must bring their glory and honor into the city of God, whether they will it or not. We have been exclusive, self-centered, when we might have been inclusive, comprehensive, Catholic. We have desired to dominate and monopolize, when we were called to fraternal and sympathetic cooperation. We have abandoned vast fields of truth, art, power, as alien to our religion, when we might have transformed these forces and brought them into harmony with the highest ideals of faith. All things are yours, yet we deliberately surrendered our claim and called most of the precious values of humanity secular. The Church is not outside social problems. It is not benefactor or patron. It is not alien to the world. The Church lives upon industry. Its children are born from natural impulses in holy and legal wedlock. Its security is derived from government and law. Its ritual is enriched by poets and musicians. Its sins are those of its age. Its vision of truth is widened by science and education. Its morality is the best custom of the time. Its picture of heaven is composed of democratic and neighborly experiences of friendship. Its God is defined as Father or King. We as Christians are, like St. Francis, brothers of the poor and even of the birds, and we are here to cooperate with all men of good will. Here we must consider, first, the possible resources of the Church for this purpose; secondly, the defects of the Church and the explanation of these defects; thirdly, illustrations of progress in the Church toward realizing its duty and its opportunity; fourthly, the wisest direction for the near future. 1. Resources of the Church. The greatest book of life is the Bible, to whose exposition the Church is committed, and whose story of truth and faith is one of the chief forces of history. The Bible. So far as the Church is studying and teaching the Bible in a truly historic spirit and method, it is generating interest in human welfare. There are two tables of its law, reverence for God and regard for man. Both are assimilated and authorized in the golden rule of Jesus, and illustrated by his character and life. Inspiring personalities. So far as the Church, under the leadership of an educated ministry, knows its own history and holds before its children its heroes and martyrs, its missionaries and its philanthropists, it is generating fervor and zeal for sinning and suffering humanity. Church history and biography supply a magazine of ennobling and inspiring personal examples. Church history is a precious possession and a treasury of spiritual energy. Literature. Christian literature is a vast and fruitful store of motive to kindly and beneficent action. In hymns, poems, essays, in Dante, Luther, Milton, Tennyson, Browning, Shakespeare, Webster, Macaulay, in all the most powerful authors of Christendom there runs a deep Christian undertone. Christian literature is in a very high and true sense a continuation of the Bible. We need anthologies, source books, and a library of selections with historical annotations. Much of the written stuff of the Fathers and medieval theologians does not deserve the name of literature, and the people have not time to read it, nor money to buy it, nor house room to store it. Yet it is a pity to leave the jewels lost in the mass of rubbish, speculation, and superstition which makes up so much of the writings of the past. Only when the real classics in prose and verse have been selected and reprinted by competent scholars, in chronological order, with historical sequences noted, will this spiritual inheritance of the Church come into its rightful place of power and influence. But God has not left himself without a witness in other lands of high culture. India, China, Japan, and even the proverbial philosophy of Africa have literary monuments of religion, and they also are ours to use and enjoy. The pitiful mediocrity of much contemporary so-called religious literature, its waste and desolation of miserable sectarian polemics, its obscurantism and dull platitudes, might well give way to the buried and forgotten literary treasures of the world. The personal influence of the members of the Church in the home and throughout the community. We may well count the personal influence of the members of the Church as an asset. Discount with the severest justifiable criticism the conduct of Christians, they are nevertheless the salt of the earth, the light of the world, though, unfortunately, they often hide their lamps under a bushel, and bury their talents out of sight. The exertion of influence reacts upon character, and he who earnestly endeavors to make his neighbors better instinctively criticizes his own standards and conduct. The army of church members are citizens and voters, masters of assemblies, judges on the bench, presidents and directors of corporations, members of clubs and associations, and trade union lawmakers and administrators, and this gives the Church access to every legitimate organization of the nation. Such a power is also a responsibility. Educational agencies. The educational equipment of the churches is enormous. All the modern systems of education and research grow out of ecclesiastical institutions of the Middle Ages. Cap, gown, and hood are reminders of the uniforms of learned monks of the ancient days when clergymen monopolized scholarship. Now we are on the way to the time when all God's people will be prophets, and democracy has taken over education and made it universal. But even now lay control does not imply irreligion. When the atmosphere is flooded with light, no window can open without admitting its radiance, and while Christianity shines everywhere, it will not be excluded from state institutions. We can therefore count practically all the agencies of science and education among the resources of the Church. One may gain some idea of the extent of these educational resources by taking the statistics from the report of the United States Commissioner of Education concerning schools, colleges, and universities under Church control. 2. Defects of the Church. The humane impulse of primitive Christianity is partly obscured and obstructed by fruitless and excessive speculation without ethical aim, by war for domination rather than by devotion to service, by ecclesiasticism and fanaticism, by making ceremony an end, by priestly ambition, by clinging to an excessive individualism and the laissez-faire philosophy and practice which was the idol of the 18th century. It is not agreeable for us to analyze our defects, yet it is wholesome and necessary. An ancient Greek statesman told the people, after a military defeat, that if they had done their utmost he would despair of his country, but that they had not employed their best powers, and that if they would rally with all energy and devotion, the day could yet be saved and honor restored. The Church has amazing, undeveloped resources. Its wastes would furnish capital for world conquest. The correction of its errors and the joyful acceptance of its obligation would make it invincible. And therefore the loyal servants of the churches must deal with themselves critically and earnestly. Rather than bring indictments against one another, let us searchingly examine ourselves and revise our methods. Why should we not sincerely, earnestly, and without equivocation bring our leadership before the bar of impartial justice by asking ourselves such questions as these? Have we concentrated our studies and sermons on the essentials of Christianity, or have we lavished energy and time on topics in controversy among the faithful? If we should subordinate sectarian enterprises to the cause of missions in regions which have never heard of Jesus Christ and his gospel, would not millions of dollars be employed constructively rather than destructively? If the Christian people of a village or town would support one strong minister instead of starving 4 or 5 uneducated men, would there not be fewer mockers at the superstitions of the Church and more institutions of charity, rational recreation, and ennobling education? If the fanatical zeal which now divides Christendom into warring camps were to be devoted to improving the dwellings of working men and providing social centers for youth, would not the world's skepticism be changed into admiring faith? If Christianity were presented in revivals as a consecration to the cause of elevating and enriching man's estate, and not merely as a selfish and absorbing desire for individual salvation, would this not be a convincing demonstration of the divinity of the message? If a blue pencil were drawn through every line of sermons which did not tend to increase love, peace, justice, and wisdom, might not the discourses suffer only in length, while they improved in form and attractiveness? If ministers would exclude from their libraries the tomes which are unscientific or anti-scientific, the works which intensify bigotry and fill the head with errors and platitudes, might not many of the graduates of high schools and colleges be attracted to church attendance, who now remain away because they are amazed by the ineptitudes and anachronisms of a traditional and outworn teaching? Are there not hundreds of communities which lack public spirit, common aims, facilities for culture, because the churches remain apart and refuse to do teamwork? Are our ministers prepared by their education to grapple intelligently with the colossal moral problems of businessmen, and do they not too generally limit their instruction in righteousness to petty personal relations or to vociferous denunciations of the sins of ancient Israel? Are not the average businessman, farmer, and mechanic compelled to decide most of the problems of duty without any real intellectual help from the Church? How much of this failure is due to cowardice, or to ignorance, or to preoccupation with merely ecclesiastical or even clerical schemes which have not the slightest bearing on the matters of life and death, of daily anxiety, of inner spiritual struggle to know the right? How much is due to the conventional training of pastors which still is under the influence of the monastic ideals which were nominally overturned by the Reformation? Whatever may be the causes, all who are not blind to the facts must see that the Church and the ministry are too small a factor in the ethical tumult and anarchistic struggles of our age, in spite of our resources. 3. Signs of promise. The day is breaking in the east, of which the prophets told, and brightens up the sky of time, the Christian's age of gold. It is more agreeable to call attention to the evidence that the leaders of the Church are awakening to a sense of their privilege and duty, and summoning the disunited hosts to cooperative action. The zeal for reformation. The apostolical succession of servants of humanity has never once been broken. In all ages lofty spirits have protested against abuses and recalled Christians to the essentials of faith. In the darkest night of the ages a flickering lamp burned on many a humble altar. The renaissance of a humane Christianity was not produced by individual saints, but it was the outgrowth of a life which was in the Church from the beginning, and which manifested itself in men of genius, and also in millions of gentle and obscure persons who lived without renown and rest in nameless graves. No one sect can claim the entire honor for this revival. The Roman Catholic Church has its galaxy of pure spirits, St. Francis, Elizabeth of Thuringia, St. Vincent de Paul, Frederick Ozanam, and many others. The Society of Friends, true to their name, gave us George Fox, Elizabeth Fry, William Penn, and the poet of the drab-skirt muse, John G. Whittier. The Methodist movement gave us the Wesleys. We hardly care to recall to which sect belonged Wilberforce, John Howard, the Earl of Shaftesbury, John Ruskin, Florence Nightingale, Octavia Hill, Thomas Carlyle, for they are just human. The Unitarians never could boast great numbers, but their William E. Channing and Theodore Parker compelled the ecclesiastical world to think of the working man, the slave, the drunkard, and they helped us all to see that an arbitrary and heartless tyrant, even if armed with omnipotence, cannot really be worshipped as God. Biblical criticism undermined the dogmatic foundations of the Church and compelled believers to seek refuge in God himself rather than in a book about him, or in a creed, however valuable these are as witnesses and instruments. German economists became our allies when they insisted, with Wagner and Schmoller, that gains must rest on a basis of justice, and that the iron law of supply and demand ought to be directed by a righteous and intelligent purpose. Missions. Foreign missionaries went out to save men from future punishment, and found the people in Africa and parts of the Orient in a present purgatory. Compassion for the multitude who were as sheep without a shepherd took possession of them, and while they told of God, heaven, and redemption, they taught the people to plow a deeper furrow, to weave a better cloth, to use quinine against malaria rather than sacrifice to devils, to treat women with courtesy, and to educate their children. Perhaps it could be shown that missionaries abroad were pioneers of the social work of the Church. Charles Dickens did something by holding up to ridicule those who sent blankets to the naked blacks of tropical Africa while they left starved children to freeze in the slums of London. But on the whole his caricature was unfair even then, and since he wrote, the methods of missions have been rapidly improved. Medical and educational missions have given a start to the modern movements in the Orient and brought countless millions to the door of hope and light. These inspiring works have not only been the most convincing demonstration of the divine life in Christianity, a veritable revelation of its essence, but they have reacted upon the methods of the churches at home and made them more sensible, practical, and persuasive. Cooperation and Federation. Over against the unhappy and wasting divisions of the Church we set the establishment of powerful institutions which represent unity and cooperation. There have been various overtures from ecclesiastical dignitaries to the sects, with amiable invitations of the tiger to the kid to lie down inside, but these have not been taken seriously, however kindly meant. There have been conventions, conferences, eloquent speeches in favor of unity, not without some result. But the most direct and effective movements have let church union wait for some immediate, urgent, and imperative service to humanity. The temperance movement has brought together members of all denominations for the common defense of youth, virtue, and religion from the brutalities and degradation of the drink traffic. The Union Sunday School conventions and associations have mobilized the forces of the whole Christian Church for the religious education of youth, and the Religious Education Association has brought to this agency the resources of modern biblical scholarship and the art of education. The Young Men's Christian Association by no means satisfies the demands of modern fellowship. Its creed basis excludes many of the finest spirits of our faith, but it has gone as far as its supporters have yet been ready to go, and in the right direction. It has gradually developed a ministry to the whole man, body, mind, and spirit, and it seems nearly ready to move forward with due caution beyond individual aid into the field of public service. The Federal Council of the Churches of Christ is also restricted in its organization by the fears and traditions of godly men, and yet it also has brought into effective cooperation a vast multitude of members of the popular branches of the Christian communion. In several states the home missionary societies have advanced, only too slowly, to a position of comity, courtesy, and economy, where they refuse to subsidize the strife and vainglory of sectarianism. These movements, significant and valuable already, are still more hopeful in indicating the direction of future enterprises. 4. The wise direction of effort in the near future. The problems of the next century will be solved more easily if we attend strictly to our present urgent duty. The pillars and roof will be firm only as the foundation is sure. The requirements of social welfare in the present age are determined by the facts of this age as already sketched. The Church cannot and ought not to work out a separate program of its own. The consensus of experts in each branch of social science is the nearest possible indication of duty. The isolation of the Church makes its efforts barren. The leaven must be mixed with the dough. The seed must be buried in the soil. Even Catholic Europe has frequently abolished monasteries, and it would be atavistic return to barbarism to adopt a monastic or conventical ideal for the Church. The duty of the leaders of the Church is to become acquainted, as well as they can, with the best methods known for advancing the physical, economic, and spiritual welfare of the home, the neighborhood, the town, the commonwealth, the nation, the world. The beginning of wisdom is to know more, and to cease to waste time on idle controversy and speculation. We shall find inspiration, worship, in the Bible, but we must seek duty in the relations of the age in which the Creator has placed us, as our fathers sought for it in their situation. The day of domination of the state by ecclesiastical authority has passed. Clerical interference in political parties is resented, and rightly, because clergymen have no professional qualifications for this task. But there never was an age when religion and religious personalities were more needed as an influence, when the Church had such a splendid opportunity to inspire men of action and power with hope, faith, and charity in their colossal and often discouraging tasks. The characteristic social task of the Church ministry of religion. The Church, with its ministry, has the most vital part in social service. It must have a theology which honest and intelligent men can understand and believe. It must help people to a reasonable moral view of God. It must have something wise and persuasive to say about the divine, about sin, prayer, the hope of immortality. To help men to see God is the highest and most precious social service. The Church must keep alive this belief until the whole world is civilized and refined enough to appreciate it. In doing this work, science must be respected in its field. No doctrine of faith, or prayer, or miracle must contradict the universality of the causal principle on which all knowledge rests. We must not ask a man of science to stultify his reason in order to worship and hope. We must teach men to find God everywhere, and not merely in the inaudible, exceptional, and extraordinary. We must be rid of magic, and keep mysticism in its place as poetry, and learn the ways of science. The seer and the poet and the preacher need not fear exact knowledge, if each remain true to his own call. The essence of theology is its doctrine of friendship as the spirit of the universe. All the arts of music, liturgy, oratory, poetry, painting, architecture, sculpture, city planning are most glorious when they help humanity to trust, to hope, to love. And the Church holds a unique place in this world of beauty and idealism. No newspaper, no secular or ethical club can ever compete with it, if it knows how to help men to see God, to love and reverence Him, to exult in hope. The promotion of social reforms. In the improvement of physical, economic, and political conditions, the churches have a different duty to perform, and a less direct. But what they can do is great and is urgently needed. Sermon, song, and teaching may quicken the conscience, kindle pity, compassion, remorse, and kindness. At this point, the study of social science will furnish the church leaders with an inexhaustible supply of illustrations, long after books of religious anecdotes and feathers for arrows have been worn out. The newspapers and magazines paint stories, but they lack the fire of religious fervor to give momentum to sacrificial endeavor, and newspapers cannot organize institutions and train workers as the church can. Numerous groups of scientific specialists exist who possess knowledge, but who have comparatively few votes. The federated churches have millions of voting members, with vast and widely diffused political influence over the entire nation, but they have no authority in social science. A good understanding between the expert groups and the multitudes who profess a religion of benevolence and justice would be fruitful, and it seems to be at hand. The American Association for Labor Legislation, the American Prison Association, the National Conference of Charities and Correction, the National Child Labor Committee, the Consumers' League, and others have long invited the cooperation of pastors, recently with much success. The Church has opportunities of instruction in social duties which belong to no other institution. The sermon can do something, but cannot deal with technical problems. Discussions in social meetings, classes, and societies are the most effective means of training the members to think socially, to consider the claims of justice in all relations of life. The social evangelist may have his uses, as the individualistic revivalist, if sane, has his place, but the serious and lasting work will be done in small groups of careful students, for educated leaders are afraid of the mob mind and seek quiet discussion. The leaders of these groups must ultimately be trained for their task in colleges and universities. They will be specialized ministers of churches. Groups of churches will combine to support them. One competent man in a populous county could direct the serious discussions of hundreds of leaders under a proper system of cooperation. It would be absurd to require that every pastor should be competent to guide studies over such vast fields. The church will learn to specialize in religious leadership just as the universities, the great industries, and all other successful organizations have done. The need of workers. Yet it will be entirely possible, and it is highly desirable, that all educated men and women, ministers included, during their course of instruction in secondary school, college, and professional school, should receive preparation for intelligent cooperation in the works of good citizenship. A curriculum has already been arranged for the accomplishment of this purpose, as mentioned above, and it includes a liberal provision for language, science, history, and literature. The Church can send laborers into the harvest, theological students, a few, but multitudes of others. There is not an effective society of philanthropy which does not cry out, often in vain, for helpers. These helpers must be prepared for their duties, and there are educational institutions prepared to give the necessary instruction and training for social service. Many churches could select promising young people and provide for their professional education as directors of playgrounds, probation officers, charity visitors, librarians with a missionary spirit, social secretaries, teachers in reform schools, managers of clubs for youth, residents in settlements. Social politics. The most perplexing problems before the Church which undertakes to exert any influence whatever on social politics and the material and cultural interests of the wage earners are those of trade unions and socialism. The problem of the liquor traffic is comparatively simple, because the financial interests involved are so plainly in recognized antagonism to order, security, health, morals, and religion. But the labor question divides the nation into two camps, and there is no present outlook for agreement. So far as charity is concerned, there is no very bitter controversy, except when the philanthropists regard it as a substitute for justice, and settle down in contented satisfaction with their alms deeds. Scientific charity itself in our time dispels the illusion of the finality of gifts, and its matter-of-fact records point to low wages, exhausting toil, poisonous air in workshops, reckless disregard of life in mines and on railways, unequal taxation and tax-dodging, exploitation of consumers and laborers, as among the chief causes of misery, the extravagance of the poor and alcoholism having been greatly exaggerated in this connection. Welfare work. Welfare work on the part of employers, as an expression of sincere kindness, awakens some protest, and is not received with enthusiastic satisfaction by the working men. They regard it, in the main, as an element of minor importance, even when it is not used to distract working men and win them away from their own unions. The real issue is one which we are loath to face, and one which we can meet only with adequate knowledge, sympathy, and sober judgment. Who is to control the conditions of labor and the distribution of the product? Socialism. The scheme of socialism needs to be understood by Christian leaders, for nothing does greater harm than misrepresentation. Common objections to socialism are that it would mean equality of income, destruction of the right to hold and enjoy private property, perhaps community of wives and rearing of children by the state, atheism, a monotonous dead level of culture. None of these things belongs to the essence of socialism, although various socialistic writers have indulged in all sorts of adventures in these directions. Any definition of socialism is likely to be challenged, but perhaps we may say that the essence of socialism is the demand that all wealth used for social production should be under social control. This means that the managers of industry, commerce, and banking should be employees of the Commonwealth, and responsible to the people for their conduct of affairs. It would be the extension of control by representatives of the people, not only over law and government, but over business. The product of industry would not be divided at the will of capitalist managers, nor by vote of the operators in particular industries, but under control of representatives of the entire public. Apparently there is no immediate prospect of this radical and revolutionary scheme being carried out. But there is a marked tendency to realize the principle of social control one step at a time, as in the supervision of powerful corporations by public utilities commissions, the Interstate Commerce Commission and courts, municipal ownership and management of water works, street cars, gas and electric works, the Federal Post Office, parcel post, and Federal Telegraph and Telephone Service, obligatory insurance of all kinds under public regulation. The whole system of public inspection and regulation of factories, mills, mines, and railways to protect the life, limb, and health of employees is an expression of a determination to use the power of the government to restrict the arbitrary and irresponsible abuse of power by capitalist managers. The swift extension of social insurance means in part taking profits and dividends to add to wages, giving to the men who work hardest and suffer most a more adequate support and share in the heritage of civilization. Social insurance means that life is to be made secure and free from deadly worry and gaunt care, without dependence on uncertain and humiliating charity. Common wealth. The multiplication of public libraries, parks, museums, and schools signifies that modern democracy intends to bring the blessings of the higher realms of culture within reach of every living soul. The condemnation of crowded and insanitary dwellings is a policy widely accepted, and it will include municipal ownership of houses wherever the self-interest of capital fails to provide decently for the homes of men. The federal income tax, with its exemptions of the poor and its progressively increasing levy on superfluous revenues, is an expression of the determination of the people to curb and restrict luxury so long as millions of manual laborers have not enough to eat. Inheritance taxes have more than a mere financial purpose. They are a means deliberately adopted for the redistribution of earned and unearned fortunes, and a notice to the heirs of wealth, who toil not nor spin, that it will be well for them to learn a trade. In all this economic movement there is something deeper and nobler than physical hunger. There is a sense of justice, an ideal of brotherhood. Such legislation is too calm, steady, and secure of its aim to be under control of envy and revenge or anarchistic passion. It is the largest, finest, and most effective method of expressing solidarity, fraternity. So far from being a brief madness, this policy is the slow growth of centuries of discussion, and gradually has changed sentiments, customs, laws, and constitutions in all civilized lands. Perils of progress. While leaders of the Christian Church should study these modern policies intelligently and sympathetically, they should also be critical and able to understand the perils and difficulties of reform, especially of a radical and revolutionary plan like socialism. For direct popular control and administration of the complex industries of modern times, the masses of the people are yet unprepared. The difficulty of securing competent managers of large affairs is seen in the failure of many of our political ventures in industrial fields. We must get our training as we travel forward, and must learn from our mistakes, but the general direction of progress is made clear by noting the historical movement for social control over a period of several centuries. Fellowship in religion, the crown of all progress. Social service culminates in the fellowship of religion. Religion does indeed, as we have insisted, stimulate us to love all our fellow men, to do good as we have opportunity, to use all our resources and all institutions to promote the economic, physical, aesthetic, scientific, political well-being of mankind. Thus far, religion is a powerful means to a noble and rational end, toward which God himself is working with us and in us. And the Church, as the chief school of religion, cannot neglect the task of applying religious influences in the cause of humanity. Yet religion is a good in itself, and the highest, not merely a means to promote other ends. And the specific, characteristic function of the Church is not that of promoting science, art, or preventive medicine. There are special institutions for each of these worthy objects, and the Church has no call to meddle with their administration. As one of my honored colleagues has said, "We need the Church, a community of men in which we interchange the faith of our heart in living, mutual fellowship with the hearts of other men. The certitude of our faith depends upon the discernment of itself in others' hearts. The endearment of our faith is increased by seeing the enlargement of our faith. The very satisfactions which are achieved by the functions of religion can become our possession only in case that religion be not means, but end as well." The climax of the social service of the Master was not in healing the sick and giving sight to the blind, but in preaching the gospel to the poor. And who are so poor as the rich who know not God? End of chapter 11, part 5. Chapter 12, Part 1 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 12, The Contribution of Critical Scholarship to Ministerial Efficiency. Part 1, The Method of Modern Education. The essentials of a school are teachers and students. According to our new education, the primary office of the teacher is to teach, not thoughts or things, but human beings. He is not a superior being whose aim is to impart authoritative information to inferiors, sustaining to him the appropriate attitude of submission, passivity, and docility. Renouncing aristocratic aloofness, he becomes his student's guide and friend, developing their energy, independence, initiative, and resourcefulness. Learning by doing is the slogan in our modern schools, as against the old watchword of learning by being told or taught. Accordingly, pupils are put in direct relation with reality instead of with symbols of reality. The content of life and environment is the subject matter which they study. It is not that the student is immediately fitted for some trade or vocation or profession, but that the material which he examines and elaborates is drawn from actual life itself. The new education aims to give neither mere book learning, as was the case with an earlier scholasticism, nor the narrow and technical vocational training, as the present-day secularist craves, but to develop mind and body, to stimulate inventiveness, and to cultivate a judicial temper and habit, in order that the student may be prepared to become a happy and useful member of a democratic society. In a word, our new general education assimilates itself to the spirit of democracy and to the method of our sciences. Now, in what respect, if in any, does professional or vocational education differ from our ordinary education? By a professional school is meant an institution where students gain control of one specialized field of knowledge, of one particular industry or profession or calling, such, for example, as engineering or medicine or divinity. Professional schools, their history reveals this, have usually fallen into the extremes of an inherited scholastic bookishness, or else of a narrow utilitarian practicism. To illustrate in the use of theology, this discipline was knowledge dissociated from life, a thing worth while on its own account, or else it was little more than drill in the usages and ceremonies of the Church. In ages of rationalism and panlogism it tended to be the former. It was the latter in primitive and medieval times. It may be doubted whether medicine and law are second to theology as exemplars of these extremes. In opposition to this scholastic education apart from active life, or this technical education apart from broad learning, the new education of the ordinary schools unites ideas and practice, work and the recognition of the meaning of what is done, learning and social applications. Happily, the conviction is maturing today that this unity should replace those theoretical and practical one-sidednesses in our professional education, that, advancing into the region of specialism, the matter of most importance is not familiarity with the body of ready-made knowledge, or skill in manipulating a technique, but knowing how to know, skillful in becoming skillful. At bottom, this means the formation of the kind of character and experience which, in their special modification, are required for the enthusiasm and service of humanity in that special profession. Thus, the primary function of any professional school is the unfolding and maturing of the right kind of man for the right kind of work. Both the school's science and practice are simply means to that end. It is neither the knowledge nor the practice in their abstractness, but the knowing and doing personality that is society's valuable asset. Now, it is in the light of such considerations as these that the serious problems of our theological education may be approached. Calling and vocation. There is a distinction, not philological, but historical and real, between the words calling and vocation. The significance of this distinction leads to the heart of our problem, so worthy of thus studying in a large way. Historically speaking, calling is providential, vocation is optional. Calling is religious, vocation is moral. Calling is a man's by motives deeper than his choice, wiser than his deliberations. Vocation is a man's by his own elective preference. In calling, a minister feels that he is a man of destiny. Woe is me if I preach not the gospel. I was foreordained and set apart from my mother's womb for this work, a work in which the power of the eternal is at my disposal, is indeed my power. Without this feeling, the minister is sure to be shorn of his strength and robbed of his greatness among men. But in vocation one is looked upon as self-dependent, self-sufficient, self-accountable. To be sure, calling and vocation are not exclusive, but the objective and subjective, rather the divine and the human side of the same experience. But historically they have fallen asunder. At the beginning of the modern world, Luther and Calvin both looked upon a man's work, no matter what it was, as his calling, as his by the providential will of God. Thus a man's work reposed on a religious basis. Men were what they were, doing what they did, by the power and plan and purpose of God. Such a conviction brought strength and stay and contentment. But in the 18th century the religious basis of all secular callings was undermined. The relative historical justification of this critical dissolution does not concern us here. The fact is that, along with science and art and education, the other orders of life dispensed with their religious foundation, and that capital, machinery, and technique came in to take their place. Accordingly, faith in the fulfillment of one's daily task came to repose in the latter rather than in the former. In all this one may see progress in a certain direction. Perhaps the heavens had to be emptied and clouded for a time, if men were to realize that they must stand upon the earth, develop the resources of the earth, and depend upon themselves. Yet this loss of the religious basis of secular callings is largely responsible for the sorry fruits of egoism and mammonism, of cynicism and pessimism. It may not be too much to say that the world of business needs nothing so much as to add to the confidence in technique and machinery and money the ancient faith in God, with his providential guidance over men's work and his peace and power in men's hearts. Labor needs to supply to its notion of vocation its former notion of calling. It watches, but it also needs to pray. The secularization of the minister's profession. Has an analogous development gone on in the sacred calling of the Christian ministry? Once there was the religious basis without machinery and capital, not even a salary. The ministry was calling, conscious of God's power and will, God's truth and cause, God's providence. The minister spoke with authority to the consciences and hearts of men. There was an accent of positive conviction that could not be simulated or mistaken. Men were made to face the tables of stone, the cross, and the great white throne. A supernatural significance and awe attached to human life as a probationary place of definitive and eternal decisions. The prophet and priest of God was a king among men. What has been going on? The sacred calling is duplicating in its own way the experience of the secular calling. The calling becomes a vocation. To be sure, this is but a moment in the total secularization of all life, which seems to be the set program of the modern world. The sacred calling is becoming desupernaturalized and, in a sense, despiritualized. So is its technique. But one sees in this great change the method of the evolutionary process fully illustrated. Life, characteristic of one era, survives increasingly unproductive and moribund, in the subsequent period committed to new growths and species. At length, such life of the old order ceases in fact, as it had already ceased in principle. This is true in the sphere of the higher life and processes of which we are thinking. Thus, in principle, though not yet entirely in fact, the divinity of the historic sacraments is gone, and of ministerial grace from ordaining hands. Gone is the origin of the sermon in the Holy Ghost, the open your mouth and it shall be filled theory of preaching, the naive and primitive trust in divine afflatus. Gone is the preacher's living upon the capricious gratuities and donations of a flock, who felt that it was their place to keep him poor, God's to keep him humble, both prerogatives now arrogated to themselves. More serious still, the divinity of his church and of the doctrines and morals of his sermons, of the head of the church, of the specific God of his theology, These too are gone, and with them the old miraculous supernaturalism of regeneration and sanctification and perfection. Indeed, these words are quite unintelligible to the modern man on the street, and almost obsolete in the terminology of the theologian. What is taking the place of all this that once constituted the religious basis of the ministerial calling? In part, technique, machinery, capital, especially organization, with the correlate of scientific efficiency of the churches in manipulating them. The dream is of a scientific ministry instead of the old religious ministry. The minister is not so much prophet and priest of God as an administrative officer of a philanthropic and humanitarian institution endowed by capital, which he is competent to execute. The church is not a temple, but a plant. The idea seems to be gaining favor that if men are fed and clothed and sheltered and washed and amused, they will not need to be redeemed with the old terrible redemption. In somewhat harsh antithesis, to be sure, one may say that not supernatural regeneration, but natural growth; not divine sanctification, but human education; not supernatural grace, but natural morality; not the divine expiation of the cross, but the human heroism, or accident, of the cross; not the supernatural spiritual brother, but the natural bodily brother; not the invisible religious communion of saints, living and dead, but boys' clubs and men's clubs and social settlements, all run in the use of technique, machinery, and capital, with scientific efficiency clinically learned in a divinity school; and not Christ the Lord, but the man Jesus, who was a child of his times; not God and his providence, but evolution and its process without an absolute goal; that all this, and such as this, is the new turn in the affairs of religion at the tick of the clock. It is the change that is going on from the old minister to the new, from the old church to the new. The advantages of modern methods. Now, is this progress? In a sense, yes. It was progress in the secular. The machine makes shorter hours possible, leaving time for possible personal improvement and social intercourse. A larger population can be provided for, and so forth. The same is true of the church with modern appointments and appliances, money and organization. We have but to think of how much better religion can be taught in the use of modern pedagogy, or of how much more systematically and wisely scientific charities can be administered, of how organized parish visitations can be carried on, of how the problem of the boy can be solved, of how church services can be conducted with beauty and finesse. All this is good and will doubtless grow better. Besides, the beliefs of the church which constitute the substance of the sermon are readjusted to fit more harmoniously into the sum of modern convictions. We shall not be able to go back behind all this in the world of the church, any more than in the world of business. The dangers of secularization. But, for all that, we have the problem on our hands in the secular world as to whether machine and capital are primary, and personality and humanity secondary, or whether it is the other way round, the problem of whether man is for the sake of vocation, or vocation for the sake of man, the problem of man's spirituality and freedom and worth. But this problem can never be solved until there is the restoration of the long-lost religious basis of secular life. It is not science, it is faith, the communion of all men in and with God, that can make man the Lord and not the slave of capital and machine and organization. Only so can there cease to be the hard dominion of thing over person. Once again the laborer must return to the conviction that his vocation is a calling, his calling by the will and providence of God. A similar relationship needs to be maintained in the world of the sacred between the primary worth of personality and the instrumentalities and institutions of the church. The real church of God is a spiritual and invisible communion of religious faith. The real church of God is superinstitutional. As man, any man, is more than a member of society, is supersocial from the point of view of a social organism, that is a child of God, so the calling of the minister is more than so-called social service, and has to do with that deep of man which cries unto the deep of the being of God. There was a lonely hour at the brook Jabbok, when Jacob's family and flock were out of his mind, the peril of his angry brother forgotten, his heart corroded by no mordant memory, a lonely hour in which he cried, Tell me, I pray thee, thy name, the ineffable name. He wanted to know the eternal mystery and meaning of existence. Not so-called social service, but the ministry of the interpretation and the satisfaction of this inexpugnable and abysmal need of man is the supreme and inalienable function of the Christian minister. And this is a work where the peculiar worth of personality, religious personality, entirely dissociated from all the technique and machinery and capital of the whole ecclesiastical entity, is paramount. It were well to realize in thought what a reduction of human nature and human need there would be, were man to be abridged to a point where what could be done for him by social service, with its instrumentalities, could satisfy him. Man has untranslatable wealth, supervocational vastness and verities and relationships. So has the minister, and it is this supervocational overplus that is the best part of the minister, and that lends chief charm and value even to the minister's vocational activity itself. The value and the danger of efficiency. It is in the light of this larger perspective that one can evaluate the most characteristic watchword of the modern world, efficiency. The educational and ecclesiastical circles have borrowed it from the commercial world. It must be admitted that there is much value in the maxim. It is opposed to sloth. In the concentration and solidification which it requires, it discourages the spirit that reflectively divides the inner self and leaves it divided. And it emphasizes courage. To be sure, it is the courage to face rivals in the marketplace rather than the courage that meets one's own spiritual enemies. But for all that, we know in our hearts that this modern watchword is profoundly unsatisfactory in every sphere of life, particularly in the Christian ministry. What this watchword does not emphasize is the significance of self-possession, of lifting up our eye to the hills whence cometh our help, of testing the life that now is by the vision of the largest life that we can image and appreciate. In a way that appeals to a superficial populace with quantitative standards, it emphasizes results rather than ideals, vigor rather than cultivation, temporary success rather than wholeness of life, the greatness of him that taketh a city rather than of him that ruleth his spirit. It points to a shallow pragmatism, missing the pragmatic depths. In its current signification, it is not correlated to man's deepest needs which, from the point of view of this word, are super-efficient. Men are indeed suffering from poverty and dirt and disease, from manifold industrial and social evils. The minister must indeed sustain positive relations to these evils. But the worst evil is not such sufferings. The worst evil is spiritual destitution. Men are suffering far more from the loss of God and of the moral imperative than from the lack of bread and work, of recreation and amusement. What can silence the voice of the heart's pain? What can introduce a man defeated, lonely, bereaved, defenseless, into the region of eternal truth, eternal rest, eternal peace? Efficiency cannot answer such questions. These are questions common to all time. But our time is indeed an age of doubt, more widespread and more basic than the premature prognosticators of an age of faith seem to be aware of. The New World began in doubt. First, there was a doubt of the Church and of its divine authority. A violent, devastating storm swept over popular life. The storm was speedily exorcised. Again, the sea of faith was once too at the full, and round earth's shore lay like the folds of a bright girdle furled. Then from the old doubt a new faith emerged, like sweet waters in a bitter sea, and kept man a living soul. The sea is calm tonight, the tide is full. The tide of the new faith was the faith in the Bible, and in the doctrines derived from the Bible, but this tide went back to sea, and now one only hears its melancholy, long, withdrawing roar, retreating to the breath of the night wind down the vast edges drear and naked shingles of the world. The human spirit urged a new, mightier protest against the "it is written," which was said to put an end to all doubt. The new doubt, as Protestant science, as free inquiry, flung down the gauntlet to the old Bible faith. No page of the sacred book remained unscrutinized. Only one certainty spread from this new doubt, the certainty that the sacred book was a human book. Therefore, allowing and ever rejoicing in the moral and religious value of many a page, the biblical canon as such had no right to rule over man. Man was the book's judge, and the book was not man's judge. The book must be measured by man's truth, man's conscience. The modern experience of doubt. How now should the timorous heart of man be quieted in the presence of this new doubt? At once new props were offered. For one thing, the state. What the church was to the medieval man, the state became to the modern man, God manifest in the flesh. Men believed in their state as in their Christ. All power in heaven and on earth seemed to be given to it. What was preached in the name of the state was a gospel. It seemed a sin to doubt the wisdom of the state at all. It was blasphemy to contest the state's claim to omnipotence. Good? What is good, if not that which benefits the state? True? But where is there truth apart from the word that is the ipse dixit of the state? The political end sanctifies any means. Then a great change began. Historical study and the doctrine of development, together with the new ideals of personality and humanity, decomposed the old theory of the state. Modern man came to see that the state does not possess eternal life. The state is only a special form in which human social life can exist, not human society itself. There have not always been states. They came to be in the long course of the evolution of a people's life. What comes to be must pay its toll to Father Time. The state will change and pass. Thus its inerrancy and finality were discredited. If we doubt the Church, why not the state too? Man's tottering life could not be braced up by either. Then new props were offered man. What science recognized as true, what morals and bourgeois customs recognized as good, these were offered him. Trust the light of science, and you shall indeed have the light of life. Do what is good, and you shall indeed be crowned with the crown of life. This was the watchword. Then there stirred in the womb of present-day humanity the last, ultimate, uncanniest doubt. If we doubt faith, why not doubt science too? If we doubt the Church, the Bible, the state, why not doubt reason, doubt knowledge, doubt morality? Even if what we call true be really true, can it make us good and happy? Is not that which is called good grievous impediment in our pilgrimage? Law, morals, are not these perhaps a blunder of history, an old hereditary woe with which humanity is weighted down? Was Stendhal right, perhaps, in his judgment that the only excuse for God is that he does not exist? Here is the agony of the modern world. But what can our current efficiency do here? Efficiency with its technique and machinery and money and organization. At this point the tragedy of life passes beyond the help of such things and of institutional religion. Is there no help for lost souls any more? The minister who cannot cope with this deepest need of the modern man may organize superficial and often impertinent reforms, but he cannot give the bread of life. He may minister to bodily wants, good enough in its way, but he leaves the soul in its bewilderment and forsakenness. In the end he loses confidence and abandons his fundamental task. Our fathers thought of the Christian minister as prophet, priest, and king. This watchword efficiency tends to restrict the ministerial function to that of king. But the need of the times, as of all times, is satisfied more fully by prophet and priest. In sum, the great question is not that of efficiency, but the criterion of efficiency. It would be the minister's sin against the Holy Ghost, which hath never forgivenness, were he to truncate and abridge the nature and need of man, so that our institutionalized religion of scientific efficiency could sustain an easy correlation thereto. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Derek McLaughlin. Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith. Chapter 12, The Contribution of Critical Scholarship to Ministerial Efficiency. Part 2, The Task of Theology. Thus conceiving the function of the ministry in the terrible religious situation of the modern world, the utility of the study of theology in our divinity schools may be estimated. Theology is the science of faith, of religion. Of this statement much more needs to be said than can be said here. While science and religion are both expressions and aids of human life, they are different in form and function. Briefly expressed, religion experiences, science calculates. Religion creates, science discovers. Religion ventures, science weighs. Science avails itself of concepts and categories and laws, religion of symbols and pictures and parables. Assuming that theology is a science, a practical difficulty at once confronts us. Can theology be at once scientific and ecclesiastical? From the ecclesiastical point of view, the aim of theology has been to clarify and increase the Christian's intelligence as regards the content of his faith, to evince the living power of the Christian religion, and to bring this home to bear upon life through preaching, teaching, and Christian communion. From the scientific point of view, theology seeks to be free from the control and needs of the Church, to be determined solely by the truth interest, by the impulse to know reality, and to regard no law but its own, and no authority save the compulsion of its subject matter. Since the second Christian century, those two poles, the ecclesiastical and the scientific, have never vanished, but it may be doubted whether they have ever been in equilibrium. Usually the one has been emphasized at the expense of the other. Indeed, theology is usually under a crossfire from both science and faith, disowned by science, distrusted by faith. One may recall its medieval dignity as queen of the sciences, as science was then understood, but since the rise of the modern scientific method, theology came to be but compassionately tolerated by the representatives of the exact sciences, doubted by many of its own representatives, and incriminated by the laity as the primary cause of all the evils with which the Church of the present was infested. It was thought that in satisfying the requirements of science, theology betrayed the interests of religion. Hence the question became acute: can theology be at once scientific from the point of view of science, and serviceable from the point of view of practicable Christianity? Is the study of theology a sufficient or even a suitable preparation for the office of preacher and pastor? Does theology destroy the preacher's message, lower the preacher's piety, impair the preacher's usefulness? Facing the problem thus fundamentally, one may be permitted to dismiss certain superficial or captious objections. For example, it is pointed out that the scientific study of theology in a divinity school has occasionally impelled students to abandon the ministry. Such abandonment may be due to the popular theology and nominal Christianity in which he was indoctrinated before he went to the divinity school. Or the student, as was the case with Emerson and Kant and Hegel, may enter upon a larger human service than that which a local church could afford. Besides, the occasional abandonment of the ministry under the influence of scientific theology does not discredit such theology, if it is seen to be in general useful, any more than would be the case in the analogous situation of law or medicine. But if it be true, as sometimes true it is, that now and then a theological student makes shipwreck of faith, even this disaster does not constitute a decisive objection, since this is a world where such shipwreck is possible from many causes, one of them being the absence of sound theological training. Other objectors ask, why is it that so many students who have studied scientific theology cannot preach? It might not be amiss to inquire whether they could preach if they had not studied scientific theology. As a rule, the academic and technical character of the young minister wears away as the years bring him experience and maturity, suffering and sorrow of his own, sickness and death of others. His fault is more likely to be a neglect of theological study than a bad use of it. But we may pass by such objections and return to the main issue. Theology and vocational demands. Let us assume that theology is, in method, a pure science, in purpose an applied science, avoiding the extremes of academic bookishness and of the narrow practicalism of efficiency. Let us grant, as the truth interest requires us to grant, that the purity must not be adulterated by the application. Pure science is free science, and, in Hegelian phrase not to be pragmatically flouted, has the theoretical self-end of knowledge. Now, by virtue of this very character of theological science, is there some service which it may render the ministry? A science which serves the self-cognition of spirit serves thereby one of the supreme practical ends of life, which is self-realization of spirit. Only an officially infallible church can do without the aid of such science. Ministers, like politicians, are especially tempted to debasement of the truth interest, to sham learning, sham religion. The great sin of ministers can easily be the infraction of the ethics of the intellect. Theological science is developing a fine sincerity in our relation to both theology and religion. Such honesty and sobriety of judgment are among a minister's best assets in our age of doubt. They go toward the formation of personality, which is at once the primary need of man and the main concern of all education. Should theology be restricted to the so-called applied, or, better perhaps, vocational sciences, as some divinity schools seek to do, a problem of no little gravity would arise. Would the new vocationally determined science be any more free and pure than the old authoritatively determined science? Is not a post-determined science, by an end externally imposed, as prejudicial to the critical occupation of the scientific spirit as a predetermined science by a cause or authority which proscribes freedom and dictates conclusions? Is the pull of an alien finalism any better than the push of an alien mechanism? If authority science gives doctrine and not truth, does not vocation science give practice and not truth? There is something here that should be borne in mind, lest we impair the truth interest, so inalienable to our highest life as students and ministers. Extremes meet, and it would be an ugly situation were authority and vocation to combine upon us in such a way that our natural impulse to know should be wounded and weakened. This evil may be avoided by honoring the study of scientific theology as corrective and supplementation of vocational science, ever inclined to deteriorate to an immediate and narrow professionalism. The need of the scientific spirit in theology. But theology in all its branches, historical, psychological, philosophical, as pure science, does serve the vocational ends of the ministry, even if it does not directly and consciously aim to do so. For one thing, it is indispensable to a reasoned understanding of what religion really is. In defining anything, one speedily turns to see how it came to be and what it is for. Thus, one knows a religious idea or a religious deed only as one sees how it has historically and psychologically emerged, and what function it fulfills in a people's or an individual's life. Besides, one requires to know the relation between idea and action in religion, the order of the emergence of magic, cult, myth, idea, doctrine, and their relations to each other. Especially does one need to know how to face the problem as to what is primary and what secondary and impermanent in religion. It appears that religion is not exhausted as a short circuit to the real by way of instinct and feeling. The science of religion shows that there is a deep truth in this. Most of the best things in life are rooted in instinct, which is perhaps just another way of saying that we are still ignorant of their precise conditions and causes. But religion, if it is worthwhile, is not merely a matter of instinct and emotion. It is a legitimate part of man's rational nature. The substance of religion is not in the ceremonies and creeds and institutions which have been built up in connection with church, but in man's consciousness that the best part of him lies in his ideals and in his earnest and sincere efforts to realize these ideals. It is the recognition that the spiritual center of gravity of his life lies, not in what he is or has been, but in what he feels that he ought to become. The only study that leads us into this most needful insight for our work as preachers is that of scientific theology. But, for another thing, such study yields impressive testimony to the human cry for God. That cry, whether joyous and triumphant, or painful, pathetic, poignant, reverberates from land to land and from century to century. The very import of human history is its mysterious and universal urgency and awfulness. Whether it be the vague cosmological gropings of a primitive animism with its crass anthropomorphizing of duty and personification of inanimate objects, whether it be the passionate searching out of concepts or essences by Socrates, Plato, and the scholastics, with their confident assurance of the existence of an archetypal reality, whether it be the blended love and fear with which the intense and mystical Semites worshipped Yahweh and dared finally in the greatest of the Hebrews to claim divinity itself, whether it be the masterful executive ability with which the medieval ecclesiastics sought to embody a spiritual world in a temporal, even in a political hierarchy, whether it be the refreshing directness with which the Protestants sought to re-establish an immediate relation of the believer with his God, whether it be the pathetic attempts of modern apologists to reconcile Genesis and Darwinism, or the wistful admission of the man of science that he has scanned the heavens with his telescope and found not God. Whether it be one or all of these earnest and honest endeavors of man to understand his world and his own experience, the study of theology makes us recognize throughout, always and everywhere, the search for the unity and continuity of the life and love of man with an eternal and fatherly God. The value of this world-old and world-wide witness to the minister of religion is obvious. It is quite the fashion in some modern circles to pride oneself on one's unbelief, though why what one does not believe should be so admirable is not so immediately evident. It is much more to the point, one would think, to pride oneself on the number of truths one had found at the core of current superstitions. But it is only through the study of theology in all its branches that one acquires the judgment and skill to make such discoveries. How does the scientific study of theology equip the preacher? With these general considerations in mind, we may very well close by isolating for special remark those specific questions which were raised a moment ago. The first of those questions is the effect of the study of theology upon the definite message of the preacher. Biblical infallibility now abandoned, the idea that the source and certainty of the preacher's message are rooted in God's dictation and donation of truth is no longer tenable. The props that upheld him in the old Orthodox days are virtually all gone. The easy gift of authoritative truth has been denied him once for all. The study of a deposit of truth must give way to the search for reality. The case is quite the same in this regard if one turns from orthodoxy to rationalism, which undertook to replace the finished and final truth of revealed and authoritative biblical religion. According to rationalism, the human mind possesses a priori a sum of theoretical and practical ideas, untarnished by the corruptions and contingencies of experiential origin, from which absolute truth may be easily deduced. A religion of reason, consisting essentially of the ideas of God, of freedom, of the moral law, and of immortality, supplemented the religion of revelation at first, but subsequently became a forum before which the truth and error of all positive historical religions were adjudicated. The task of the old rationalistic clergyman who expounded the parsimonious content of truth inborn in his own reason, and skillfully demonstrated its agreement with Christianity, was simpler and shorter than the task of the orthodox clergyman burdened with the study of biblical languages, with exegesis and harmonizings with creeds and confessions. But the intellectual and critical movements of the modern world have remorselessly demolished this naive rationalism. As to those innate ideas, John Locke searched the infant mind and reported that he could not find any of them. He found that ideas are of temporal and empirical origin. Thus their fixed and eternal truths were undermined. Kant followed with his proof that the content of the religion of reason could not be object of rational knowledge, but only of faith. The outcome was that the authority of reason went the way of the authority of the Bible. All finished and fixed authorities fell, even that of conscience, since it too was unfinished and temporally and spatially conditioned. Of all this earlier mention will be recalled. In all these ways the task of the minister grew more difficult, more grievous. In the absence of easy donations of truth from an inerrant book, he must seek and try and doubt and test, with an open and candid truth-loving spirit. The study of theology becomes more important than ever. This importance consists not simply in the ascertainment of the truth, but especially in the formation of a religious personality. Through historical and philosophical study of the dissolution of orthodoxy and of rationalism, the student recapitulates and epitomizes the terrible experience of doubt, learns that religion is ever changing, ever in the making, and thus becomes personally prepared to meet the needs and difficulties of our age of doubt and transition and growth. It is not simply truth, but the truthful man, tried in the fires of critical theological research, that can win the confidence of our bewildered and discouraged religious life. Men who ask whether Christianity is final or transient, even whether religion is an illusion or a verity, cannot abide an answer from those ministers who have themselves never asked in anguish, and who cannot answer with sincerity out of the earnestness and courage of their own hearts. Reverting to the question of the influence of theological study upon the personal piety of the student, the possibilities are the dependence of piety upon theology, in which case theology could conceivably destroy or sustain piety, or the dependence of theology upon piety, faith, religion, with the reverse alternative to the former, or finally the complete or partial independence of the two. Representatives of each of these possibilities have been numerous in the history of the Church. In the end, theology annihilates faith. So the 2nd century Church maintained against Clement the Alexandrian theologian, and so Overbeck, for example, argues in recent years. Moreover, many a theological student feels as if the critical work in the classroom of a scientific theologian was a deadly assault upon his faith. Were this indeed true, there would be no help for it, since science cannot submit to quarantine from any region of reality that is accessible to examination, and since a faith that fears scrutiny is already enfeebled through self-distrust. For all the future, it would seem, the piety that resists research is foredoomed to atrophy. Indeed, part of the purpose of the study of theology is to subject our piety to the laws of survival. But while some divinity students make shipwreck of faith, a possible price to be paid to the right of science, the usual outcome is a destruction, not of faith, but of the inherited form of faith. As a rule, the student closes his years of special study with his faith purged and strengthened, and adapted as never before to nourish and hearten him for the battle of life and the fullness of service. Ceasing to be a quantum of past beliefs, his faith becomes an interior attitude of his spirit, which science cannot take away. The opposite position, advocated strenuously in recent years by Bollinger, is quite out of harmony with the philosophic temper and thought of our new day. Its thesis is that theory precedes practice, that knowledge is the foundation of practical piety, that knowledge of God is the prius of faith in God, finally, that this knowledge is not traditional, in which case there would be no way to decide whether it was true or false, but demonstrative. It is clear that such a contention is a reversion to an obsolete rationalism with its theistic arguments and the like. Admitting, as a truth at which it hints, that there is an intellectual moment in the religious consciousness, still one of the great merits of scientific theology is its recognition that the way to God is not proof, but prayer, that we know God because we have faith in him, rather than have faith in him because we know him. Modern theology has probably done no more important service than to clarify this problem. There remains the possibility for which no less men than Kant and Schleiermacher stood, as have many Richelians, namely the reciprocal neutrality of theology and piety. Extreme as this position is, there is an important distinction between religion and theology, a distinction in form and function. Suffice it to say here that one of the purposes of the study of theology is to acquire a thorough understanding of this whole matter. Otherwise it would hardly be possible for the student to escape confusion and aberration. Failure to make such an escape would later yield the injurious result of misleading his church into a piety without knowledge, or a knowledge without piety, or an identification of the two, an evil to which the pages of church history bear impressive witness. The distinction, for instance, between the living real God and a concept God is vital to peace of mind and to the power of the gospel today. With reference to this whole question, it may be said that usually the candidate for the ministry, young though he may sometimes be, enters the divinity school as a finished religious and theological product, but that in consequence of his studies there he departs unfinished, growing aware that his personality, with its religion and its theology, are alike in the making. A divinity school that achieves such a result has fulfilled its function in the life of the human spirit. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. End of Guide to the Study of the Christian Religion, edited by Gerald Birney Smith.